Yo, how's it going? How's it going? How's it going, everyone? Yes, it is a early stream indeed. Oh, I've got myself on mute. One sec. Just mute that, because otherwise you're getting an echo. Lol. As you can see, I've just rushed everything. I didn't think I was going to be able to get on time for this, to be honest. I managed to get home earlier. So, how's it going? How's it going, everyone? Hey, Zombitron, how's it going, dude? It's good to see you all. Yeah, this is a very early stream for me, but we're going to watch the campfire live, so I haven't got the music on because that seems sort of pointless when we're going to be watching that in a moment. How's it going, guys? How's your day been? Or going? Or should I say click your night because it's 4 a.m? Why are you up at 4 a.m, you absolute degenerate? Yeah, I'm good. Also, thank you so much for the resub, dude. 4 months. Give me a number between 1 and 6. We'll get this party started with a nuclear jelly bean, should we? Let me know, dude. Which ones you want? Zachary, how's it going, dude? It's good to see you, man. Zomtron, I won't be playing nothing today because I managed to snag myself a date today. Ooh. What's his name? No, I joke. Well, enjoy, Zombitron. Don't mess it up. Where are you going? You going anywhere nice? Number 4. You always choose number 4. I'm going to run out of number 4 soon. Alright, cool. Well, we'll do number 4 then. I'm going to mess it up. No, you won't. I believe. Right, we'll do this super fast and then we're going to get this thing up. Oh, I can't actually see what's going on my screen. Oh, I see why. Whoops, I didn't mute it. I paused it. So I can't actually see what you guys can see. Here we go. Right, you can see it now. Big old green jelly bean. Going to eat this. It's probably going to be wasabi. That is not wasabi. Well, hey. That is apple again. I can't have many apples left in that box. I was currently singing, then I decided to watch you. Well, I appreciate it, dude. Thank you very much. Right, let's get this on. And you're going to have to let me know if you can hear it, okay? Oh, wow, that's loud. How loud is that for you guys? Is that okay? Too quiet? Too loud? You're up because me and the fiancé are out on holiday for next month while I'm recovering with some of her family and we're driving at the moment. Nice. Well, safe driving. Have a fantastic holiday. Cheers for tuning in while you're driving and on holiday, dude. I'm excited for this. You're in a marching band? Oh, that's awesome, Zachary. That's amazing. Good for you, man. No worries. You're good. There's going to be an ad break in 50 seconds. There's not a lot I can do about it. But I might as well let it run. Because then it will finish when this actually... It's got 2 minutes left on this developer update. And then hopefully the ads won't kill you. If you've got ads. You should get back in just as this actually goes into the campfire. Drink City Streamer. Cheers, Zachary. Just realised I need to change my title. Cheers, everyone. Hey, Mars Monster. It's good, dude. Thought I'd come on and watch this live. See how this goes. How's it going, man? Hope you're well. Hey, Aussie. How's it going, man? It's good to see you, dude. It's good to see you. Hyped for it. You booked the wrong week off. First day back is the 8th. Oh, man. That was a bit of a fail. Done shopping for your mother-in-law, Aussie? Nice. That should be nice. Buy candy and get skins. Yeah, yeah. The smaller people, particularly. I'll be back 2 secs, guys. I'm going to go get Jumper. I'll be back in a moment. Comedy. Gotta try and keep it interesting, Clink. Gotta try and keep it interesting. Yeah, that's true. That's okay. I mean, they'll be active nonetheless in my channel. You know, and if people choose to do it, then that's lovely. If not, we'll still have fun. Yay for full degen. They knew that I'm a degenerate, so they're like, screw it, make London midnight. So there we go. It's okay, guys. It's okay. I will be up. We will be doing it. Have a cheek in the power nap beforehand. 10 AM. I know, Clink. You got it good this time. They just spat in the face of the flat earthers. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, Mars Monster, exactly. Alright, so they're just going over all the details we already know. We want the good stuff. We want the details we don't know. Give me the candy. Give me the cake. We might have some small breaks. Actually. Should we count how many times he says actually in this stream? He's done it 3 or 4 already, and we've only been going for 5 minutes. Drinking, it is, seriously. He does it all the time. I'm no expert at live streaming and stuff, but yeah, he does use the word actually a lot. You've only been going 5 minutes. You need a toilet break already. My goodness. Seniles. Bye. Well, that was a great campfire chat, everyone. Yay! They've just put this up just to remind us Europeans how effed we are. I mean, to be fair, I'm not bothered. I booked off the correct dates, unlike Mars Monster. Unfortunately, I'll finish work at 5 PM or 6 PM and I'm working at home. So I'll work out, I'll go to sleep, I'll sleep for 4 hours, I'll get up, I'll log in and I'll be prepared and we'll be good to go. I need more candy. I need all of the candy. Give it to me. I love candy. I don't like their stream quality. It feels like pre-recorded. Oh well. It's still the details we want, right? Next topic, PTR learnings. Okay. They've actually got next topic up on the screen. This is going to be a long one, guys. Good God. Oh, okay, it was a short break, fine. Yes, we do. Of course, dude. Cosplay stream will be happening at some point this season. that are on isolated servers, so their progress won't carry out. Good, good. At least gives a level playing field. That's going to make leveling up to Torment a lot easier. Normalized damage. Interesting. Not entirely sure what they mean. I mean, I understand what normalized is, but... be interesting to see how that actually plays. It probably is going to make it a bit easier in the earlier difficulties. And it's going to make them harder in the later difficulties, maybe. Yeah. That's going to make stuff like the elemental, yeah, the elemental one shots. That will help significantly with those. Oh, nice. You got penetrate straight away. Yeah, that's something you couldn't do before. Lol. You got wrecked, noob. Okay, well that's cool, because you couldn't get to Penitent to level 50 before, which was a bit annoying, because I was ready for it at like level 30. I'm looking forward to that. Start level, you go 2, get a few items, go to 3 as early as possible. Get a few more items, go to 4, blast the game, get to Torment. Yeah, sounds nice. Yeah, you probably won't start your season on Penitent with absolutely nothing, unless there's a real exploit strat, but we'll see. Hey, look, they've done exactly what I said they should do. This was in my PTR feedback video. Make it so non-ancestral legendaries can go up to rank 8 on the masterworking rather than 4. That will help smooth that curve. And non-ancestral legendaries may be tempered twice. They are the exact 2 things I said in my PTR feedback video. They are the exact 2 things I said. I mean, I did push that to a Diablo partner, so the video should have gotten in their hands somewhere along the lines. Yeah, nice. That will very much solve the problem I got to, where I just couldn't quite push because I couldn't get the Ancestrals. That'll help smooth that curve a bit. The chance for unique items to drop Ancestral has been tripled. Holy moly. Uniques are going to be dropping Ancestrals like candy. So the final 2 stages of Season Journey. Okay, so you get Scroll of Restorations and the Season Journey as well. That's nice. Nice. Yeah, that's going to make it feel a lot better when you get to about Torment 3. For sure. Because I got to Torment 3, no problem. It was getting from Torment 3 to Torment 4 that it became a bit of a grind. Yeah. 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 That's funny. Those are the exact 2 suggestions I made. I actually said to do one or the other, not both, but there we go. Maybe, maybe not. Yeah. That will help, though, a lot. I think that will make it feel a lot better, honestly. Those are the 2 things I said would help. That made sense to me. Well, you get an Ancestral, you get a greater affix on it by default, so that's really nice. This is going to make getting specific builds online in a leveling process a lot better. The triple up on the Ancestral and Uniques, yeah. Yeah, that's true, Ozzy. That's true. I'll be changing my guides to have leveling in them. I just needed to wait for this first. Power changes, woo! Torment 4 is aspirational. No, it's not. That's where we'll be on day 1. That's the plan. Aspirations commence. Okay. They've actually made Torment 4 harder. Interesting. Main stat reversion back to Season 5. Your main stat now contributes far less skill damage. Interesting. That's going to make main stat stacking less less beneficial. So Penitent's going to be what Torment 1 was. Torment 4 is going to be Pit 80. Okay. Interesting. Legendary glyphs, additive damage and multiplicative damage significantly reduced. Oh man, that's going to kill down some builds a bit. Hey, Keridus, how's it going, man? That's pretty significant with the legendary glyphs. I'd need to see how significantly those numbers are reduced when we see the patch notes. Both multiplicative and additive. Interesting. That is what was happening on PTR. The glyphs were so strong, especially the crit ones. It was absolutely absurd how strong they were. Let's see what they're doing to counteract that, though. They might be buffing some things, right? Yeah. Yeah, the glyphs once you got them to level 100 were ridiculous before. They were so strong. I don't do it often, Keradus, but I'm actually home and able to do it today, so I thought, screw it, I'm going to be watching this anyway. Yeah, hope you're well, dude. This will make the difficulty scaling feel a bit better, I think. You won't be blasting into T4 quite as quickly, but should make the lower difficulties feel better whilst you're leveling and playing, I think. So we'll see, we'll see. Yeah. Sounds like once you get to Torment 1, you can drop everything in the game. And then, yeah, 2, 3, and 4 are just increased odds of said things. So that's fine. Yeah, there you go. Just confirmed. Nice. Yeah. It could make hardcore feel a lot better, I agree. Yeah, yeah. This will be very interesting. More normal nodes to support legendary glyph radius upgrade. Okay, so they're actually making the boards wider and bigger. Interesting. Rarer magic nodes adjusted to be more generically useful and powerful. That's very interesting. Look at how much powerful that is. I'm going to have to redo all my builds. This is what I figured would happen. This is nice, actually. It's going to make choosing the boards so much more important by the clusters, not just the legendary node. Updated rare nodes across the board. Examples generally open things up to be more usable across the board. Potion healing is healing received. Damage reduction from dots is damage reduction. That's really nice. I'm super excited to see what those are. Doubled all additive bonuses on rare magic nodes. That's huge. Especially if you use a glyph that scales magic or rare nodes. Increase damage reduction values by 1.5 times. Wow, that's big as well. Alright, interesting. Yeah, nice. They've gotten rid of potion healing finally. Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, I know what I'm doing all weekend. Going to be updating all my builds, every single one of them. I've got 6 so far, and a 7th in the works. It's going to take me a while. So this is why they've reduced the legendary glyphs, but they've actually increased the boards. This is why they're going to be increasing power elsewhere, right? On leveling early game. Yeah, man. I've really wanted them to do this for ages. Make the clusters so much more beneficial. So when you look at a board, you're not just going, right, where's the glyph and where's the legendary nodes? And then the rest are kind of like, yeah, they're kind of useful. You're actually looking at the board and going, I really, really want those clusters. And the legendary node also works for my build. And obviously the glyph has the correct stat lineup. So I've got dex or wherever it is you're looking for. So you're actually looking at the whole board. This is the board. You're not just going for it just for the glyph slot or just for the legendary node. Yeah. This will make the parent... Since you can only choose 5 boards now, including your starter board, this will mean choosing your board will be so much more important for your build. However you choose to build it. Yeah. I think that's fine. That'll make grinding the Paragon points more important as well. Interesting. Infernal Hordes. Loot was dominating the reward landscape. Yes, it was. Updates. Keys are exclusively obtained via drops from a variety of activities. Council Boss always drops Infernal Hordes unique items. Always drops Infernal Hordes unique items. And dungeon boss loot scales with Torment. Okay. So you're gonna be able to farm the Infernal Hordes uniques a lot easier in this version of the game. That's nice. More ways solve problems and more impact choices on rares targeted. Yep, exactly. Fun and Paragon Wars do not... I find them really fun, Aussie, but that's because I like puzzles. I love puzzles so much so that I find them fun. But I understand your... I understand what you mean. Chest of Greater Equipment's 200 Aether again. So they've increasing the cost of the chest. Chest of Materials converts all remaining Aether into materials. Yeah. Okay. At least you're not going to have to sit there for 10 million years opening the Chest of Materials anymore. That's nice. You can't craft the keys for Infernal Hordes anymore. So you're not... Okay. I think that's a good thing, actually, because Infernal Hordes did dominate so hard in Season 5 and Season 4. Or Season 5, whenever they came in. Yeah, in Season 5. They've dominated, haven't they? They just became the place to go farm for everything. They should be a good, fun thing to go farm, but it shouldn't be the only thing you want to do and can do, really. Oops. So, yeah. I think that looks okay. It's a good step in the right direction. And the fact they've increased the cost of the Chest of Greater Equipment probably suggests that they've made the actual rewards better. But we'll guess we'll see. Some amount of ancestral items. There you go. That means they come with greater efficacy, yeah. So they have made the rewards better, yeah. Not just one, but... Well, it could be one, but it could be more, yeah. Yeah. Scrolls of rerolls is huge, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Significantly increased ancestral drop rates from the Nightmare Dungeons and Whispers. That's interesting. Yeah, this is one of the issues. Where do you go to get the ancestral items when you haven't quite got to the point where you've got them yet? I was really struggling with that in the PTR. Nightmare Dungeons provide experience on completion. Nightmare Dungeons are going to be great for leveling. Nightmare Dungeons provide experience on completion as well as doing them. Wow, okay. Miscellaneous buffs to loot, Hellborn Butcher, World Boss, Treasure Goblin. Okay. Stronghold experience is now on first time completion. Experience adjusted from 2 levels to 1 point. Okay. Strongholds won't be quite as good as for leveling as it was. They've reduced it a little bit. But Nightmare Dungeons are going to be better. Non-legendary items, auto-salvage starting in Torment. Oh, thank you. They flipping listen to us. They're going to auto-salvage everything that isn't legendary after you get to Torment. About bloody time. Paragon glyphs can now drop from the pit. Okay, nice. Yeah, this will throw up the leveling pattern a little bit. little bit aggressive. You just went straight to 60. There's 15 strongholds, so that can give you 2.5, 3.7, about 15 to 16 levels. So you start doing these at level 44, you'll be level 60. GG's. That's the leveling pattern. Get to level 44, go do your strongholds, and then you'll be level 60. Maybe level 43. You might get away with it at 43. Yay! This is good. This is good. Hey, Machete Mike. A few bits, but you've not missed too much. Yeah, I'm good, dude. How are you, man? How are you? They're going to be auto-salvaging everything below Legendary once you get Torment. They've changed some of the difficulties. Infernal Hordes have been rebalanced, but should feel good to do. The leveling pattern's been thrown up a little bit. I think that's most of it so far. Yeah. There'll be a recap. Glad to hear you well, dude. Glad to hear you well. Mythic unique crafting. Resplendent only crafting at blacksmith. 2 resplendent sparks gets you a random usable ancestral mythic unique. Interesting. Okay. Two resplendent sparks plus a set of runes creates a specific ancestral mythic unique. Okay. That's going to make it a bit easier for some people to get your mythics later on in the game. Nothing but, yeah, it's all been good so far in my eyes. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to like that, and there's going to be some real hardcore players that are going to hate it, because it's going to be easier to get mythics in theory. But there'll be a lot of casual people that will like that. It will give runes a bit of an economy to it, so that they can craft their mythics and such. Large amounts of common salvage can be used to forge random legendary equipment. Nice. Chance for unique and mythic. Sockets can now be added to gear with general salvage material. Scattered prisms are required for ancestral items. Okay, that's going to help with leveling. Not just holding on to your scattered prisms that you don't get many of until you get to top-end items. That's going to be quite nice. And a jeweler no level has a level requirement to use. Nice. Most of that is sounding pretty good. The making mythics easier should be will be divisive, I think, but the rest all sounds good. Hey, class changes. Here we go. Yeah, exactly, Crodus. Exactly that. That's their disclaimer. Things will be broken, guys. Sorry. I'll be very interested to see what they say here. Oh, we will be. Okay. I'm okay with this. Bring barbs back for people. And actually, they're buffing skills that you haven't seen much of, like upheaval. So I think that's okay. Yeah, we broke the game. Please wait until season 6, 7 to fix. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Caridus. Okay. That's huge. 2% damage reduction is massive in the end game. It's huge. Interesting. Wow, that's... Oh, wow. That legendary Paragon though for companions is going to be huge. Companion Druid's going to be a potential thing. Look at that. 80x damage for companions. Holy crap. And werewolves coming back in as well. I think 50x damage. God damn. Okay, the Greater Staff for Chrome might be really good next season as well with that stat change. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. Yeah, Ring a Man Down's going to be crazy. Spins a win, yeah. Fixed the bug that caused its damage scaling to be much higher than intended. Victimize has been fixed again, guys. And it's had its base damage reduced as well. Rain of Arrows looks like it might be very good as well. Yeah, the Men Down's a huge change, Keradus, yeah. Flame Scar, that looks nice. Make the Oculus not random, please. It doesn't work properly unless you get rid of that random stuff. It doesn't matter what you change on the affixes, seriously. Yeah, bone meal, exactly, yeah. It is a massive buff, except it's random. Get rid of the random bit, seriously. It still will feel clunky as hell with the random. I've tried it twice. This will be interesting. Yeah, carried us, yeah. They've removed 4 runes. Okay. More choice, more variety. That's what we want. Exactly, Ozzy. They do. They've already reduced the power of main stat on your skill though. So that's one thing they've already done to make it so runes will be better. Yeah. So let's see what they've done with the rest of them. But yes, I totally agree. Yeah, yeah. It picks up certain characters. It picks up the double arrow upwards as like an extra look above. Yep. I set it to do that so I don't miss anything that people are trying to emphasize. Here we go. Right. No longer gives berserking. There we go. That's going to be insane. That's still going to be really good. Yeah, the huge nerf for the Warcry one, but the Druid one's still insane. The 100 resource is going to help build Solve resource, isn't it? But we haven't seen what the other runes are like, so we'll probably have to look at the patch notes for those. It may well be that the others have been hugely buffed, right? Well, let's see what all the others have been changed to first, right? But yes, that does look very strong. Drink City Streamer. Yes, sir. Cheers, everyone. Oh, yeah, they buffed the Spiritborn Vortex one. That's nice. Holy crap, those meteorites has gone up. That meteorites one might be good now. Well, the stealth one probably doesn't have the same broken interaction, I doubt. That can't possibly be in the final game. No, I don't think that is a typo. That's going to be huge for a Meteor Sork, which does actually stack meteorite damage. I didn't get time to test it, but I think there will be a Sorcerer Meteorite build. Because there's 3 different places you can get meteorites, not just from Meteor. There's 3 different ways you can get meteorites to spawn. And then on top of it, you get these runes as well. Yeah. I just didn't get time to test it. Oh, that's cool. All right, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, that will certainly make... if you find it leveling, that will certainly feel good. Maybe in a companion build as well, who knows? I really hate that one. Become crowd controlled or injured. Who wants to become crowd controlled or injured? That's a rubbish rune. Okay, the every 5% resource spent is still, I don't know. That's the only one. The other 3 are just meh, to be honest. Injured's below 35%. Healthy's 85. It gives you a lot of offering, but no one realistically in the end game wants to be injured or crowd controlled, so you're not going to proc it very often. So it's not very consistent. Some of those runes are pointless, pretty much. I feel like they... Yeah. I suppose it could be used for in hardcore. if you put it like if you assign it to one that gives you like a huge shield or something, if there's one of those, you know. So if you become injured, it'll give you loads of offering, which will instantly trigger like a get out of jail free card for you. That I could see being the only real use for it, because it will give you enough offering to trigger anything in enhanced mode. It gives you 1,000 offering or something. Next season, nice. Hey, Psycho, how's it going, dude? It's good to see you, man. Nice, cool. I'm going to go for a quick restroom break then, yeah. BRB. Alright, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Thought I'd feed my cats in that time as well. Hey, Cletus' wife's in the house. How's it going? Good to see you, good to see you. If that music is a reflection of the soundtrack coming with the game, I'm excited. I love a good soundtrack, and that was pretty good, that music, I've got to be honest. I like how they're just showing us on repeat the dancing, the dancing cheat imp. Oh, they run out of music. Yeah, the cheat imp could I actually mentioned it in my PTR feedback that the cheat imp could be streamlined a little bit, but you know that was kind of far down on the feedback, should I say? Certain things that could have certainly made, if they want us to test stuff, could have made that better. Right, we're back. Got some new faces. Hey, welcome back, Herodus. Welcome back. That is true, Cletus' wife. We just dance. Yes, we do. Interesting. Yeah. Try infinite symbols. I love the program art. Amazing. Yeah, it looks cool. Realm Walkers. Yes, they're bringing Realm Walkers in. That's cool. That's awesome. Bringing that in from D3. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, these are from D3. Apparent manifestation. The artists always do a phenomenal job. I've got to give them that. Look how good it looks. Yeah, yeah. That's still pretty big though. That's taking up a sixth of the screen. And I'm on a 32-inch monitor. So they're pretty sizable. Yeah, this looks cool. Smart reuse of lore and stuff, you know? How much loot? How much loot does he drop? That, oh, okay, he doesn't drop loot. He opens the portal. Okay. Yeah. You go in it, right? Show us. Give us the candy. A new goblin. Random bonus rooms. Choice of rules. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, you can choose your rewards. That's really cool. Gold, equipment. Use for murmuring obols. Use for salvage. Okay, I like this. Materials. Oh yeah, that's cool. That's nice. That's real nice. Yeah, choice is good. Choice is good. And it gives you a reason to do this. Well, that's going to be good for XP as well, right? Because cursed events always give you good XP. I believe! This guy's got the most radio voice I've heard of any of these campfire chats. He's born to be on the radio, born to be on the... Seething opal with equipment. Enemies routinely drop additional equipment. Kills accumulate reputation. You gain 15% increased XP. Wow, okay. That rare elixir looks cray. And there's different types of opals apparently as well. So it says bonus loot based on the type of opal. Stacks with elixirs. Wow, that stacks on top of elixirs as well. Oh, there we go. You can get gold, equipment, or herbs and crafting materials. Oh, this is going to be super nice. More additional choice for what you want. That's awesome. These look good. Yeah, these look nice. That's going to be massive for leveling as well. Oh, it's more. Enemies routinely drop additional artificious stones and occasionally drop boss summoning items or infernal compasses. Wow, that's going to be super popular. These are going to sell for a fortune unless they're account bound, then they won't. Gem fragments and runes, okay. Yeah, these look really nice. I like these. Yeah, lots of wins, I agree. This looks great. You're just going to want all of these because then you can choose what you want to farm. Additionally, on top of what you want to farm. You're going to get extra additional farming choice here. That's great. Yeah, these look really good here. We haven't even got to the expansion yet. This is just the season stuff. I've got to keep an eye on my phone because I ordered pizza because I am starving. And I can't be bothered to make anything. Stacks with incense as well. Hope I'll be able to try new stuff. Tower's still down. Oh man, did you find out what's wrong with your tower, Psycho? Yeah, she got reputation rewards as well. That's good. I think they'll keep that going forward. The reputation rewards have been a big win for seasonal content here. There's a system they can expand upon as well, which is great. Motherboard needs replacing. Yeah, it's a bit of a bummer that your motherboard's gone psycho. Sorry, man. That sucks. Yeah, fair enough, Psycho. I know, right? Best art ever. Yay. This is the cake. We're gonna get the cake, chat. Mercenaries, give me the mega cake with the cherries on top. Right, we're getting into the good stuff next. I mean, this is pre-expansion stuff. That's already looking pretty good. Obviously, we need to see the final patch notes to see exactly what they've changed in full detail, and I imagine it's going to be an enormous patch notes as well. So it's probably going to take a little while to get through. But yeah, the seasonal content looks good. You know, they didn't need to go crazy because the game's changing anyway. They just needed to add something that's like really cool. I mean, that's the sort of thing they could leave in the final game, right? The Realm Walkers. Seasonal theme and buffs by Mill. Yeah, so that's the Realm Walkers. And the buffs are the opals that are coming. So you get these 5 opals, and they each give you multiplicative bonus XP, which you can use on top of your elixirs. And each different one has, like, it gives you an increased chance for loot, or gold, or materials, or boss materials, or runes, or whatever it is. So they're just like, yes, you go and kill these Realm Walkers. There's a whole load of stuff to kill with these new cool enemies. Then you go into a dungeon, and inside those dungeons, you get like little rooms which you can then go and choose. I want to do the gold one, and you put in a certain amount of murmuring opals. See, there's a lot of choice of like farming choice whilst killing stuff. It looks good. Hey Neil, how's it going, dude? How's it going? I really like this music. If this is part of the soundtrack, which I'm presuming it is, I'm quite excited to listen to the full soundtrack. They did away with Ash. When you mean Ash, sorry, what do you mean? Is there a better Sork build? I don't know, Neil, because we only got a very light overview of what they're changing. We need to see the final patch notes before I can honestly make a comment on that. Oh, right. No. You're still getting a season journey, yeah. The, what do they call them? The Heralds of Zakarum. You're still getting a season journey. You're still getting season journey rewards and all that stuff. Hey, Marksman, how's it going, man? How's it going? It must be quite early in the morning for you, Marksman. Yes, you got all the tip. I think we'll have a season journey in every season going forward. That was a real win for them, and all of the rewards and stuff. But we got an additional thing to go kill and farm as well, which is quite cool. It's looking good. Yeah, it's looking pretty solid so far. I imagine it'll be back in a moment. But this is going to be the big bit, right? This is what everyone wants to know. They want to know everything about Vessel of Hatred. This is what makes it different between a standard season rollover and, like, this is a big release. Yeah, exactly, Keridus. Same here. 8:20 a.m. Thursday. Okay. 8:20 is not too bad. Oh, you're literally 12 hours ahead of me. It's been out 2 hours already. Okay. Wow. Up at 6:20. Keen for the day. Man, I'm so excited for Monday. Oh, the weekend's going to be so slow. It's going to be a slow weekend, chat. Good God. I've got a lot of planet updating to do, though, I imagine. My black cat's just sitting here loving life at the moment. Just rubbing his back. Oh, no, you're done now, are you? Oh, he's on the floor now. I can't reach you down there, you Wally. You're not that fat. Silly cat. Wow, how many people are they miking up? Mics for everyone. Not proper farming, 6:30 sleeping. Oh, they're showing a trailer first, alright. They are very good at doing trailers and stuff. Man, I'm so excited to play this class, seriously. It's my playstyle all over. Yeah, that's a great little trailer there, isn't it? Nice, Keridus. GG's. Oh, my black cat is a pretty big cat, bone meal. Yes, they are, bone meal. Okay. Interesting. This will affect my builds. Before removing the poisoning effect from the primary target. That's interesting. That's interesting. That affects one of the builds I did the other day. Yes, Caridas, yeah. That's a huge change to the Noxious key passive. They've changed some of the stats on those, yeah. Scorn of the Earth doesn't have cooldown reduction on it anymore. I thought they might change that. Oh, Quasar the Dead God. Oh, yes. One of my builds is going to really use that now. I wasn't going to use it, but I will now. They've nerfed Harmony of Ibawaka. That's interesting. That was 50% before, now it's 30x. Ah, the Nessicum isn't what was farmed on the patch notes. I knew it wouldn't be. Oh man, the Rodder Kepeleki's been changed though. That's a shame. It doesn't have core skills on it anymore. Oh, you could have got a... Still going to be really good though, I think. Core skills to hit twice. That could be that could still be very good. I need to have a look at these. It does exist, but it doesn't have all skills on it like everyone thought. They went through those really quick, so we're going to have to go through them in the patch notes. Yeah, all of my builds are going to be slightly affected by that, but that I didn't use that mythic at all, just in case it didn't exist, and it does, but it's nothing like what was farmed in the data mine. 27 all skills was just going to be ridiculous, wasn't it? They've taken core skills off of Kepeleki's, that's a shame. But the double hit with core skills could be pretty mental. Yeah, my Touch of Death build might be really, really good. I wanted to use those gloves, but they weren't quite good enough. But now I can put Touch of Death on them. Now they've got Touch of Death specifically on them. That's definitely going to be good for you, I think. Yeah, 32. Yeah, it was a ridiculous amount of all skills, right? It was crazy. Yeah. Be interested to see what this is like. You've missed quite a lot, Clink. You're going to have to wait for the patch notes now. We're into the Vessel of Hatred stuff. You missed all the seasonal content and everything. Time attack dungeon. Too much to reblurb in chat. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the new seasonal content does look good. We'll have to go through it after stream though. Yeah, Greater Nephilim dungeon. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It looks interesting. We'll have to see how good it actually is when we get to play it, I guess. Yeah, mostly wins indeed, yeah. Oh, will reward ancestral legendaries. Okay, that's quite nice. Legendary amulets will always possess at least one passive rank affix. Legendary armor will always possess at least one skill. Oh, that's nice. You can say I want amulets with at least one passive rank on it. Really expensive, but you could do it, yeah. That looks really cool, yeah. Hey, Chase Kids, how's it going, man? Yeah, it's 50 million gold, but that gives you another gold sink, doesn't it? So that's really good. That actually looks cool, yeah. Yeah, I agree, Clink, I agree, yeah. In for the hype, Jay. Yeah, absolutely, man. Interesting. This is giving material sync as well. That's nice. Gold sync is good though. Gold sync's good. It'll help keep the gold economy down a bit, hopefully. Playing Jaggle. Yep, yep. Hey, Mr. Pants, how's it going, man? Oh, it's one shot him. Hey, Aggravating, how's it going, man? Yeah, maybe drops a little bit too low for tier 4 rewards, only dropping 3. Depends how long the run takes, I suppose. But it's another way to get them, right? I'll be back 2 seconds, guys. Sorry about that, guys. My food's turned up. My mountain of pizza. I'm hungry. New Goblin sounds good. Yeah. A Mexican ring sting, and that's what I've ordered. It's going to be good. Well, it looks like a pretty fun game mode. I don't know if that'll be an optimal place to go farm, but it certainly sounds like it should be a bit of fun. This I am interested to hear about. Oh my dear, one of my cats just came and he's absolutely soaked. Wet cat was wet. I'm looking forward to this because it gives a reason to play in teams and stuff, you know, and to play well together rather than just one person carrying. Interesting. Yes, carried us, exactly. So you can't carry me. I know, pinching. We'll have to hold hands for once. Dirty hand holding. How's it going, dude? This is looking good, dude. I was excited anyway. I'm even more excited now. Yeah. A lot of much needed extra content that could be useful in the end game, yeah. I mean, the art always looks great, right? That's one thing that's always been good since the game came out. Their artists are really, really good. Yeah, yeah. Their artists really are phenomenal. No one can knock that. That's going to be nice for people using the party finder. Yeah. The scroll of restoration will be real nice, yeah. Only usable once per item, though, so you can only unbrick an item once. That's what I was reading. Looks good. This is what I said to people. If you didn't buy the Ultimate Edition, didn't get the mount now, you'll get a mount through playing the game. So there you go. People are going to be able to get themselves a really cool Panther Sabertooth like mount by playing the game. Yeah, make yourself stand out. Yeah, exactly, Carolus, yeah. It's a start towards there, right? It's a system they can build upon with more raids, etc. as we go forward. Some more rewards and, you know. Yeah, exactly. It's a good start towards it. I'm excited for these because he's just given another way to customize a build. So you can have the same build but with four different four different mercenaries. Drink City Streamer, yes sir. Cheers everyone.
really like the tank. You need someone to help protect you. His skill tree is kind of split up into um, a power shield, which is about dealing in the thick of battle, taking big trees, taunting, and he also has a round shield, which is sort of themed around being a holy protector. So the top node that we start with for over here, and this is when you hire him to your party, is Valiant. And what this does is basically if you take a lot of damage in one hit, he's going to fly in, negate that damage, block it for you, begin knocking out enemies. He's also going to get a thump roll, so he can really save your life. So here's an example where this beast is going to hit me, and these guys hit pretty hard. So here it comes, boom. So he kind of leapt in, he negated that damage, and he knocks him down. So that's awesome. I imagine hardcore players will gravitate towards this unless they are risk takers. So definitely a very powerful perk. Cool. Let's talk about some upgrades. I think we skipped ahead a slide if you want to go back one. There we go. Cool. So here's some upgrade examples on the Revered skill tree. First one, Draw Fire. We're going to show a video in a second. Whenever I use a healing potion, Revered's going to taunt enemies near him. So if you're in danger, you need help, it's going to help save you. Iron Wolf Virtue, when Revered's balance is triggered, he heals you, and his cooldowns reduced, so you'll be able to have some more options. And here's Shield Throw, which some D3 Crusader players might love, where you chuck the shield, it bounces off your target, and this kind of marks them, so you sort of play whack-a-mole, and if you hit those targets, you'll get healed back. So it's another way to keep yourself alive. Alright, cool. Let's check out an example for Draw Fire. You guys see I use my potion. The UI will help you share it, but yeah, use potion right there. Revere taunted everybody. Sweet. I did not die, and I'm happy. Alright, let's go to the next one. So Vardiana, we call her the Berserker Crone. She is a reformed cannibal. She's got a pretty interesting backstory. I love her personality. She's kind of zany and crazy. She's also the cook for the mercenaries, and I don't know if I would eat her food. I don't really trust her. But her skill tree is kind of split up into two themes: dual wield axes, which is all about big bow cleaves and bleeds, and large mace, which is heavy slams. So you may be familiar with the Master Bard from D3. Her perk is very similar, where basically you get this bonus. We could jump to the video. And as you kill monsters, you're going to see when I get 10 kills, the master bonus kicks in. It's going to show up above her portrait.
Pretty much, Caradus, yeah. I mean, they've got to have some reason to buy the expansion, haven't they? So you got to give them that. They have put a lot of time and effort into this, clearly.
Reprisal is when you get CC'd, Ariana's going to leap on the enemy that inflicted it and knock them down. So this can also save your life. And No Escape is Ariana does Whirlwind. This makes it really big, and as she's spinning around, she's kind of grouping enemies up for you. So that can be a fun one. I think we showed both. So yeah, just membrane here. So this set effect, you get a guaranteed overpower. You do a bunch of damage. Sweet. That's easy to, a lot of builds. And then we have puzzle here. So I got chained by that monster. She leapt on them, knocked them down, basically canceling that for me. Alright, cool. Subo the Bounty Hunter. He's themed on longbows, which is precision shooting and traps. The other side of his tree is crossbows, heavy bolts, and explosives. And his perk is kind of broken up into two parts. So he has a passive component, which is he reveals enemies and materials on the mini-map. And his active component is that we call him a bounty hunter because he's going to call out targets during combat. And if you kill that target, you get a bunch of resources back. And also, the more you do that, the more often he's going to be passive seeker. So you're kind of trying to keep this up where you want to make sure you're killing these targets and spending your resource before you do so. And this lets you just maximalize, which always feels good. Alright, let's check out an example. So I'm in town. I'm going to walk out here with Subo. And you can look at the mini-map, top right, and it's starting to populate with herbs and ore berries, and golden monsters on the mini-map as well. So that's kind of neat.
Oh, that's really nice.
Sorry, we're going to have to wait for one because I talked too slowly, but he also is
That's nice for finding resources and stuff. Yeah, cool.
I know a lot of people with Diablo especially, like the fact that he highlights like organs and things like that are pretty huge for people, especially with all the changes that we're adding to like how materials can also be used to maybe craft like legendaries and stuff. So Diablo is kind of like I think something, but I think it's important getting what Brent was talking about too, where mercenaries are really that utility, and they kind of add choices that maybe you wouldn't necessarily pick on your character, or they help you just kind of like fill gaps in your build, or maybe just encourage you to be, have more diversity in your build, basically, to show your options to you. So, pretty interesting. Alright, cool. We're gonna go on to the Diablo upgrade. So, starting at very first, which is one of the abilities Molotov, which grants your enemies off healing potions for you. Maximize Previous Wiretap and Crit Mine speed to 1525. And then you and Diablo both have increased capacity for alteration. Thrill Seeker is going to reduce cooldowns for every monster you hit. So as an example, say, hey, you're a Molotov, you drop a potion for me, and that just helps you more consistently get potions, which could then make you useful for a lot of players. Alright, Ultimate is definitely a fan favorite. It's home to the first basic child. His tree is sort of split up into two magic types, Fire Magic, which is all about burning enemies and making them suffer, and Shadow Magic, which is costing souls that kind of like apply dodge and spread to enemies. His perk is dependent on what your skill tree choices are. So if you're on the fire side of the tree or the shadow, you will get different buffs and debuffs. So every once in a while, he's going to turn into a demon of one of those forms. If he's on the shadow side, you and all the enemies around him become vulnerable.
Yeah, Neil. Good question. Hopefully, hopefully it meant that they actually had to fix that bug because of the party finder, right? But I guess we'll find out.
Cool, so he's got decent fire skills, where if you ult it on the left, he's turning into a fire unit. Because of a heavy skill set, he's got immolation, splitting nearby enemies. He's helping recovery burn, and then you can see when I'm doing direct damage, the flying burn, but also my resources burning. Because if I'm on the shadow side, he's turning into a shadow beacon at the top. He's going to do a cool ability that pulls everyone in, go lines them up for you. That always feels really good. Um, and yeah, in that way, he's in general horrible. Let's talk about some upgrades for Ultimate. So, I think this will be a lot of people's favorites. Amber Shift, whenever you cast Firestorm, you can stand in it. It reduces 33% of your primary resource to the second. And we're going to show a video of that in a sec. Terrify, he does... Yeah, thank you. He's got 30% chance to apply vulnerable to enemies, so another way to get keywords applied to things. And Burning Chaos, that's his ult. Whenever you cast your ult, it resets his. Wave of Flame is really cool. This giant fire wave that destroys enemy projectiles. You can kind of like run with it and fight inside of it, and I've seen a lot of people be pretty excited about it.
Yeah, hopefully they will fix it, Neil. Yeah.
So he's gonna cast Firestorm, and look at my resource just flying up really fast.
Yeah, so that's going to be really nice for resource heavy builds early on, for sure.
To kind of have this happen, and then you just get to stand on this ability. Murder monsters. So yeah, here's what here's the
One sec, guys.
So, I guess before I explain the reinforcements, there are two methods of using mercenaries. One is hiring it, and that's for solo players. So if you're playing solo, you're just
Absolutely, Neil. Yeah, I just had to go and dry my cat again. He's gone outside and got him super wet. It's coming like a drowned rat.
if you're solo, you get both. And if you're playing solo, there are actually two different characters. Your hired mercenary has to be different from your
Yeah, thank you guys for being here and watching it with me.
reinforcements. So reinforcements are a new way to interact with mercs, so you can kind of call a mercenary into battle, have them perform a skill.
Hey, recovery dude, how's it going, man? It's good to see you. We're good, dude. How are you?
A lot of like old school fighting games where you kind of cast their ability and a character is flying off the screen and do something really cool. Hopefully that helps you.
This is something I can't craft around because I've not been able to play it, but this will be really fun, I think.
So you're going to choose an opportunity, which is when does it happen?
Interesting.
The mercenary does his skill, and then you see his skill, and you have unlocked for that mercenary. Let's look at some examples. If you click, I'm going to cast teleport, you'll see the hero here, and then he sort of flies in battle, he does his triple sprint, boosts everyone up, shooting enemies up is always good, but here, drop the unit ahead. This one, he's got bow prison, and
That's nice.
shows up and casts fire sprint for me. There's going to be a lot of combinations here, I think, with all the different player abilities and all the different reinforcement skills. So I think it'll be really interesting to see how players utilize the system. You can use it more defensively or more offensively, and hopefully you see a lot of the skills give you added utility. So I think
Yeah, recovery. We'll be going through the patch notes after this anyway, I think. But yeah, there it is quite long. It's been going for over 2 hours. It's looking pretty good. It's looking good, dude. It's looking good. Yeah, I'm liking the look of it, dude. I was excited anyway. Even more excited now.
So this is what the report looks like. You may be familiar with this type of UI. In this example, we're rank 5. The first 4 skill links are how you get your skill points for the skill tree. We want you to unlock all the cool, fun abilities for merch pretty quickly and up front. After that point, it's all about upgrades for bartering. And bartering is
Hey, Rose of Glory, how's it going? How's it going?
progressing your merch into the bartering system, which is kind of a way to trade mercenaries at the hideout and get really useful items. So the very last furnace, we covered it quickly there. You can actually repeat the very last furnace for mercenaries and continue to earn the currency. If you say, oh, I really like Ultimate, I don't want to level anyone else up, you can just keep playing this character and you'll keep gaining resources. Hopefully we're encouraging you though, these upgrades to kind of rank up all your merch and make your bartering fun.
Yeah, pretty much what Karadus said, recovery, yeah.
So at the hideout, you can talk to Fiera, and she will pull up UI where you can trade for items. A lot of them are legendaries, and as you upgrade your merch, you're gonna basically increase this list, and you're gonna find more interesting things. Hopefully, you can find some really cool legendary items that you're excited about. As you upgrade your merch, you're gonna get more chances for legendaries, and each mercenary has an asset category associated with them. So Ultimate, for example,
Interesting.
gives you resource asset passes. So if you level Ultimate, that has a chance, instead of just getting a resource legendary, you're going to get a resource legendary asset pass. And in this case, we open one of those passes. Sweet, I got a bunch of items. It's not the absolute hardest common, but it's a way to increase your chances of reaching what you're looking for. There's going to be a lot of other really useful items in here, like crafting materials, boss summoning parts, some masterworking recipes, things like that. And that's about it. So you can
Masterworking cash. Ooh, nice.
currency you reroll this inventory with is the same currency that you're spending to buy items. You kind of have to pick and choose, like, do I want to reroll or do I want to wait? And hopefully you see things that you're interested in and buy them. And then every day you log in, you get one free reroll. Just trying to be nice to the players. Hopefully you get what you want without having to waste all your dough marks. And I think that's all we have for mercenaries today. So stay tuned.
Quite a lot of depth to the mercenaries. They look good. They didn't actually specifically mention the stealth room, but it had to be. I'll check the patch notes, but I would be surprised if that stays the same, honestly. Yep, pretty much, Curtis. It's not a bad. It's not a bad. Not a bad hook, you know. Oh, they fixed the mic. Yeah. I think Armory will be season 7. That's what I would expect. That's okay. They've given us a step towards it with the new Paragon system this season, at least. It's all looking good. It's all looking good. We'll go through the patch notes afterwards. I really would imagine that stealth rune has been fixed or something. It can't be as it was in that PTR. It was completely broken, right? It was allowing builds to just be completely broken. It can't be like that, surely. It was widely videoed, so they would have seen it. Especially since Rob did a video on it as well, right? So I'll sit around for the Q&A just because I don't think the patch notes will drop until afterwards. I'm keeping an eye on it. I agree, Caradus. I honestly, typically D2 and D3 both got significantly better with their first expansions. And only expansions. So they've got a lot to live up to with this. That is when D2 and D3... That's when D2 became iconically good. And when D3 became a great game. Because it wasn't amazing before the expansion. Yeah, I would imagine so, Recovery Dude. We'll see. All of the runes have changed, pretty much, in some way or another. So we'll just need to go through those in the patch notes after, which we'll be doing. But yeah, I'm going to have to rejiggle my builds. Very interesting stuff. Soundtrack's sounding good as well. I do love a good soundtrack. I agree, Caradus. They've also they're choosing people better. They've gotten rid of all of the rubbish speakers. The people who are just not very good on live stream. They've actually started choosing the people who know their segment of content in and out. Like, they know what it is. They know what the thinking was. They were fully involved with developing that feature, probably. And they fully believe what they've done with it. That helps. they've chosen. You know, not every single person on there was a born camera person, but they all dealt with it pretty well. It wasn't like, I'm the top guy, so I'm going to go on there and talk about it. They've actually chosen people really well, I think, for this campfire. Everyone that spoke there knew their stuff. So it'll be interesting to see what the Q&A comes out with, but yeah, I do agree with you, Caradus, actually. Yeah, I agree. Oh, they're coming back. Yeah. I've kind of already done some recovery. I'm going to have to update them. I knew that anyway. But yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, man. I agree, Gorsh. Finally feels like the game's coming together like how it probably should have released, right?
turning it around in time fast enough for like that sort of hatred where you have ever since like the Hunter College, I've been really wanting to pay attention to make sure some of these UI elements for some of the new features were in a good spot. So the tool, I love the fact that they installed the needs so much, and so the team is actively talking about.
Yeah, nice score. She's gonna have to redo all of mine anyway, as I suspected, because quite a few things have changed. We'll talk about this over the weekend at some point, I'm sure. Yes, there are. We already know that. No, there's shrines of Akarat or something. Tenant of Akarat, that's it. Well, yeah. It'll be a one-time thing while you do the new area, so it won't be too bad, I don't think. But there you go. No, yeah. So I think you only need to get to tier 4 now to get the Paragon points rather than tier 5. So that will help a lot because you can get to tier 3.5 super easy, to be honest. It's just grinding out that last tier that was a bit of a pain. Yeah. So you can do tier 4, and then if you want to get the increased murmuring obols, you do the tier 5 as well. Yeah. I've never done the gauntlet. It's never really appealed to me. That's fair enough. Leaderboards would interest me more if they were for parts of the game that interested me more, right? Yeah, exactly. Implement leaderboards in areas of the game where people actually care about it. Season start leaderboards, for example. You know. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
did like the fact too. I don't know. I can't recall if we mentioned it, but you get 2 cities every drop, and so two local cards. Yeah. So using like lose one now plays into the later game, and so you can really determine like you can actually set this up for a longer play session later on if you wanted to play in the weekend and actually really dig in.
There is a question regarding mercenaries. It's actually a question I've seen. Maybe it's just two players, but a lot of people are asking specifically, like, hey, do mercenaries? How does the progression of mercenaries kind of carry over? Is it something that's across like the whole entire account, or is it some season? How does that specifically work?
Yeah, so they're partition-wise. So if you're playing in the season and you unlock the mercs and you progress a bunch of them and then you go into it, that progression is still there. But they do reset every season because it's a part of the challenge journey, and you want to make sure you're doing it now. But as you're playing, there's a lot of benefits to investing into them, especially if you're going to roll a second class.
There is a question. I'm not sure if others will be able to get this one, but this might be tied to some of the runework stuff that we showed. But this is
Hey, Himalaya, how's it going, dude?
how did you
Turtle from Nemo. Yeah, he does. He's got that. He's got a radio voice, hasn't he?
Yeah, I can talk a bit about that.
spirit wolves things like if you have summoning damage from Necromancer, a lot of that damage scaling talks directly to your skeleton summons at the moment. So I don't believe they'll necessarily scale with those sources. I'd have to check on precisely which ones it does. But that's definitely something that we're aware of and really want to make sure that we can deliver on that fantasy, and we'll be looking at making updates to minions and summons as a general matter going forward to really make sure that there's scaling.
I can't unhear that now.
Feel natural and synergistic as you would expect. So that's definitely an area of focus for us moving forward.
Yeah, we definitely talked a lot about this. I think it'd be cool if you could do a summoner bar, right, called Ancients, and like having that available to them and still make it
Yeah, we don't have any particular thing to announce or the exact answer to that at this moment, but it's definitely on our radar and it's something we are actively working on and talking about quite a bit. I know that I am the firm. This is kind of back to Tim actually, because I think you had mentioned like, oh, farming realm walkers, and they're going like, okay, so is it a world event? How often do you guys farm? Like, when? Like, do we have like specifics on that?
Are you ready for the turtle, guys?
It is a world event, yeah, and it is focused around just that boss. Not a world boss exactly, but it is a world event. Like we like on earlier in the account, you have to kind of follow him for a while before you're allowed to kill him. But it is something that you do with other people in the area. There's likely to be a bunch of other people helping you take down these boss. And then the realm walker itself does pop up in other locations and things where it's pretty much right. There's a slight break, but at any given time, once it's given to me, I log in, I'm ready to go play it. You're like, I have no one playing the next one. You're looking at with two different enthusiasts, right? There's always a realm walker somewhere that you can kill. So I think it's slightly in that.
Let's get your wave, dude.
You're not waiting more than a few minutes before another one's going to pop up and you can go kill that one. So if you want to change farm, that's the thing. Yeah, there's no time to count that there's some stuff. By the time you come back, it'll probably be at like, an ideal time to actually farm it. So it's actually really good to hear that it's always available for players. Nearly always available for players. Question going for Season 6 on live, like from a tuning and balance perspective, is Pit 100 still intended to be like that unattainable goal, or is there, are we expecting some of like the most skilled players and dedicated players to kind of hit it?
Yeah, I'd say we will be surprised, but not surprised, I guess, to see get to Pit 100 just with the amount of things that we're adding into the game. Charles, in our previous segment, talked about how much volatility has been introduced in the expansion. We actually think that's really fun, that there's a ton of new things to explore, a ton of new things to break. And we think that probably most people won't get to 100, but we might get a surprise if we go to 100 and get past it. Yeah, we talked quite a bit about what you think is cooler, right? Around 80.
Oh yeah, Paladins next year. Probably.
once they get their story beats done, it's not always clear on where to go from there. And so we've created custom quests that can actually bridge you out into the end game. And so if you can continue following your golden baubles, that would be super good.
Cool.
I've seen your sign in your.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I was like, what is the fancy to it on? It means we're psychos if we're like looking at it. Production's like holding up the sign and stuff.
Things that make this look really special. So thank you guys.
Yeah, thank you very much. We're gonna take, I guess, like one more specific question and see. This is actually a question regarding people that are running specifically in Dark Citadel. Like if someone leaves during Dark Citadel, like what happens to the group? And they all just and then I'm like, oh god, I'm stuck in that type of situation. Or if I can conquer it with like maybe if it's 4 people and stuff, something like that, you kind of work your way through it.
You can. Like we said, the game is the city like balances to work, but if ever you drop, as long as you got 2 strong players still in the mix, you should be good to go. So yes, it makes it more difficult. I'd have a firm conversation with the person who decided to drop in the middle of a fight. But yeah, it's just going to be up to us for it.
Awesome, cool. Well, I know we've been going for a while here, and we want to give out as many questions as possible so we don't keep people too long. Because the biggest thing as well is at the end of the stream, we are releasing the patch notes, and I know a lot of people want to dive into the patch notes. But I guess before we kind of drop off, like Brett, I know you want to give a quick message out as well.
You didn't miss much, don't worry.
We saw this really cool piece of art that was made by one of our art directors on the stream, and it just really reminded us that there are hundreds of people working on this game all of the time. And these live streams are for a community, but it's also for all the folks who have been working tirelessly over the last dozens of months on trying to make this a reality. And so we just want to say thank you to everybody that's putting the hard work in.
I'm glad they're doing this. As a developer myself for a games company, I'm glad that they're acknowledging all these people that when people say game bad, game developers bad, this is how many people you're talking about, and not all of them will be bad, you know. There will be a lot of extremely talented people in there. So as a developer myself, and I can appreciate them doing that. We will have those going. Cool. I don't. Well, I've never had a trolley in my life. We don't have them here, I don't think.
Lots of stuff to check out in the patch notes and read after the stream. And again, to everyone here, we will see you guys October 8th in Nahantu. We're excited and we can't wait to download the level. See you guys.
Pretty good campfire overall, I'd say. Pretty good campfire. So now we've just got to wait for the patch notes to be available. I've noticed, right, some of my bot isn't working. There's meant to be, like, messages that come up in intervals, and they just aren't. So that's good. And I've been trying to fix it for the last half an hour, and I don't know what's broken with it, so that's great. I think Streamlabs is working, though. I'm going to have to use another system, because Streamlabs just seems a bit flaky. Oh, can't remember why I put my build. Oh, it was Mobalytics, isn't it? Yeah, so Streamlabs is here. It's just not doing my time as well. Hey, Laduga with the sub, dude. 2 months as well. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Big love. Give me a number between 1 and 6. I will do a nuclear jelly bean just for you, my friend. Just for you. Well, I guess we can pause this now. We'll just stick some music on until the patch notes are available. Yeah, how's it going, dude? I hope you're well, dude. Let's get some music on there until we get the patch notes. It's always 4. No, he's chosen number 1, Keradus. He's chosen number 1. Yeah, it's a bit annoying that... Oh, here we go. They're working now. Way! They're working now. Sweet. Fixed it. Life is pretty good at the moment. Laduga, I'm so glad to hear that, dude. Right, number 1 is cola or garbage. I usually go with 5. You chosen better. I don't mind number 5. That's cherry or chili. This is cola or garbage. Cola's okay, but garbage is certainly not okay. Yeah, I'll even go into the big chat screen. We're going to have to wait a couple of minutes before we can get to the patch notes. Big old brown bean. Good old brown bean. Look at this bad boy. Cola or garbage. I've had quite a lot of good ones, so I'm going to take a guess that this is going to be a bad one. Yeah, that is garbage. Oh. That does not taste good. Oh. Makes my eyes go. Oh man, that tastes bad. I'm glad I had my pizza first. Chocolate covered raisin. It's not a raisin. I like raisins. I don't like this very much. I need to get it down my throat because then I can consume drink. Oh man. Alright, it's down my throat. Get some of this in my face. Oh man. Oh my eyes. That was bad. Chocolate covered doo-doo. Yeah, just take the chocolate out of that sentence. Oh well, GG's. Thanks again, Ludugo. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Hey, Yoroids is in the house, guys. How's it going, Yoroids? Did you watch the campfire chat? It's just finished, so I'm waiting for the patch notes to come up now. I don't know exactly where the best place is to try and find these bad boys, really. So, actually, I'll use this browser here. Let's see what we got. Diablo 4. Patch notes 2.0. That's PTR, though. I mean, they said immediately afterwards, right? Let's go to the US here. I see MGB. I wonder if I go to the US if that will show them. The answer is no. Do want patch notes. Oh man, that taste is awful. Good God. Ugh. Yeah, Ovoids, it looks pretty good, dude. Honestly, it's too much for me to regurgitate and recap in 5 minutes. But we'll have a catch up over the weekend. I'll figure out the time and day tomorrow or something. We'll just find a time that works well. I'm happy to do it late my time, so it's because you guys are all in the States. You know, I'm happy to accommodate, no problem. And we'll, yeah. But yeah, I mean, everything, they've made some pretty sick, I haven't been out, we need to see the patch notes to see all of the changes. They only, as they do in most campfire chats, only go over a few key things. But all of the builds I've crafted, I'm going to have to adjust because they have changed some things, particularly the noxious key passive, the poison one. They've definitely toned that down a bit. And in fact, this is what I thought it might do. It's going to do what Flay does. Every time it procs, it's going to consume the poison. So you're not going to be able to permanently stack the poison up and then go boom and then kill everything. So there is a world where actually you want to build with less crit chance, so you can stack a few. You can stack a few poison stacks first and then crit and then consume it. But we'll see. I'm going to sneeze. One sec, guys. Oh blimey! I couldn't even get to my mute button in time. Sorry, guys. Should be fun. Yeah. Only a few days, exactly, dude. It looks good. Like all of the end game systems look like they're fun. The leveling strats probably changed a tiny bit. Thank you, Keradus. Yeah, the leveling strats probably changed a bit. basically they've made it so strongholds only give us 1.25 levels on completion now rather than 2. So basically we just want to get to level 43, 44, go and do all 15 strongholds, will be level 60. Nightmare dungeons now give a load of experience on completion as well as doing them, so they're going to be really good. They're definitely going to be like in the leveling strat for leveling up, I reckon. The new seasonal content looks really good, Yoroids. I don't know if you played D3, but they had the Realm Walkers, and they're bringing those in as a seasonal thing, and they open up like a dungeon. They open up a portal when they die. You go into the portal, and there's like target farmable loot. The new Kurest Undercity looks really good for that as well. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Overall, I'd say. Let's have a look. Oh, I tell you what's happened here. How do we do a full reset on Windows? Forced reset, in fact. You want to clear the cache, don't you, or something? What the hell? Look, refresh, and then it comes up with this here. Can you just send me the link? This is GB. Let's try US. That still not works. I can't remember what forced reset is on the page. I'm going to Google it. I know what it is on Mac. Windows, browser, force, refresh, Control Shift R. That's it. There. Okay. I still can't see it for some reason. It's there. You mean this? Oh, this here. Hey, there we go. Got it. Right, sweet. Yeah, I've got it. Here we go. Okay, so we've got 2 sets of patch notes. We'll go through the 2.01 first. So this is going to be the one that we download afterwards. So this is probably going to be huge. It's going to take us a moment to go through. Flipping now, it's massive. We'll try and scan through it. I won't read through absolutely everything because it does my voice in doing that. We'll just scan through. Masterworking ranks 5 to 12. Gold has been reduced by 1/3. That seems nice. That's going to cost less for masterworking in general. Yeah, so masterworking materials inside Nightmare Dungeons we already knew. So this is fun. This is interesting because this is one of the things I suggested in my PTR feedback video. Now, I'm not for a moment saying that it's because of that this has happened, but this is one of the things I said they should probably do, which is make non-ancestral legendaries masterwork up to 8 times rather than 4. And well, I suggested to do that, or to make it so you can have 2 temper affixes just to smooth that curve. They've actually done both. So that's going to make the curve a bit better when leveling up. So that's nice. Material cost for masterworking adjusted at lower levels. Nice. Oh, here we go. Yeah, okay. The pit. They've added 50 more pit levels, so the pit goes up to level 150 now. Bonus tier unlocks for fast clears have increased from 3 to 5 tiers, so you can speed through the tiers quicker if you're doing them super quick. Yeah, instead of making the pits harder, they've just added 50 more tiers instead. That makes sense. Loot updates. Lower level monsters will drop more items, but less crafting materials. Hellborns drop better stuff. Loot quality from Treasure Goblins and Butcher has just been improved. Butcher will always drop 1 legendary. Butcher will always drop the Butcher's Cleaver unique weapon. Treasure Goblins will always drop at least 1 legendary. World Boss loot now scales with higher torment levels, so that should... Well, let's just see how... The World Boss has always been a bit underwhelming, right? Adjusted Mythic unique rates from ladder bosses to compensate for being and guaranteed ancestral quality. That probably means that mythics are actually going to be rarer from ladder bosses now because they're guaranteed ancestrals, which makes sense. Duriel and Andariel do not guarantee a mythic item drop, but their chance to drop a mythic item is twice as high as other tormented bosses. So Duriel and Andariel are better for mythic drops going forward than the other bosses. That's not something that's been the case now, but that is going to be the case. Clink, you're good, dude. I've literally just started going through the patch notes. You've not missed much. 50 more pit levels. Masterworking's a bit cheaper. Butcher and Goblin loot being scaled. World loot boss being scaled. Durion and Ariel will be twice as good for dropping mythics, but the mythic drop rate's probably going to be lower because they always guarantee greater affixes with being ancestral. The chance for uniques to roll as ancestral has been significantly increased, so that's really nice. I think they said 3 times in the campfire. Starting in Torment difficulty 1, only legendary unique items can drop. That's right. Once you get to Torment difficulty and above, everything below legendary just gets auto-salvaged for you now, so that's really nice. Like, it's about bloody time, frankly. Press escape. How's it going, dude? It's great to see you, man. I hope you're well. Hope you're well. Just going to change my stream title, actually. Let's change this to that. That'll do. So that's all looking fair enough, to be honest. I mean, that auto salvage thing's particularly nice. It should mean our inventory won't be such a problem, hopefully. Rune words and sockets. Their original approach was to create a journey where both the runes where the runes would eventually lead to, the legendary runes. They're trying to reduce the gap of power between the lower rarity runes and the higher ones. I think that's what they're saying here. And to make sub-power runes competitive, the rune type will deal more than other types found in Diablo 4, depending on the amount of utility they provide. Okay, right, so the rune changes. Here we go. Don't walk or evade. Stand still while fighting. Okay, so they've actually just nerfed that one for whatever reason. This one here, yeah, this one will be good for hardcore, and that's about it. Become crowd control or injured. So that means when you go below 35% health, on a 10-second cooldown, it will give you 1,000. I think it was 1,000 offering. If there's a combination, you can put one in there, which gives you like... Yes, you could put the, for example, you could put the Barbarian Challenging Shout one on, which gives you loads of health and makes you way tankier. You could put that one on, for example, so if you go below 35% life, on a 10-second cooldown, it would just make you super tanky, making you way harder to just get one shot and die. So that could be quite nice. Vex, +3 to all skills. Holy crap, they've nerfed the crap out of that. +3 to all skills now costs 1,000 rather than 400. Holy Christ. They've really nerfed that. Spiritborn Vortex, I thought this was quite good anyway. They've made that 40% cheaper to use. So that's really nice. That's going to be quite popular, that one, I think. The Rogue one has actually been buffed, funnily enough. But we'll have to see if they've changed the way it works. Hey, Dark Lord Revlis, how's it going, dude? It's great to see you. Thank you so much for the Prime, man. 2 months as well. I really appreciate that, dude. Thank you for the support. How are you? Mango Crane, how's it going, man? I'll change your stream title. Wink, I'm sure you would, Clink. No. How about no? Jar. Okay, the Sorcerer Teleport's been buffed, so that's quite nice. Movement speed and evade refresh. Offering reduced from 400 to 50. Whoa, that's been mega buffed. 8 times. Jesus. That's really buffed. Ooh, look at that. For defenses, base, earth, and bulwark. That's been super buffed. Oops, what did I click on? No. I messed it up, Fenton. Right, let's go down there again. That's been mega buffed. 800 to 300. Holy cow. That's super buffed. So yeah, the Petrify one has been nerfed. The Petrify no longer gives critical strike damage, but it instead grants 100 offering. It does give you the extra crit damage from being the particular type of Petrifies. I think it's 50x extra damage. but it doesn't give you extra critical strike damage, which is what it did before. And the thing is, by giving you extra actual critical strike damage, it scaled everything that scaled on critical strike damage as well. So it was just playing into like splintering energy and stuff. It was basically triple. It was like double or triple dipping in damage. It's crazy. But giving you the 100 resource, that's super nice. That's going to be mega for real resource heavy builds. Warcry 1 has been slightly nerfed, but it uses base Warcry now instead of enhanced Warcry. So it's just they've actually nerfed how good a Warcry is as well. It doesn't have the enhanced Warcry anymore, and they've made it more expensive. So that Warcry 1 will still be good, just nowhere near as good as it was. Iron Maiden, bit more damage. Stun grenades, wow. The stun grenades have been buffed by 13 times on damage. Spiritborn Pestilent Swarm. That could actually be really good for a Pestilent Swarm build. That's been buffed on damage as well. Yeah, the critical overpower has been nerfed for the amount of needed. Critical damage reduction. They've got a typo. Generic cooldown reduction. This is meant to be cooldown reduction, not critical damage reduction. That's meant to be cooldown reduction. But the cooldown reduction, legendary glyph's been nerfed. Legendary rune's been nerfed as well it's been nerfed by 60%. That's huge. Yeah, so the Spirit Walks we saw in action, that should work a lot better now. Ultimate cooldown reduction. They've done it again here. Look, critical damage reduction. That's meant to be cooldown reduction. That's been nerfed as well. Barbarian Challenging Shout has been hugely buffed. Yeah. So it's half the amount of offering required. Reduce rune version duration from 6 to 3 seconds. Okay, so it's had its duration reduced, but it's because it's half the offering. So you'll be able to keep it up. You'll be able to activate it more often. They've removed some runes they just thought were useless. I can't remember exactly what they were. Oh, and the following runes have been updated to match their D2 predecessors. That's nice. These ones here that were originally in D2 have got the same icons. So that's good. Tugboat. Just wait till you see the other buffs on the other batch. I will do, Gorsh. Yeah. Just wait till you see what they did to Earthquake. Yeah, okay. I'm intrigued. Experience rewards. This bit's particularly interesting for when we boot up, actually. So yeah, Whisper Caches and Helltide Chests now give more experience. Yeah, the Strongholds were nerfed a little bit, so we know about this already. Rewards for Renowned Tiers 1 and 2 have been changed to flat values, so players don't feel like they need to wait until high difficulty to cash them in. That's really nice, because that was a worry of mine where you had to not claim your Renowned till later, so you just want to claim it off the bat. Good. Right, Paragon updates. So this thing's really good. I really like the Paragon updates. They're making the boards more powerful and the glyphs less powerful. So the boards will just be like more important on choice. Glyph scaling values have been reduced by 50%. That makes sense. Rare. They've got another typo here. Blimey. Who proofread this? Rare and magic nodes that provide additive damage have been increased by 100%. Single resist nodes have all been converted to bonuses to maximum resistance. Interesting. Single resist nodes have all been converted to bonuses to maximum resistance for a single element. Single resist 10%, maximum single resist 3%. That's really interesting. That means like fire resistance node will give you maximum fire resistance and stuff like this. That's nice. That's a real nice change. That'll be quite nice. Recuperate rare node. Potion healing's been changed to max life. That's really nice. Get maximum life in your Paragon board. Life per second has been increased by 2 times. That's pretty huge. Like, if you could actually get 1,000 life per second, it might actually be useful in the end game. Of course, okay. They buffed Oculus, yeah, but wait, I need to wait and see what they've actually done to Oculus. Don't ruin everything for me, Gorsh. I haven't got there yet. Armor nodes increased by 50%. That's going to be nice for maxing out armor. Yeah. Potion healing changed to max life. Armor changed to max life. Blah, blah, blah. Damage over time reduction changed to damage reduction. That's nice, because that means you're just getting flat damage reduction in your Paragon board, so that's going to be really nice to chase. Damage while fortified increased by a huge amount. Yeah, and impairment resistance could be useful as well for some builds. Right, Barbarian. Let's have a quick scan down here. I don't really know their Paragon boards as well as others. But what they've basically done here, I'm only going to call out ones of note here actually so I can skip through a bit of these notes. But they've changed some of the rare node and magic node stats to be more usable across builds rather than specific builds. So like physical damage to vulnerable damage here, for example. Damage to elites changed to damage while berserking and things like this. Damage to elites changed to crit damage. Berserking duration changed to crit chance and other useful stats in general. So that's really nice. So I'm just going to skip through unless I see anything particularly interesting. Earthquake duration reduced from 45% to 10%. So that's pretty massive for the earthquake duration thing. I think this is one of the this is one of the big nodes, right? Some pretty, there's massive Paragon board changes here. Corpse attack speed, interesting for Necros. Warp healing doubled. Blood orb damage changed to blood damage. That's interesting. That'll be really good for blood builds. Rogues. Marksman damage, cutthroat damage. Yeah, so they're just trying to they're trying to get away from the damage on Tuesdays thing even more, should I say. I do want to see it. And I told you the Winds of Glass would get nerfed. It's just too good at the moment, right? One of the reasons I didn't want to make any builds with it. Alright, Sorcerer. Damage to elites changed to crit damage. That's kind of nice. Damage to chilled changed to lucky hit. That's nice. Yeah, so getting rid of all that damage to chilled, damage on Tuesday stuff. This is good. Static Surges always bugs me as a board because damage to stunned is so reliant on stunning. It's no good in the high end against bosses, really, unless you stagger them. They're changing damage to stun to lightning damage, for example. And vulnerable damage to crit damage. So that's just really nice. Max mana change to cost reduction. So yeah, these are all just nice changes. They'll work on more than just like stun builds, for example. Caesar's Conduit, crackling energy damage. Oh, they've got crit chance in there now. That's nice. Conjuration cooldown reduction. That's nice. Max mana down to con. Yeah, that's nice. Attack speed. Yeah, okay. Some nice stuff in there. The audio for mythic unique drops now takes priority over other sounds. Health values for monsters in dungeons have been increased to have a less of a jump between them and the boss to smoothen the transition between encounters. That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, so Penitent difficulty is now available from level 1, although frankly when you start out your season, no matter how good you are at the game, you're probably not going to start at level 1 and Penitent. You'll probably get some items, go to tier 3, get some items, go to tier 4, you know. The formula for calculating damage reduction from armor has been adjusted to grant higher amounts of damage reduction at lower armor mounts than before. So that means you're actually going to be buffed when you're not at max armor. Additionally, lower level items will have higher amounts of armor than before. So it'll be easier to cap your armor, at least in the earlier stages of the game anyway. And the intensity scaling is only in Torment difficulties now. So basically the leveling to level 60 will just be a lot nicer for more casual people in general. That's what I'm getting here. Which means you're going to be able to go to Penitent difficulty a lot earlier than before. The 2 times increase applied to main stat contribution to skill damage has been reverted to pre-patch 2.0 values. So yeah, the main stat contribution to skill damage has definitely been nerfed to hell. That's been reverted. Bug fixes. Pets despawning. That's been fixed. Prime Grizzly Rage not granting a stopper has been fixed. I'm just going to call out the ones of note here. These are all very specific to class mechanics. Yeah, none of those. They're all very specific to class interactions. Fixed an issue where several legendary aspect values were lower than intended. Interesting. That means some legendary aspects are going to get buffed to hell, apparently. Fixed an issue where Air of Perdition's damage bonus against angels and demons was multiplicative instead of additive, which is why Air of Perdition was making builds so ridiculous. Yeah, I figured there was going to be a change there. It will still be very good. It just won't be as good as it was before. Fixed an issue where ancestral legendary items were not dropping in Torment Difficulty 4 Nightmare Dungeons. Wow, that's pretty bad. Wow. Yeah, okay. The rest of those are not so important, I'd say. Just trying to skim through this so we don't literally read every single word in here because it'll take forever. This is all like UI stuff and... Fixed an issue where other pieces of equipment could appear on the character in unexpected ways, such as pants floating in front of the character. Amazing. Oh dear, right, game updates. Players may now enable hybrid targeting, a new feature that allows for proximity selection of interactables to be used when mouse movement is disabled. This is meant to assist with item selection in instances where cursor targeting could prove challenging. That'll be nice for some people, depending on how you play. Gem changes. The drop quantity of gem fragments now increases as you ascend difficulties. There's a new gem tier we already knew about. Costs 100,000 gem fragments, 30 forgotten souls, and 10 million gold. Grand provides a 50% increase in power from previous tier. It does. It's very, very powerful. And yes, rubies no longer give max life. Amethyst no longer gives strength. That's rubies, and they give barrier instead. And diamonds no longer gives barrier generation. It gives all stats. That is correct. Yep. So all of the other tiers have been updated to reflect as well, accordingly. So they're just, you know, in line. So that makes sense. All right, additions, all classes, mythic uniques, Air of Perdition. Has anything actually changed here? No, there's nothing in red. This is all the same except they fixed the bug. Fine. Shroud of Death. Here we go. Here we go. They fixed the unlimited stealth bug. The unlimited stealth bug required the mythic unique chest, but it also required the rune. What they've done is they've made it so the mythic unique chest, instead of it being in the last 2 seconds, you gain stealth. Anyway, they've made it, if you haven't dealt damage in the last 2 seconds, you gain stealth and 40% movement speed. So if you deal damage, you become unstealthed. So you can become permanently stealthed and run away. But they've made it, the perma sitting stealthed and firing out earthquakes and, you know, whirlwinds and blowing up the screen, that won't happen anymore in theory. Because if they deal damage, they'll become unstealthed and then they get attacked, right? So that's what they've done, which makes sense. Hey, Milando, Oventar, how's it going, guys? Just skimming over the patch notes here. So that's, yeah, this had to be changed. That was completely broken before. That was kind of the problem. It wasn't necessarily the rune. It was the fact it was interacting with this chest piece as well, making it so you could be permanently stealthed and blast the screen and not ever get attacked. It's a good way to fix it, yeah. So that's good. I really hate this more damage over time than remaining life thing, because it doesn't work so well in the very end game, unfortunately. Oh, well, not on most builds anyway. Aspects of assistance, generic utility aspects. Your reinforcement cooldown is reduced by up to 33% X. After casting your ultimate skill, call your mercenary for reinforcement. Okay, that's a new aspect, basically. Related to your mercenaries and such. That's interesting. This is all the tempering stuff we saw before. Right, now we're just in here. So Mighty Throw. Mighty Throw has been buffed on its base damage. I don't know why that's crossed out, because it hasn't got a number next to it. I think that's probably meant to be increased in line with this. And it's got an impact lucky hit chance of 15%. So that sounds good. Barrier lasts less, but gives you more barrier. So, okay. I mean, basically, they buffed Mighty Throw a little bit there. Unique item. This is the new unique item. The ugly bastard helm. Interesting. I think they buffed it with a massive multiplicative fire damage buff. So that's interesting. That might end up being useful to some builds. If you want to make a fire barb. Shattering still's been increased. Like, that aspect's been buffed by 50%. Literally. That's quite a significant buff there. And a new aspect for Mighty Throw, by the looks of it. Multiplicative increased damage and heals another 2 weapons. So that's just making Mighty Throw more than one. It'll throw 3 weapons at once and they do more damage. So that's just going to be really, really good for Mighty Throw. Oh, they've just changed the name of that. Okay. Druid, Stone Burst. That's had a 50% damage increase. That's pretty significant. One with Nature, which is the companion passive skills. That's been buffed. So I think Druid companion builds might actually be quite good in this version of the game because they've been buffed. They've got a huge buff to the legendary node as well. Do I have the link to the patch notes? Yeah, 1 second. It's right here. There you go, guys. That's how concealment is supposed to work. Exactly, recovery. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So they've just increased the companion damage. Your companion skills each gain 1 additional companion and deal. So they've increased that by 20% damage. So that's quite nice. That passive skill there, that's been buffed. Shred gains a 4th dash attack. That's very important because that means it's not just an attack. It means it'll actually dash you towards things. So that will make wolves a bit more agile. Ravens, this aspect for Ravens has just had a enormous damage multiplicative damage added to it. So there might be a Ravens damage here as well. But up to 100x multiplicative damage. That's crazy. Deals its damage in half the time and enemies inside it are stunned. So that could be very good for Ravens potentially. And then, yeah, they've had willpower added instead of damage reduction from elites. Companion damage. Lucky hit, vulnerable. Yeah, okay. So it's just a few node changes here. Necromancers look relatively untouched. 1 passive just buffed a bit for more barrier. Unlucky hit. Unique helm. Chance for Soul Rift to deal double damage. So that's been changed on the unique helm. I can't remember what it was before, but that obviously has been changed for this. So that's probably made it even better, actually. Other than that, Necros look relatively untouched from the PTR. Just a couple of Paragon rare node changes as well, same as the others. Rogue, Dance of Knives, has had a base damage buff. This is probably to help counteract the fact that Victimize has been fixed. So we'll see if it actually does work this time, or if it's completely wrecked because they have apparently fixed it now. On to Lurk, got to see a prospect. Absolutely, Laduga, no worries. Thanks for being here and thanks for Lurk, man. The rest of Dance of Knives looks relatively untouched. Rogues, they said, were in a pretty good place. So, yeah, basically nothing else changed there. Just a few rare node changes here, which is what they said for all classes. Sorcerer. We've got any changes here. This is only the first set of patch notes. We've got a second one which will override these. So we'll go through these first quickly. Yeah, they changed all the names here for these clusters by the looks of it. So there's nothing really changed in the sorcerer board there. All classes, general. The only thing that's changed is Paragon nodes that give increased damage to healthy enemies. Increased from, yeah, they've doubled it. But it's just rubbish. Healthy enemies, we don't want that. Because once they're below 85% life, it doesn't work anymore. I just want them to remove that from Paragon boards, frankly. The Starlight aspect. Interesting. Oh, yeah. Gain 25 to 40 primary resource for every 20% life that you heal, or every 120% that you overheal when at maximum life. That's right. So when you're at maximum life, it's a massive nerf to Starlight Aspects. If you're constantly at maximum life, it's going to take you 6 times as long to generate this resource than it did before. But the nerf before was 10 times at 200%. They've actually buffed it since the PTR. So Starlight is still going to be worse than it currently is, but it's not going to be as bad as it was on the PTR. And Dariel's Visage. Explosions now happen less frequently in extreme situations, which is a bit annoying because that sounds like an Andariel's Visage nerf. But I guess we'll have to see how that actually ends up playing. How many times has Victimize been fixed? I know, right? Hey, Violet, how's it going? Thanks, Violet. Appreciate you. Yeah, Victimize is probably going to be broken in some way. It has been for a long time, right? Ground Stomp's had a little bit of a damage increase. Duration's increased, etc. Yeah, Ground Stomp's had a little buff across the board by the looks of it. But it's only minor. Elite damage reduction. 2% is huge, but this is the passive, that's per point. You put 3 in, that's actually 6% damage reduction to elites. That's pretty massive. And then if you get more points, in there, it'll be better, right? Oh, for God's sake. Just clicked something on the right by accident. Just gotten rid of where I was. So that's going to be quite nice for Barbs being a bit tankier against, where were we? Against, yeah, we go. Against elites. Tempering looks relatively the same. Sundered Ground's been buffed. Bold Chieftains. Whenever you cast a shout skill, cooldown is reduced by 1 to 3 seconds. So they've actually changed Bold Chieftains so that it reduces the active cooldown by a percentage per nearby enemy, rather than an amount of up to a maximum of 50%, rather than it being you can just use it. Oh, so it's actually been buffed, I think. If I'm reading this right, 1 second. Yeah, because your cooldown could be 60 seconds long. You could get up to 50%. That could give you a 30-second cooldown reduction if you do it. If you get 30% here and you're near 2 enemies and you've got a 60-second cooldown, that could reduce your cooldown by 30 seconds. That's an enormous buff to Bold Chieftains, especially for your long cooldown skills. That's insane. It does mean, but it means on your lower cooldown skills, it won't be as good. Where this might have actually been able to completely reset a skill before with 6 seconds, it will now only do 3 seconds on it if it's 6. But on your higher cooldown skills, this will be an enormous buff. Yeah, Violet, next week should be good. That's what we're looking for. Yeah, Barb will still be tanky. Hey, Derek, how's it going, man? It's good to see you, dude. Yeah, I'm going to be playing Spirit Ball to start with, I think. But yeah, for Barbs, this is a huge buff for your high cooldown skills. It's a nerf for your lower ones. But you're definitely a buff for your higher ones, for sure. Twin Strikes increase, overkill. And I think they said that Upheaval's been buffed as well. And the Rig of Red Fury has been buffed as well on the crit damage. That's interesting. Maybe that item will actually get used now. Dust Devil damage. Yes, is all your... Ooh, guaranteed overpower timer. Reduced from 20 to 15. 1 second, my cat's being a pain in the ass. Right, cat. Go. Dear. He's doing exactly the same as we did the other day. He's showing off and trying to get my attention, so I've just locked him out of the room for a bit. Right, that guaranteed overpower time has been buffed by 5 seconds, which is pretty significant. That's a 25% reduction in the time. So you're going to be able to get guaranteed overpowers quite a lot more often from that. So that's nice. Yeah, that's the rare glyph as well. So that's that glyph that's just been significantly buffed, basically, for the overpower builds on Barbs. Hey, Davey, how's it going, dude? Which barb build? Violet, I mean, it depends how you use it. Anything uses high cooldowns with the Chieftain's Bolt, the Bold Chieftains. But also, this will just be any overpower build. So, Hota, how many Ancients is one? That's definitely an overpower build. Maybe Upheaval? I don't know. I'm not really a barb player that much, I've got to be honest. It's been a while since I played one. Hey, No Fear, how's it going, dude? Right, we'll just scan down here. It looks like the majority of Druid has stayed the same up there. Wolf Companions, attack speed increased by 15%. So they have buffed Druid Companions significantly since PTR. There's definitely going to be some level of Companion build this season, for sure. Petrify, previous, in case all nearby enemies in stone, stunning them for 3 seconds. You deal 30% increased critical damage to enemies affected by Petrify. And against bosses, the critical strike damage bonus is increased to 50% multiplicative, and its duration is increased to 6 seconds. They've actually removed that and made it so it now generates 100 spirit, and encases all nearby enemies in stone, stunning them for 4 seconds. So yes. So they've made the base version of Petrify not give you critical strike damage anymore, but it now generates you 100 spirit, which is what the rune's going to do now. And they've made one of the extended nodes, instead of the extended node giving you the spirit, this actually gives you more spirit on the base Petrify. So this is going to be good if you go on the other branch. This will give you double the spirit that the old branch used to use by default, and that's what the rune will give you. And the multiplicative crit damage is now on Petrify itself. So Druids can still make use of this critical strike damage, for example, because that's an extended node, which isn't on the rune. And the bonus critical strike damage now applies to damage done by your companions. So again, Druid companion build is going to be there. So Druids, if Druids were using the Petrify rune, I think if you've got this branch activated, then the rune will actually use this as well, because you've got it activated in your skill tree, but other classes will not be able to use the crit damage version of this. And it also will make your companions better. So that actually could be exceptional for Druids. A particularly good rune for Druids, really. Hey, Wicked, how's it going, dude? It's good to see you, man. Hey, Devkez as well. How's it going, dude? How's it going? They're moving the lower tier builds up towards the meta. That's what I was hoping for. Give us some new stuff to play with, you know? Storm skill damage bonus increase from 40 to 45x. That's good. They're making Storm builds a bit more attractive in general. Yeah, they fixed Nature's Fury, so it's not working in an unintended way, which is one of the reasons the Doomstorm Druid was so damn good. The passive was being incorrectly triggered from skills other than cast, so it was just casting way more often than it should have. Spirit Boons. Wow, that's a huge damage increase there. 25 to 100x, blimey. Bolster, 45 amount increase from 25 to 50% max life. That's huge as well. Shred is getting a huge buff in aspects. Shock's getting the Pulverize build's getting a little bit of a buff in the Shockwave aspects. Yeah, Stormclaw's getting a huge buff, and the unique for Stormclaw's getting a huge buff as well. So yeah, Shred and Stormclaw definitely looks like it's going to be a pretty good werewolf build, or builds. Tectonic Spikes, huge buff. Seismic Shift aspect ranks increased from 17 to 21. Okay. Oh, right, so it scales high, I see. Earth Spike. Okay, so maybe there'll be an Earth Spike build? Who knows? Oh, a big buff to the shape-shifting skills. Yeah, that's been buffed. So there's just loads of buffs here to Druid in general. Like, huge buffs. Earth skills to crowd control, massive buff. Bold Chieftain, exactly the same buff as it was on Barbs. It's just going to be really good for your higher cooldown skills and not so good for your lower cooldown ones. Flesh Render. Cooldown reduction replaced with defensive cooldown reductions. That's a slight nerf, but focused towards defensive skills. Maximum health affix replaced with ranks of backlash. I can't remember what that does, but I suppose it hopefully will be useful. Wild Heart Hunger. Interesting. Okay. Wild Heart Hunger is having a pretty significant change. So those are the pair of boots that Druid use to scale their damage every time they shapeshift up to like 60x damage. It's being changed now, so it scales the value of Bestial Rampage. So it's being focused towards a key passive by up to 50%. So that Bestial Rampage gives some really nice bonuses, but yeah, this is going to be focused towards... That really is now focused towards a shape-shifting build rather than being usable on every single Druid build because it gives so much damage. So that's going to be pretty significant for a lot of builds that already exist. And Hunter Zenith's been changed again. Every 30 seconds you spend in an animal form, your next core skill is guaranteed to overpower and critically strike and deals up to 60x damage. Casting shape-shifting skills reduces this timer by 1 second or 2 seconds if you change to a new animal form. So this is always meant to have been a shape-shifting ring. That actually sounds really good now. You keep shape-shifting over and over and over, and you're going to eventually guarantee overpower and critical strike for 1.6 times multiplicative damage. That could be quite strong. It's got really good stats on it. The ring's got like quick shift on it and something else. So yeah, it just never had a good aspects on it, you know. All good. Today got me even more excited. Absolutely. That was a pretty good campfire chat. I'm not going to lie, guys. That's pretty good. Yeah, the rubies was changed in the PTR. I think that's good because it was pretty much everyone will use that unless you're going for damage, right? Now it's a bit more like you've got runes or you've got your main stat to choose from. Right, so we've just got... Oh, wow. Mad Wolves, yeah, they're buffing werewolf builds completely here. Look, the werewolf skills from 2 to 5 to 4 to 7 on Mad Wolf's Glee, that's huge. And the Greater Staff of Crone, I can absolutely see a Greater Staff of Crone build coming out. I might even try one next season. Yeah, chance for Stormstruck to hit twice, and the damage has been buffed by a pretty significant amount as well. That sounds pretty good. What's this? Lust of Carnage board. Lust of Carnage. Previous. Oh, yeah, this is the one where critical strikes with werewolf skills restore 2 spirit. Now it's critical strikes with werewolf skills restore 2 spirits, and they deal 50% more damage. So it's pretty significant build. Buff to werewolf builds again. Ancestral Guidance has been buffed from 30 to 40x, so that's pretty nice for pretty much every druid build. Right, Necromancer, Reap. Reap's been buffed a bit. Army of the Dead has been hugely buffed in both reduction in cooldown and doubled in damage. The Kalen's Edict's passive has been buffed, so it gives 3% additive attack speed to your minions and increased multiplicative damage for each active minion. So that's just going to make your minions cray-cray. If you've got 10 minions, that's 30% attack speed and 30% multiplicative damage to all your minions. So yeah, that's going to be pretty cray-cray. Skeleton Priest healing timer reduced by 40... let me do my math here. That's like a 30-40% buff. Huge. Minion armor massively buffed. Yeah, so and fortify amount increased for necrotic carapace. So yeah, huge minion buffs, as they said. Bone Golem active skill. Armor conversion to thorns increased from 70% to 200%. That's a massive buff. And Blood Golem Sacrifice has been buffed as well, so you get more maximum life from it by a third. 1/3 more. So that's pretty significant as well for blood builds. That's huge for blood builds. Because they scale off of max life, right? Pushing hard on the Pets Druid build. They are, yeah. Absolutely. Shade Mist Aspects is really nice because that now is the damage gets attributed to your minions and thus will scale with minion damage bonuses. So that's really nice. So yeah, minion stuff again. Aspects of Fell Gluttony. The damage is now attributed to your Golem and thus will scale with minion and Golem damage bonuses. So that's really nice. And Aspects of Damned, that will also apply to your minions. So again, minions are just getting huge buffs across the board here. Ring of Men Down, the damage is now attributed to your minions. So that's really nice. So you're going to want to use that on every minion build. Like, this is pretty much what it's there for anyway. Interesting. The Lidless Wall has had not necessarily a buff or a nerf. nerf. They've taken the armor affix off and replaced it with chance for Bone Storm to deal double damage. So they're trying to push Lidless Wall towards being an actual offensive shield with Bone Storm to try and make Bone Storm the primary skill that you use that item for, as opposed to solving armor. Because I used that on hardcore this season, and it just solves armor. Mutilator Plate, enormous Blood Lance buff. They've changed Blood Lance duration to chance for Blood Lance to deal double damage. That's huge. Yeah, I could see Blood Lance being quite good this season potentially. Yeah, so that's pretty significant. Loads of tempering changes for Thorns on minions and such. Paragon starter board, minion damage per... Yes, minion damage increases again. Rogue. Invigorating Strike, which is a melee skill, has just had a little bit of a buff across the board. Rain of Arrows has been buffed by 50%. And then, yeah, Rain of Arrows has just been buffed across the board as well by the looks of it. Victimize. Additionally, the effect now happens less frequently, but stores up the damage of instances it would trigger for the next instance. And the base, yeah, so the base damage of Victimize has been reduced by a quarter. And they're making it so it will explode less often, but it will save up the damage for longer. So we'll see how it works. Victimize will probably be broken, right, guys? It's not like Necrominion was in a real bad place, no, but it did fall behind other builds, I think. I cannot believe how hard they nerfed Barb and Lightning Spear Sork. I haven't got to that bit yet, Lord Carnage, I'm getting there. But they kind of needed to nerf Lightning Spear Sork, right? Yeah, I mean, when I get there, I'll see. I'll make my own take on it. But there was. This is what I was saying. That though, Lightning Spear was definitely going to get something done to it. It was just a matter of what, right? And to be honest, it wouldn't be such a bad thing for the game if Lightning Spear is not a particularly played build next season. Because if it became one of the top played builds again, Sork will be basically dead. Because, let's be honest, right? Me, you, and people in this channel right now, and the hardcore players, we will play lots of different builds. A significant portion, like a significantly high portion of the player base, what they do is they log in, they go YouTube, best builds. And if the best build comes up as Lightning Sork, guess what? The majority of people are likely to go and play. And most people do not play lots of builds. A significant portion of players probably play one build until they get bored of the game and then they move on to the next game. And if they're going to end up booting up for the expansion and it's going to be, oh, the same build is still the best build, I guess I'll play that. Or they just be like, oh, I can't be bothered, I won't play it. Because I feel like I've already done that, so it's a bit boring. So it wouldn't actually be such a bad thing if what was the best build this season was nowhere near the best build coming up. It'd be really nice to see some of the builds I've been playing sort of take premise, like Charged Bolts or Hydra or Meteor or some other really, something that just hasn't been done at the high end yet that ends up taking precedence. That'd be really nice to see, right? And that goes across the board for every class, in my opinion. It'd be nice if every build is viable still, but the proper meta would be nice if that was different. Because that is what a significant portion of the player base does. I mean, me, I'll play all sorts of stuff because I'll play all season, but a lot of people don't. And frankly, Winter Glass was too strong. Splintering Energy was too strong. Everything about Lightning Spear was too strong. Like, literally everything. It was just too good. The range on it was stupid. The permanent stun, because you get 100% crit chance, was stupid. The infinite scaling with crit damage on Splintering Energy was stupid with no caps. The Winter Glass was stupid, because that's why it was used on basically every Sork build. If you've got an item that's so good that nearly every build in that class gets better with it, then that's probably in a place where it's too good compared to everything else. And when you've got a build that can put all of those together, it's like mega super duper ridiculously overpowered. And that's basically what's happened with Lightning Spear. Yeah. So I'll get to that in a minute, but just having a quick scan through here. I'm not really a rogue expert, so I don't know exactly what he does, but there's a huge amount of buffs here coming to all sorts of aspects for rogues. And I'm going to presume that these are... Yeah. So this one here is... these are all the Twisting Blade ones and such, aren't they? And then, yeah, Rain of Arrows. So all the melee and Rain of Arrows, basically, getting buffed. Lovely. I can see a Rain of Arrow build. I mean, look, Word of Hakon, massive buff here. They've doubled up on how many ranks you get, and double damage for Rain of Arrows. So rather than fires twice, it doubles the damage. So it'll be easier to hit with your damage. Like both, instead of waiting for 2 waves to hit the enemy, you just hit it once and do more damage. So yeah, I can see a world where Rain of Arrows will actually be quite good in this season. Again, here, look, tempering as well, so you don't get hits twice. You got all these things here. So yeah, I can see a Rain of Arrows build there. Scanning down, Sorcerer. Prime Deep Freeze, that's interesting. Barrier, Scales with max life, base lives. I don't know if that'll be used, but it's definitely a buff. Sork is relatively untouched on these patch notes otherwise. Pretty much. Paragon update. So we knew about this anyway. Glyph experience has moved from Nightmares to Pits. We know that. Paragon board cap has been reduced to 4. Plus the starting board. We know that. And the maximum Paragon level is 300. So we already knew that. That's fine. Scanning down. Yeah. So all the summoning materials required for bosses has changed. Yeah, it was previously like Echo of Arshan. You required 2 for... World Tier 3 and 5 for World Tier 4. It's now 4. You don't get normal versions of bosses anymore or tormented versions of bosses. You just get that boss. It's the harder version. So you're not going to be able to like target farm your uniques quite as easily as previous seasons, but you'll get there pretty quick. 12 Living Steel, 12 Distill Fear, 12 Exquisite Blood, 4 Malignant Hearts. So it makes it a little bit easier to farm those bosses in general. They're a bit cheaper. A load of user interface and user experience. Is there anything about the multiplayer bug? It's the only one I'm really interested in. Up to 3 currencies can be pinned in the player's inventory, with obols and gold being pinned by default. So you can actually show different currencies in your inventory and you can choose which ones are showing. That's interesting. The descriptions of multiple items that implied if a skill tag was removed or added has been clarified. Okay, good. Druid Spirit offerings have been moved to the Consumables tab and the stat count has been increased to 999. Interesting. Lol, look at this. That's a typo. The number of available character slots has been increased from 12 to 1,413. If only. God, could you imagine? That's meant to be 14. They've only added 2. Man, they really need to get a better proofreader. I'm only skimming through and I'm noticing all these. I know. All of the characters! I'm going to take a screenshot of that. Yes! I heard we're getting more characters. Me hearing this while using my lightning spear sork. Wob, wob, wob. That is a lot of characters, guys. Dodge chance can no longer reach 100% through any means. The dodge... That's actually... Well, we'll see. That's not... Unless they've changed the Spiritborn skills, that's not strictly true. The dodge chance bonuses from the handful of related aspects have been swapped from additive to inverse multiplicative, matching typical dodge chance. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I never intended... There was a load of Spiritborn builds being crafted to get to 100% dodge chance, and I was like, that's not going to happen. But there is counter attack, which basically gives you 100% attack, dodge chance. So if you can keep that up 100% of the time, you will dodge everything. Unless they've changed it, which we'll get to. But yeah, I mean, there is a world where you're going to be able to get to pretty high dodge chance, though. Like, I would fully expect like 50 or 60%. I went really conservative on that number, but I can see a world where really cracked gear, you can get to at least 50 or 60% dodge chance, I reckon. Yeah, so Gauntlet's not in Season 6, that's fine. I've never done it. It just doesn't appeal to me, and it's probably the same for a lot of people. It's just it's a system that's kind of out of date now, really. Common items stop dropping after level 10. That's good. So they get auto-salvaged, probably. The allowance cache containing helpful items, no level restriction, contains 1 legendary item with a small chance to be unique or mythic. Multiple tiers that scale with level. Greater rewards at the greater levels. It's no longer a cheap source of legendary aspects. The cost has been adjusted to reflect that. And it can be crafted blacksmith instead of the alchemist. Okay. Yeah, ancestral items are guaranteed to have at least one greater affix. We knew that anyway. Nightmare dungeons get masterwork materials. We knew that. And glyph experience of pits. We knew that. All beneficial Nightmare dungeon affixes have been removed, with the exception of experience and gold increases. Okay, interesting. That simplifies things a little bit. How Smouldering Ashes are acquired has been updated. We're removing the character level requirement on those tiers and implemented a new system where Smouldering Ashes can only be unlocked with earned favour. Earned favour is all the favour you earn in game by killing monsters. So good that the things, the seasonal buffs you get where you put your ashes in. You now unlock those just by killing stuff. You're not locked behind what level your character is. That's actually a really nice change, I think, for people. That'll be nice. Bug fixes. Anything notable here that's been changed since the PTR? Earthen Bulwark was scaling of a base life instead of maximum life. That's a huge buff to Earthen Bulwark. Madball's Glean Insatiable Fury could grant fewer skill ranks than displayed. That's a big buff to them. Fixed an issue where landslides from Earthbreaker could trigger Nature's Fury. That's one of the things they fixed for Nature's Fury. Yeah, that's pretty significant. Just trying to see if there's anything else of major note here. I could curse the player. Fixed an issue where curse is cast by minions while using Blood Moon Breaches could curse the player. So you could end up cursing yourself. Man, sucks to be you. That's amazing. Yeah. Rogue fixed an issue where Victimizes vulnerable damage bonus did not properly scale with the listed value. That's probably what was broken with it. Sorcerer fixed an issue where the attack's reduced evade cooldown affix did not reduce the first teleport enchantment cooldown applied when equipping the Oculus. Fair enough. Fixed an issue where Conjuration Mastery stacks were not being removed if a player unequipped the Hydra skill while Hydras were active. Yeah, I heard about this bug. So we knew that was coming, that fix. They already said. Yeah, so the rest of those are fairly minimal fixes, but they are fixes nonetheless. Fixed an issue where the following damage effect sources did more damage to tormented bosses than intended. Veer's Mastery, Gore's Devastating Grip, Skullbreaker's Aspect, and Stormclaw's Aspect. So they've just been nerfed against tormented bosses by the sounds of it. Fixed an issue where Fists of Fate was not triggering its effect in multiple cases. So that's a buff to Fists of Fate, apparently. Hey, Earthfire, how's it going, dude? Did you get to see the campfire? Are you excited? Yeah, the Victimized fix probably is a refix. Yeah, you're right. Alright, we're basically at the end of his patch notes, actually. That's good. Fixed an issue where Temerity was not gaining the proper number of shields based on healing. I mean, that's a huge buff to Temerity then, probably. Okay, so that's the end of the initial patch notes, but there is a second one, which is this is what we're going to have on release. That's like mainly the PTR changes and things they've changed its PTR. This is right. The frame generation will be super nice. We've not been able to use it because it kept crashing the game. That's my game when I first installed on PC kept crashing repeatedly, and it's because this was on by default, and I have a 40 series Nvidia card. Yeah, if you had certain things on, it would just crash all the time. So what have they changed here then in the 2.0.2, which is what we'll get on the day? So no one's got this yet. I imagine this will be downloadable the next day or so. Legendary aspect affix values now have a separate cap between ancestral and non-ancestral items. That's right. That's what we were expecting before. Right, rune words. Here we go. So these are the changes to the runes. Same non-channel. Oh, wow. I'm using that on a lot of my builds, and that's been buffed ridiculously. Oh. Oh, no, it's actually a nerf. 1 second. Magic runes of ritual. Cast same non-channeled skill 3 times, but you gain twice as much. I mean, it's a buff, but you have to cast it 3 times. Interesting. So all of the magic ones are getting buffed here, really. Cast after moving, it's getting 2.5 times offering. Use it. I mean, most of these you're never going to use, though. Right, evade might bit, maybe. But cast after moving is going to be good as a transitional rune. Using healing potion. I mean, you'd have to be used to smashing healing potions, I guess. The rare ones, hard CC an enemy gives you twice as much offering. So I mean, the problem with knock is that doesn't work on bosses because you can't CC a boss until they're staggered. So when you're staggered, you get 1 proc of this, and this is it. So this is useless on the end game. This is absolutely useless against bosses. It doesn't work. I tested it. So yeah, it's amazing for non-boss enemies, though. It just doesn't work on unstoppables and bosses. Because if you've got a build that's permanently freezing, permanently slowing, you just permanently proc that. But it's no good on bosses, so that's why I wouldn't use it. Deal damage and take none for 5 seconds. This has been major buffed from 5 to 2 seconds, but it's had the offering reduced from 300 to 200. So it's kind of a small buff, but it means you're going to be able to proc it more often. This might actually be usable now. If you've got a constant barrier, so you're not taking HP damage, then every 2 seconds you'll be able to get 200 of this. So that means every 5 seconds you'll be able to get 500 on average. That would proc a significant number of your other glyphs. So this is not too bad. That's better than it was. And then the 5% resource one has been buffed as we saw. Vex, plus 3 soul skills. Duration has been increased. Critical overpower has been buffed a tiny bit since that last patch. Gar, gain critical strike chance up to 10 stacks. I think that's buffed because it's giving you more critical strike critical strike chance stacks now. I'm not entirely sure. Max HP. Zao, maximum HP duration increased. Quad movement speed up to 5 stacks. That's been buffed from 6 to 7%. So that's quite nice with movement speed. Earthquake rune. The rune version is significantly more powerful, like 3.5 times. Stun grenade is up. Stun grade's up by 16.25 times in damage. That's ridiculous. The stun grenades have got some crazy damage going on here, and yeah, the meteorites as well. They're up by 4.25. It requires less offering, and it's got 4.25 increase in damage. That's pretty mental. Pestilent Swarm 3 times increased damage as well. So these are looking all right. These 4 here, they could be usable at some point in your leveling journey or in an end-game build potentially. Yeah, stun grenades, right? Yeah. Stun grenades. I mean, I could very much see a meteorite build. I didn't test it out in the PTR, but instead of focusing on the meteors doing the damage, there's multiple sources you can get meteorites from. That could be quite fun. Unstable tooltip. Right, lightning spear. Only 12. Here we go. I told you they were going to do this. It's exactly what I said they needed to do. And it's exactly what they've done. Because the problem is, right, lightning spears had an infinite cap. You could get an infinite amount of lightning spears. Hydras, you can only get 4 with the current setup. You can get +2. You can get 3 if you've got the serpentine aspects on. And then you can get 1 through your enchantments. That's 4 hydras. Ice blades, in a realistic world, you can only get to about maybe 10. Maybe a bit more, but not a lot, right? And lightning spears, you're getting like flipping 50 or 60 of them in the current version of the game. So yeah, now they're capping lightning spears at 12. Yeah. So this is still going to be good. It's just not going to be ridiculously OP. This makes sense. This is one of the changes they needed to make. You could just get too many lightning spears. Enlightenment, no longer gain stacks from automatic casts. That's fair enough. Probably shouldn't do that anyway. Aspects, splintering energy. The effect can now only happen every 0.25 seconds, but will deal extra damage for each trigger missed while on cooldown. Interesting. They haven't actually changed splintering energy, so splintering energy will still be quite strong. So there is a world where my charge... Actually, do you know what's really funny about this? Actually, the way they fixed this is really good. This is nerfed ice. This is nerfed lightning spear. My charge bolts build did use aspects of splintering energy, but because they've not changed the critical strike scaling on it, I was relying on that to give me that extra oomph, but most of the damage wasn't coming from it. And I wasn't relying on 12 lightning spears. I just needed a couple of lightning spears to proc splintering energy every now and then. So actually, my charge bolts build won't be affected by these changes that much, if at all, really. Maybe a little bit, but not a lot. I think this will actually make it stronger. It's not going to be the best build by a mile now, no. Elemental, another typo. Aspects of elemental constellation. Damage increased from 50 to 1050%. Weapon damage to 50 from 50 to 70. I don't think they meant 1050%. I think they meant 105. Because otherwise, that's a ridiculous buff. Hey, Lord Carnage. Oh, I got a few builds going. But yeah, the Charge Bolts build is not a poison one next season. I went for a proper true... I'm going to have to see how much of a difference the Air of Perdition nerf makes, but I think it should still work pretty well, that build. Yes, I'm hoping they've done to Oculus what I've been wanting them to do. Because even though Oculus has got the chance for double damage on teleport, unless they've changed the aspect, it's still going to play like crap. Like, I made it so I could do T7s this season pretty easily with it. And I had a 4GA Oculus, right? And I masterworked it in the right place and everything. The problem is, it's so clunky to play. Because to be offensive, you want to be evading constantly. No matter how good you got your cooldown reduction, your manual cooldown for teleport would not have been enough to just repeatedly... I mean, I suppose with the double damage, maybe it'll be a little bit more viable, but most of your damage comes from the evade and random... But it was randomly locating you. So they're taking an item, trying to make teleport an offensive skill, but they've made it in such a way that makes it really hard to be offensive. Because you could end up going backwards to where you're like running into your target and it'll make you go backwards. So it's very annoying. This would make your manual teleports, if you get really good cooldown reduction on it, and I got it down to like 1.5 seconds or something cast. If you can make it so you can tell... to be fair... If you use the runes for cooldown reduction as well, if you go all in on cooldown, maybe you could get your manual cooldown under half a second, then maybe this would actually be really good, yeah. So there is a world where actually an Oculus build would work. You would just not be relying on the evade mechanic. You would just be relying on... You'd be relying on that aspect to give you... you'd just be relying on the ridiculous stats it gives to teleport, I guess. Move with teleport. I don't know. We'll have to see. That could potentially work. The rune with teleport could work with it as well. You're right. I mean, there's a few things here that may make it work. But yeah, it always bugs me that the evade is random. So there is a world here where maybe actually there will be a teleport build. Yeah. I've already got one in a planner. I can just adjust it with all this new stuff when I get there. Yeah, fully random is the problem with the Oculus right now. It has no, like... If it was like they want to try and stop it so you can't just perma teleport around the map. But what they really should do is make it so if you're near enemies, it will teleport you randomly near the enemies, or if you're on a single target enemy, it will teleport you onto them or something. It will like focus onto enemies within a really short radius. So if you're actually combating things, it will let you teleport constantly on top of them and kill them. But then once they're all dead, it won't allow you to teleport across the map. You know what I mean? It would be pretty disgusting if you're constantly teleporting, yeah, but you'd need... You'll need like really ridiculous. There is probably a way here where you could make it so you could teleport often enough that it might actually work. I did pretty good damage with my teleport build before. I just couldn't get it consistent enough so I could actually go teleport, and actually hit the bosses. I could wreck the enemies. I could clear the dungeons. I just couldn't get it so I could target and kill the bosses because I kept going on top of him. Then you'd press spacebar and invade away from him. So then you had to manually teleport back on him and then hope that when you press spacebar, it would teleport on top of him. You couldn't just sit there and smash it over and over. Maybe maybe there's a world where this would work better. Just trying to... Yeah, that's fine. I said about the the character slots. They've got a lot of typos in here. It's crazy, right? I haven't got to the point where I've read about trading mythics yet. You guys are ruining the patch notes, really. No, it's all right. I mean, if they've made them tradable, then that's about time, really. They should have just done that anyway. Just creates an economy, doesn't it? Right, incinerate, double damage on flame scar. This probably will make this the go-to weapon for incinerate. Incinerate may actually have a world where it'll work this season because you could use an offhand with this weapon, you see, and then put the aspects on which you need. Fractured Winter Glass. Cooldown reduction for conjuration skill affix has been swapped with inherent all resistances affix. Yeah, that is a ridiculous nerf to conjurations. Because that's one of the ways they were making it so that they could get stupid numbers. I mean, now, 30 conjurations on Conjuration Mastery is going to be really hard to achieve. You will actually have to use Hydras, Ice Blades, Lightning Spears, and Familiars to get there. With really cracked gear. You'd need all 12 Lightning Spears, you'd need all 6 Familiars, you'd need all 4 Hydras, so that's 22, and then you get 8 Ice Blades. You will basically need to be full Conjurations to get to that 30, so that's fine. I said there was multiple ways you could go around fixing it. One of them would have been to reduce Conjuration Mastery, but what they've done is they fixed it elsewhere. More focused at Lightning Spears, that kind of makes sense. Yeah. It needed doing, though. The Fractured Winter Glass has been too good. This will make it less good for other... It'll make it less good for other builds. It's more focused on the build that it was meant to be intended for to start with, right? I didn't hear the trading mythics in the campfire chat, Earthfire. If it's not in the patch notes, then I won't assume it's true. Maybe I missed it, but I didn't. If I don't see it in the patch notes, I won't assume it's true. So yeah, that probably means mythics aren't tradable. Yeah, I don't. That's why I didn't know about it when you mentioned it. Tempering. A new utility recipe for incinerate size, meteor size variable says has been added. Blah, blah, blah. They've also made it so lightning spears can't be double cast. It's double damage for lightning spears. So, I mean, in a way, this will counteract some of the needing lots of lightning spears. It will just make it so that they hit harder, right? So that will help counteract. So lightning spear will still probably be a viable build. It just won't be insane. yeah. Gosh, I wish. They bugged paragons for fire. Yeah, buffs, you mean? Yeah. I'm just getting to that now. Burning Instinct, cap increased 80 to 90. Now requires 30 for every 2 instead of 20. That's fine, because you're going to get there anyway, right? I mean, that basically means you need 45 times 30. So you're going to need 300, 1200. You're going to need 1350 intelligence to get to this. Easy. You're going to get that easy. No problem. But that's still a little bit of that's a nice little buff to your fire damage. I mean, I made a pure fire Hydra. My one in... So the one I did in the PTR did use the Winter Glass. Mainly because of the ranks to Conjuration Mastery, to be honest. But yeah, maybe there will be a world where the actual burning version will be better. My original one. Didn't you switch it to crit at the end? Crit. What do you mean, sorry? No. No, it was all... Yeah, the one in the PTR was different. I did a Winter Glass version. Because the burning version did just struggle. Again. But if they've buffed all the burning stuff, I could go back to my burning build, couldn't I? I've still got my burning build from this season. It will still relatively line up. this is all the stuff they announced for Infernal Horde, so that's all nice. Yeah, gems and runes can be freely swapped without needing to visit the jeweler. Okay, so you can slot gems and runes without needing to visit a jeweler. That sounds quite nice. 5 Forgotten Souls, you can craft a blacksmith cache. Yeah, so mythic uniques are going to be easier to get though, because you can get a random mythic unique when you craft with just 2 resplendent sparks, or you can use 2 resplendent sparks and a set of runes to get a specific one. So that's quite nice. It will mean, generally speaking, it'll be easier to get a random mythic unique, but you'll need a certain... It gives some sort of like weight to an economy for runes when you want to craft specific mythic uniques. Runes are now guaranteed to be dropped from following sources: boss encounters, whisper caches, world bosses, first time reward for clearing a stronghold, magic only. And impairment reduction no longer appears on items. That's quite significant because that's one affix just completely gone from items, which means it's going to be a little bit easier to get some of the other ones. Right, bug fixes, Barbarian. Anything notable here? Fixed an issue where the Brawl glyph didn't properly grant its legendary bonus, so that's pretty significant for that. I mean, I didn't play Barb in PTR, but that'd be pretty significant if it's not actually granting that. Fixed an issue where the Druid legendary nodes Devastation and Thunderstruck did not function. Jesus, I mean, that's pretty significant for Storm builds in general. And the Overpower, I think that's the Overpower one. Fixed an issue where the 4th Shred Strike from aspects of Agile would always critically strike. Jesus. Okay, so Necromancers were relatively good. What about Sorcerer? Rogues are looking like... Yeah, most of that's just fixing like general bugs. Fixed an issue where certain fire and cold damage effects did not work with Enlightenment. Yeah, okay, so frozen orbs from Fractured Winds of Glass will no longer stack Enlightenment. Yeah, okay, so that's just generally a few bug fixes there. Yeah, there we go. Miscellaneous. Fixed an issue where the stealth effects for the Shroud of the False Death, the mythic, wouldn't be broken by mercenaries or minions dealing damage. Alright, yeah. Dear, oh dear. Good old bugs, eh? Some of these bugs are hilarious. Yes, they've done what I said they should do. Fixed an issue where legendary aspects and tempering affixes that are not usable by your class would occasionally function when using a skill or other class another class via rune words. As part of this fix, classes will no longer be able to equip items with tempering or legendary affixes that are class specific for another class. So that means, you know, the ones which aren't available in other classes and you have to level up another class. My guess is that when you use those items will no longer be usable unless you're on the class that they're intended for, which is what I basically said they should do anyway. Want to buy patch notes? I can link it to you if you want, Pinch. Yeah, some of the interaction of bugs, yeah. Yeah, the greater chest will give at least one greater affix, ancestral, yeah. But I think it's more like 2 or 3. On the original release, that's how things were, exactly. Yeah. And that's pretty much it by the looks of it. So pretty significant. This still doesn't show all of the expansion stuff, but these are just like the game updates and whatever. Yeah. So we haven't got the Spiritborn up details here, though. I was kind of hoping the Spiritborn details would be in here, because I can't... Yeah, I can't... The thing is with this, I can't do my theory crafting. They're going to have to go data mine the game. Because there were some pretty significant changes to the Spiritborn in what they showed in that campfire. Yeah. So I don't know when we'll get those available to us. They've forgotten to add all of the Spiritborn stuff. Like last time they forgot to add details, didn't they? This time they've just forgotten to add any expansion stuff whatsoever. Like, unless there's another section for it. Let me have a look. Maybe there is. Let's have a look. What about these? October the 2nd. Oh, here we go. Oh, no, here we go. There's some stuff here. So that's from the other day. Here we go. We got this here. This is the season stuff, is it? Yeah, so the new seasonal mechanic round walkers, they look cool. Yeah, you go into portals, you go in here, you can choose rewards, use sigil powers or whatever to spawn up one of these portals to get specific rewards that you want. And like this one's here, summoning items and infernal compasses, that's like boss materials and stuff, and you can go and do those. The new opals look great, I've got to be honest. New type of elixir, stacked with other elixirs, 15x experience, last 30 minutes. And okay, you have to pay materials to get them as rewards. I think those are what you get here. You do these torment challenges, and then depending on which one of these you choose, you get an opal for it. That makes sense. So that's what you get here. But these look really good. You know, you can use it as another way to target farm gold or boss materials or whatever it is you're going for. This is your seasonal quest line. There's Acheron Remnants, so that'll just be your caches, you know, up to, what, let's say cache 20, and you'll get your spark at the end or whatnot. I mean, it looks like 12 there, but I imagine it'll be higher than that. It'll probably be similar to what we've had already. The progression changes we already knew about. Hey, we got a raid coming in from Beacon. How's it going, man? How's it going, dudes? Did you watch the campfire? You excited for it? Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Immortilize, part of the main stat team. We're just finalising going over the patch notes stuff here, although they seem to have forgotten to give us all of the Spiritborn expansion stuff. So I don't know where those are. Hey, Kenner Wolf, how's it going, man? Thanks for the follow. Appreciate you, dude. Hope you're well. Hope you're well. And I hope you had a great stream, Beacon. My 100% poison Spiritborn was nerfed because of the glaive everyone knew was getting a bone meal. I just didn't even entertain that glaive because I looked at it and I was like, there's no way they're releasing that with 27 all skills on it. That's ridiculous. Like, that will make every other class completely pointless to play. That will make every build on Spiritborn better than any other class. So I knew that it wasn't going to be like that, which is why I didn't even bother using it. I want to see the patch notes because they've changed all of the stuff I've used in my builds, like at least a little bit. Yeah, watched it. It was too long. It was pretty long. I had to fantasize, absolutely, Bone Meal, you and about 90% of other people, but I like to be realistic, and I knew it wasn't going to be like that. The season does look good. The season looks real good. We know about all these stat adjustments. We know about the difficulty adjustments. Monster levels, Paragon updates. We knew about this, Object Site only. Glyphs, blah, 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 blah. We know about this. One new Paragon board, we know about that. You can only use 5 Paragon boards. We already knew this. Yeah, so Mighty Throw's been buffed a bit. Stoneburst has been buffed a bit. Ooh, Soul Rift has that been buffed or nerfed? Don't know. It's in red though. It's been changed. Rogue is in red, so that might suggest that's been changed as well. To make it so you just can't dance a knives. I don't know. Oops. It's hard because it doesn't actually say what it was before. So it's a bit annoying. Yes. This was bugs before, the familiars. So, like, if you were casting... yeah, they cycle through when you cast any skill, but it wasn't allowing you to summon a familiar when it had changed to the next one. So you could cycle it to cold, and it wouldn't allow you to spawn that before it cycles to lightning and stuff. So it was a bit... Well, it felt like it was bugged anyway. Wow, that's a mega nerf to the fire familiar, though. Down from 94% burning damage to 40. Christ, that was really good for leveling. That's been mega nerfed. Yeah. Massive buffs to companions, permanions. We've already seen all these. Yeah, Season Journey, Battle Pass, and all that good stuff. Got an epically good looking mount. Epically good. I mean, that armor looks pretty sick. Look at that. That looks pretty cool. So that's the armor coming with the Season Pass by the looks of it. Party Finder. And then probably new shop stuff. Community resources here. But we want the... Yeah, it's annoying. We don't seem to have the patch notes for the Spiritborn. So that's a bit sad. They've forgotten to give that bit to us. So we'll probably have to wait till tomorrow for that stuff. Yeah, maybe they're trying to keep behind the Curse of Expansion, absolutely. Nudge, nudge, wink about the angel demon thing. Oh, well, that's true, Bone Mill. Yeah, that is true. I'm just going to double check I'm not missing something here, but I definitely don't see any Spiritborn stuff here. This is all just other classes, isn't it? There's literally nothing expansion here. The embargo is tomorrow. No, the embargo is the 4th for the expansion. So it may well be that they're putting together a separate post for that to come out on Friday for over the weekend. Yeah. Okay, but this is all looking pretty good, though. I mean, this is looking pretty sweet. I was kind of hoping to see the changes for Spiritborn because I've got 4 builds for them and I've got a 5th one in the works. And I kind of want to see all that stuff before I go ahead and adjust them anymore, really. But it's all looking pretty good overall. Yeah, I definitely haven't missed anything here. Loads of stuff, though. Loads of stuff. All right, cool. Well, good times. Guess we'll get into some actual gameplay, right? Haven't done that in a while. Did a Theorycraft stream the other day. Which I didn't intend to be the whole stream, I've got to be honest. But it ended up being that anyway. So I suppose we should go play some game. Let me just turn that. I need to make a separate screen for SDR at some point. If they dropped all the info now, then hype would drop over the weekend. That's true. Yeah, they've either forgotten or keeping it for release. Probably a bit of both. They probably forgot. They'll probably be like, oh, we forgot, guys. Sorry. Right. Oh, let's boot. Okay. Honestly, is that downloading something? It may well be. Oops, what have I done? Oh, it is. How quick is the download going to happen? Let's have a look. I haven't actually done my download yet. Let's wait for it to kick in and see if the internet... I'll tell you what, I'm going to go for a quick restroom break anyway. So I just spoke for about an hour straight. I will be back in 1 minute, guys. See you in a sec. guys, I'm back. I've forgotten to send a check. Yeah. Alright, this update is downloading pretty fast, but I don't actually need it today. I'll do this off stream. Let's get the game boosted up here. The download is gigs of data for expansion, but it pauses when you play it. Yeah, I saw that. I just left it for 5 minutes and I'm at 33%, so it wouldn't have taken long. My internet downloads at like 90 megabytes a second or something. It's pretty fast. Am I going on hardcore or softcore? I'm just going to quickly start on hardcore. I mean, I don't even know if there's many people here that are playing much now. Is there people still here actually playing much still? I'm going to change my title of my stream now, I suppose, since we're not reading patch notes anymore. You're on hardcore, nice. Let's change the title of this one as well, I suppose. There we go. Interesting, that's the only one that's coming up. Just change a couple of these around. Yeah, that'll do for now. Hey, Mad Halko, how's it going, dude? Still going strong to push 150 pit? Yeah, man. How close you got now? How close you've got? I just made this druid last night. It's already doing T7s. Hey, what build you playing? Well, let's see if I can remember how to play my Necro and not rip, hopefully. I haven't actually played on this character for a few days. It's been a crack. It's been a crack. Terminally stupid is my permanent state. Heard this song live last year. Nice, man. I do my daily death runs on softcore for giggles. Yeah, I'm sure you do. Landslide. Nice, dude. Yeah, it's pretty good build. It's pretty good. I'll see if I can remember what I was doing on this character when I was last on here. Something I actually played a few days. So yeah, I've got my Doomy. One of those on. I think I was still leveling glyphs up, so let's just go crack those quickly. Yeah, we do this. I mean, I was smashing these, so these were okay. Stuck at 139. We still got a little way to go then. Yeah, 150 is a bit of a stretch now, unless you're using light lightning spear or one of those really cracked builds, and you obviously need very good gear for it as well. See, before we do this, I should give a shout out here to Beacon. I actually forgot to do that. Let's give a shout out for Mr. Beacon here, who's kind enough to raid us, the guy himself. If any of you haven't checked him out before, you should go check him out. He helps out the community a lot with boss runs and such. It's definitely worth a moment of your time. So all I remember is this build was good enough, though, is just going around and just lollicaking pretty much everything. Just wait until I like overpower and then it just like insta rips the map. Just watch me like insta rip now because I haven't played in a bit. My gear is like pretty good. I mean, I'm still missing 2 mythics. Still missing the Tyrells and the Starless Skies. Those would dramatically improve the build further. That's right, I think I got to the point where I could start to spam this a bit. I just did 115 million overpower there. Lol. Oh, that might have been the shrine actually. I was gonna say I'm still missing some pretty key bits for that. Absolutely big, and yeah, sorry it was a bit delayed. When I'm like heads deep and elbows deep and everything else deep in patch notes, I get lost on everything. I'm super hyped for the new season, the new expansion though. It all looks really good, Beacon, to be honest. It's going to be much needed for the refreshment of the game, I'd say. Yes, I think my plan for the rest of the week is we're doing much. I'll be taking one day off over the weekend. I don't know which day yet because I'm going to be playing games with my family off stream probably, or maybe I will come on stream and I'll just do it on stream. But I think we're going to be playing a bit of Core Keeper or something, which is like a Terraria style game. But I haven't played games with my sister got married at the weekend, so now her whole life has been like go, go, go wedding for ages. And I haven't had a game night with my brother for a while. So I think we're linking up. But other than that, I will be streaming the other 2 nights. And then Monday, I will start streaming a little bit later because it releases at midnight my time. So I'll probably come on stream about 11, 11:15, half 11, somewhere around there, my time. And then we'll be blasting for at least 24 hours. That whole week will be, I'll be basically, when I do sleep, it'll be wake up and come back on stream again. We'll be blasting hard. So, how was the wedding? The wedding was really good. She had a great time. That's the most important thing, right? The people whose actual wedding is, they had a good wedding. But yeah, it was good. Lots of family, lots of friends. I saw one of my oldest friends that I don't see very often, who my sister invited because I've known him since I was 3 years old. So the one thing about my brother and sister is we're all quite close and we've all got our own like best friends, but the ones we've known for a very long time, like 20, 30 plus years, they are like our friends, but they've almost become like family friends because we've known them, because we always try and include each other and things and stuff. We're just like that. We're quite close with my family. Very family oriented people. So that was really nice. Got to see one of my oldest friends who I really don't have that many from my old days where I speak too much. And that's partly my fault, to be honest. I've just been bad at keeping in contact with people. But well, yeah, I've known him since I was 3 years old. So over 30 years. So that was really nice. 48 hours. I don't know if I can do 48 hours without actually having an aneurysm. I could try. I can do it 24. I've done that a few times. Trust me, to 48 hours, that's hardcore. You're going to need something to help you along the way there. Not that I can condone or recommend anything. I recommend you start adjusting your sleep schedule now, so on release you're not starting off and... Oh, don't you worry, Lord Carnage. Midnight is perfect for me. I normally start my streams at 10:30 at night. So it's not a lot different to when I start normally. My plan is I'm working at home on Monday, so I will finish... Where am I going? I need to go there. I'll finish my work day. I'll have a bit of dinner. I'll work out, and then I'll go for a sleep for a few hours. I'll have everything prepared already up front. So all I need to do is log in and get everything going and make sure there's no technical issues and such. Make sure everything's downloaded, etc., etc. And then we'll be blasting. But it's not actually a lot different to my normal sleeping schedule. And I know that sounds ridiculous, but that's just what I've been doing for 5 months. Because I still work in the day, so to keep the schedule, I've had to stream the opposite end of the day, basically. The only benefit of being unemployed, I guess, yeah. There's certainly one benefit. Yeah, so it'll be okay. I've done a handful of 24 hours this year. I've got a system down as well. Like I will have energy drink available and stuff. But yeah, I've got a system down with the 24 hours. The last 4 tend to be the hardest, to be honest. Everything up to there usually is okay. But the last 4 hours can be a bit tough. This is why I need the Starless, guys. I can't quite just perma-spam this without the Starless. Which is a bit annoying. If I could, he'd have died already. There you go, he's dead. I haven't really masterworked anything on this yet either. I was just trying to get my glyphs up to 20. Yeah, let's get my glyphs leveled up here. It doesn't even matter which one I do first. Get these all at 21. What else we got? Oh, that'll be okay. Interview next week. Nice. Where's the interview for? And yeah, good luck. Indeed, indeed, indeed. I'm sure you'll smash it. Bartending in a hotel. Nice, man. Yeah, yeah. You get to meet lots of people doing those kind of jobs. Channeling Shrine, that's exactly what we need. And just smash this all day long. Gotta find you a missus, yeah, you and me alike, dude. Or just buy myself another computer and put a wig on it. Hello, Mandy. How are you powering today? Do you need some more hamsters? More power? That's funny. At my sister's wedding, my mum kept going around up to all of like the single women who were like, "Have you met my son Dominic?" And I was like, "Mum, please don't do that." No, it's just so embarrassing. Dear, oh dear. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Pretty much. Yeah, the main thing I'm going to try not to do now in the run up to Monday night, Tuesday is to not burn myself out over the weekend. So I'm not going to be like streaming ridiculous hours until stupid o'clock in the morning. I'm going to try and conserve. So that pretty much plays into what Lord Carnage said, actually. It's more important that I don't burn myself out before that day. So yeah, I'll stream, like I say, I'll stream at least 2 of the nights over the weekend. I'll figure out which day I'm doing this thing with my brother and sister, and maybe I'll even just stream that game, and then whoever wants to chill, they can be there, you know, whatever. And I don't know, I'll work out when I get there. And then yeah, and then we're on Monday. Happy days. A random phone number the other day. This is a lovely lady I met the other day. She's single. Yeah, I've had similar stuff happen before. Oh dear. You're like, cheers, bum. Yeah. Now I have to come up with an amazing opener. Jesus, this thing's taking ages. Come on. I want the items out of it. Let's bring that thing up here, because I don't have to worry about it. I can't really see what it's doing to me down there. That's the problem. Or doing to me, or not doing to me. I don't know. I bet it doesn't even drop me anything good, no. As I suspected. Oh, I've got to get the chamber key. Oh, good. That would help. It certainly has its perks, you know. It all depends on, like, where your life is and stuff as well at the same time. We've got a sea hag, okay. Alright, that's one up to 21. Next, what we got? Extra shrines, we'll take this. My dog nags me enough, I don't need a missus. Positive thinking, eh, Caridus? Yeah. Someone completely wedged me in then. That was rude. It's all good. I was prepared for it. Well, that was rude.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
Can't get shouted at for playing Diablo 48 hours with one. Without one. Yeah. That's certainly one pro.
Bless you.
My savior. Bless you.
To be honest, I stay up until I bounce my head off the keyboard, then go to bed. Starfish will wake up dribbling. It's like being a baby all over. Giggity giggity. Yep, pretty much. Sleep. What is this thing I've never heard of before? Oh, I didn't see in the patch notes your pet picked up animus. God damn it. I still wish they'd add that. Very tedious. Yeah, lovely. What was the pants that just dropped me? Blood Moons. It's not as good as the ones I've got though, right? No, didn't think so. Not an awful roll though, to be honest. Just not as good as I've got already. That has got crit chance on it. That's quite nice actually. Although I'd really want intelligence on it as well. Yeah. What we got? I'll do this one, why not? Some goes boots quickly. Yeah, not that good really. So I'm just going to blast all these glyphs up to 21. Hopefully it won't take too long. What's it pinging me to go over there for? What? That's weird. If there's anyone on hardcore that wants to come and jump in and just do some nightmare dungeons for glyphs or XP or whatever, you can just jump in, by the way. As long as you don't think you're going to get slapped in like 90 to 100 nightmare dungeons. So I can pretty safely farm these now. So let me know. That's a banger of a tune. You got no hardcore tunes? No worries. I mean, I'll jump over to softcore in a bit. I just wanted to get the glyphs and stuff done on this. Maybe go do one Infernal Horde. I haven't actually done any of those on this yet. You'd get slapped, level 72 barb. Yeah, probably wouldn't recommend. I mean, yeah, I probably wouldn't recommend. I mean, yeah, the Nightmare Dungeon's a bit more tricky, I suppose. Not really worth getting killed on. What, you been leveling up in hardcore, Lord? Yeah, potentially a one-shot, yeah. I mean, I'm happy to help you level up, by the way. I just want to get my glyphs done first, and then I can help you level up a bit if you like. Whirlwind bar, because I'm done. Yeah, the renown, yeah, exactly. How much of the renown you got left to do? So I just crafted back-to-back GA Andes. Lucky you, nice. Oh, it's locked me out of the boss. Great. G8 handies back to back. You lucky so-and-so. Very nice. Yeah, fair enough. How much of the renown have you got left to do? Yeah, it was wild. Yeah, fair enough. They're changing it next season, so you get the Paragon points on like stage 4 instead, I think. Which is quite a nice change, to be honest. Right, next one. You did all the exploring, all the live statues. Well, at least you got the live statues done, I suppose. Maybe get all the waypoints, do the strongholds. That gets you to 3, maybe 3.5. So you get your skill points done at least. That isn't too bad to do in a grand scheme of things. That's where you're at, yeah. The last bit is the grind for sure. It was a bit of a grind for me to do that, honestly. Hey, Matty Momo. How's it going, dude? And Gale down. It has been a while. Yeah, nice. I hope you're well, dude. It's been a while. How are you both? How are you both? Did you, the expansion's out on Tuesday, Gale. It's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. You haven't looked at the second. You're hoping it's a 2GA. But you'll have to let me know. What builds did Blizz kill with the patch notes? Lightning Spear. It had its legs chopped off, it had its arms chopped off, and it had its balls shoved down its throat. I'm good. No, it's still going to be a viable build, but they've definitely changed a bunch of stuff that will stop it from being ridiculously overpowered. Yeah. But yeah, I'm good, dude. I'm not bad. Just waiting for next week now, I guess. I can't actually read the Spiritborn or the expansion stuff, because the patch notes don't seem to be available for that stuff yet, so that's a bit annoying. Yeah, it probably is a B or C tier now. Yeah, I agree. It has had the balls shoved down the throat for sure. Druid got barb nerfed harder with the raw glyph. Yeah, but they've been buffed in other ways. I can very much see a companion Druid build for sure. They buffed so much stuff in Werewolf and companions. I can very much see a good build there. Spiritborn will definitely be very good, yeah, for sure. The builds I've crafted will need some tweaking because I noticed some stuff in their campfire. They've changed a lot of the uniques around, or they're different from what was data mined anyway. So I made assumptions that certain things wouldn't be the same as the data mined, so I haven't got to like some builds I've seen are completely built around the fact that mythic pole armor is going to be completely cracked with ridiculous amounts of all ranks. I knew that wasn't going to be the case, so I didn't bother using it. Yeah, Massimomo, one sec. I'm on hardcore, so I've just got to be slightly careful here. Right, here we go. So I've got 5 on mobilitics right now. I mean, I wouldn't... If people would be kind enough to go on there, if you haven't already, if you have an account on mobilitics, or if you're willing to make one, if you don't mind going on there and favouriting my Season 6 builds, there's 4 Spiritborn builds and 1 Sork build. I've got another Sork build to put up, and I've got another Spiritborn build in the works. If anyone here hasn't done that already and wouldn't mind going and giving those a cheeky favourite, that actually really helps me out a lot. It means when I go to the community builds for Spiritborn, it puts them higher up on the list and stuff. Obviously I'm going to have to adjust them with the final updates and patch notes, and when mercenaries are available in there, I'm going to have to adjust it there. The Paragon boards have been adjusted somewhat, so like some of the clusters have been changed to be more powerful, have been changed in general, so maybe that will affect the boards. I don't think the boards will change, because the boards I used were very much focused around the way I build my builds actually favoured me quite a lot today. I always build my builds around make sure you're covering all angles. Don't go like ridiculously all in on one thing particularly. Make sure you've got a good amount of HP. Make sure you've got your resistances capped. Make sure you got your armor capped. Make sure you got good damage. Make sure, you know, you're sort of covering all bases. Movement speed, crit chance if you need it, and so on and so on. So the boards I've chosen were quite sensible. So unless one has drastically improved for those builds, the boards will probably be the same. I might just end up tweaking a few of the nodes. It sounds like they've added more normal nodes, which will really benefit that new glyph with the legend, with the one that scales all your normal nodes. So I'll just need to see what the final details are when we get them, for sure. Yeah, thanks, Matty. I appreciate it, dude. I mean, they did put quite a lot of time and effort into those. They're all gonna be tweaked slightly, I imagine. There's one, for example, it looks like there's a pair of unique gloves I kept looking at, and I was like, they're just not quite good enough for me to use them on my build. But now, they've added Touch of Death ranks to it, and one of my builds is focused around Touch of Death. So I'm absolutely going to be using that pair of gloves on my Touch of Death build, which means I'll lose an aspect. Oh no, do you know what, on that build, is that the build I used the Fist of Fate on? I can't remember. No. I think that's the build I used unique normal gloves on, so I'll probably lose an aspect, so I'll have to tweak some things around. But that unique pair of gloves is going to be cracked, I think. It's going to be really good for Touch of Death. It looks pretty good to start with. It looks like it's going to be even better now. Might not even use the Noxious key passive with it anymore. I might end up changing it to a different one. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I have all-day meetings the whole week of the release, so I'll just grab one of your builds when I'm able to put some time in. All right, dude. Yeah, I've got another one I'm going to put up, which is more of an Eagle-focused build. I've got a Jaguar build, I've got 2 Poison builds, and I've got a Gorilla build. The Poison builds are very specific on uniques. The Gorilla build should work from the get-go. It will just get better with uniques. The Jaguar build will be the same. So they should both work pretty well, I think, for leveling. But I'll probably try and put together a leveling build over the weekend as well. Just need to get the final details. Wait, hopefully Mobalytics updates over the weekend. They can be sometimes a little bit slower than the other websites because I know that they don't have as much dev capacity. But we'll see. Maybe they'll get it done over the weekend. It'll be nice if they do, because then I'll be able to update my planners accordingly. Well played. But yeah, I mean, Spiritborn's looking super fun though. Either way, no matter what spirit you want to play, there's going to be a build to play on it that will do pretty well, I imagine. And I think at this point, the majority of people are just waiting for it now, aren't they? And the other endgame mechanics, they're looking fun. It's all looking really sweet. The new seasonal mechanic looks sweet with the new opals where you can target farm loot with them. Like, that's looking sweet. I think all in all, it's looking like next season's going to be a banger, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, Lightning Spear Sork will still work. It's just capped to 12 Lightning Spears now. So the only way, I already did the math, the only way you can get to 30 Conjurations now will be have Hydra, Serpentine Aspect, plus your enchantment, and that's 4. Then you've got 12 Lightning Spears, That's 16. You got 6 familiars, that's 22. And then you'd need 8 ice blades, which you could probably just about achieve if you get enough cooldown reduction and put it in as your other enchant. You're going to have to go all in. You're going to have to go all in on conjurations to get to 30, I think. The stacks of lightning spear is capped at 12, yeah. And the winter glass has been changed, so it doesn't have a conjuration cooldown on it anymore. That's been changed to all resistance or whatever it is, yeah. So they're majorly focused towards making the winter glass more focused towards the build that it was intended for, whilst not making it god tier for just about every other build on Sword. Because that's basically what it's been, right? It'll still be quite a good item because it's got such high ranks of conjuration mastery on it. Yeah, exactly. It depends where your stacks are coming from. You do have familiars, don't forget, which give there. You should probably be using familiars on most builds. That'll give you 6 quite easily if you want it to. Yeah, the cooldown on the winter glass was made static. It does not scale with masterworking. Yep, yep. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. It maybe got added as implicit to the item as opposed to an affix, right? So you can't make it go to like absolutely ridiculous levels. Well, 12 would be the cap, but you can get other conjurations as well. It's only 12 lightning spears that's the cap. You can get other conjurations to scale as well, right? But yeah, there's a whole bunch of other things as well. Yeah. So what they've done is they've made it, so they've made it the implicit on the item, and then the all res is the scaling affix, so you can get more all resistance on the amulet. Yeah, it makes sense. But it just means you can't masterwork into it because it's the implicit on the item. Yeah. And the Liam Neeson staff next season looks like. Yeah. So I've got a charged bolts build, and it did use splintering energy. Funnily enough, splintering energy has had a slight change, but it probably won't affect my build much. The Air of Perdition it is nerfed a little bit. The additional angel demon damage on it was multiplicatively applying, so it was making you do way more damage. It will still be a very good item for that build for sure. It just probably does a little bit less damage. But the splintering energy change makes it so that the explosion from splintering energy can only happen once every like 0.2 seconds, I think it is. But if it would proc in between, it stores that damage up, so when it does proc, it hits harder. So for my builds, that's actually okay. I can still scale it like infinitely with crit damage. Although the additive crit damage will be less from the Paragon board, so that would be a slight nerf. So yeah, all in all, the build should still be pretty good though, I think. Yeah, it's pretty fun. I think I did a pit 92, very nearly did a 93. Or I did a 91, very nearly did a 92, something like that. When the cap was 100. They're up in the pit levels to 150. So it'll be very interesting to see if any builds can actually even get close to that, really. Should probably kill this guy first, because he reses the others, doesn't he? Yeah, there you go, he's resed in. Rude. Oh well, dead. Easy. Let's give it a few more dungeons here. Blimey. I really don't want to do drifting shade ones. I just don't like them. Go craft some others. Hey, Jester. How's it going, man? You need to train up on potions still? I mean, I should be okay. I'm just leveling up my glyphs, to be honest. Time to drive home. I'll be back later. No worries, Earth. You're a good dude. Have a safe journey. Carry this. Time to sleep. Gonna slide into alert mode. Thanks for the alert, man. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Catch you soon, dude. Alright, let's go craft some other sigils. I'm not a big fan of the Drifting Shades ones, really. Alright, what we got? Oh, no, dude. Yeah, Luminese and Star's pretty good. I kind of wish they allowed it to stack up to 100% on the aspect, though. Yeah. But it only goes up to 80. They probably could give that item just a little bit more of a buff, and it would just make that build... The build's pretty good, but it's not like stupid cracks or anything. I feel like that, considering you pretty much have to use that item for charge bolts to really be any good in the end game, they really should make it so that it's like, you know, 100% chance for it to function the way the aspect allows it to function. Because it means 20% of your attacks are just not doing anything useful. They just don't do anything good at all unless they proc that. So I feel like that's something they should do for that item, really. It'd make it a lot more... It'd just make the build function a lot better in general. Quite surprised the new aspect they added for charge bolts wasn't tweaked as well, because it was kind of rubbish, actually. I was kind of hopeful it might be like a shotgun aspect and might actually be good against bosses, but it didn't really end up being as effective as I was hoping, unfortunately. Oh, there's one up there, of course there is. Missed him up there, didn't I? Absolute banger of a tune. All the small things, true care, truth brings. You'll be at my show, watching, waiting. Stop slapping me, silly enemies. I'll give you a good old blood spank straight to the face. Blah, 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 blah. Eat my ass. Roar. What's up, cat? You alright? Oh my god, you're wet again. You're like a soggy mog. Silly cat. You want me to dry you, don't you? You're going to wait a minute. Let me finish my dungeon. Then I'll dry you for you. He's absolutely drenched. Oh my word. Don't go. Oi, come here. Don't go in the bedroom like that, you plonker. You're soaked. Come here. He's literally looking at me. He's actually coming. Come here. Come on. You're soaked. I can't stop just yet. I'll get killed. Yeah, sit down there. Come here. Sit down, and you let me dry you first before you go in the bedroom, thank you. Jesus Christ. The funny thing is, I can actually call my cats, they will actually come to me. Come here, don't go, you stupid cat. Oi.
Couldn't have made it without you.
The thing is, he actually comes in when he's soaked to be asked to be dried. He's so entitled. It's hilarious. But I'd rather he does that and then goes and flops it all around the bed, because I let my cat sleep on the bed. Right, let me go back to town to make sure I don't get killed here. A tree for that room. I've got, yeah, I've actually got, I've got one. I've actually got a cat tree in my main living room. The only reason I haven't is because I'm going to get some extra things for this room and jig around. Right, 2 seconds, I'm just going to dry them down. Come here, you tyrant. Oh. Yeah, you're looking all pleased with yourself, aren't you? Okay. He's sitting there looking at me with his tongue poking out at me, looking pleased with himself, the little sod. Dear, oh dear. He's such a cheeky cat. The amount of wet cat jokes running through my mind right now. I'm a child, I know. Big old black and white wet pussy. Yeah, I know. Terrible, isn't it? Looking all pleased with itself. Yeah. Dear, oh dear. Oh, he's a good boy, really. He actually does come in and goes, look at me, I'm all wet, now try me, human. So I'm kind of assuming it's raining outside, that's how he's gotten so wet. Oh, right. Where are we up to? I'm kind of looking forward to the fact that there's a Paragon grind next season, so even though, like, when you've, like, cracked a character, you've still got, like, some little thing to strive towards across more. You're probably going to go onto another character before you finish up getting to level 300 Paragon, unless there may well be a little cheese that you can use. Yeah, who knows, someone may have found an exploit while in the preview version of how to blast your Paragon levels super quick or something. I guess we'll find out, but I'm kind of looking forward to that fact. And then it means when you start a new character, you just got to do the blast to 60, and then suddenly you're going to unlock all this power by default on your Paragons. You're not going to have to grind those out. Again, they carry across all your characters on that realm, so that's nice. So yeah, that'll be a super nice addition. It's the same as D3, that's a real nice addition for ults, yeah. It's not a seasonal thing. That's actually part of the game now. That's a thing coming outside of season. That's just part of the progression changes. It's not even expansion based. That's just coming as part of the game. Yeah, exactly. It's the same as D3. You can use all your characters to grind your 1 Paragon levels in that realm. Yeah, it's a nice change. It's going to make leveling up alternates. So this is what I meant earlier. Like, we haven't got the armory coming this season, but that one change is like a stepping stone towards it, because it means even if you do have to blast another character up, you only need to get it to 60, and then suddenly you're going to have all your Paragon points available to you, the same as the other character. Getting to 60 will probably not take very long when you've got someone who can carry you there and you know what the leveling stress is, to be honest. That's, you know, with all these additive elixirs you can get next season and things, I reckon you're going to be able to blast to 60 super fast. You can do your last, like, 15 or so ranks just on strongholds alone. Like adding boards in later seasons, I mean. Instead, it capping at 300 season 7 could be... Well, maybe or maybe not. Maybe they may or may not increase the amount of points. Adding more boards would just be good, though. The more boards there are and the more choice there is, the better it'll be for, like, build crafting and build variety. I think limiting the boards to 5 is actually nice, because it means you can't quite choose absolutely every cluster on 5 boards, including your starter board, but you can get most of it. So it means you've got to choose boards that are more meaningful, not just go, oh, I'm just going to take the most I can so I can get the most glyphs possible. and then just take whatever legendary nodes are actually useful to this build, which is basically what everyone's been doing up until now, right? And occasionally you would take certain very specific rare nodes clusters just to get damage reduction or something. Wearing 4 mythics makes it stupid easy to get 60. Exactly that, right? Yeah, you just get your mythics and off you go. You get to 60 in no time. So, yeah, I think that's a good change, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I've still not dropped a mythic in the wild. I dropped one from a Lord Zir, I suppose, but which wasn't tormented. That's the closest I've got from dropping one in the wild. I'm hoping they'll make it so you actually will reasonably maybe see one in the wild, because I've played this game a lot. And I've never dropped one in the wild from like a random chest or random enemies. Helltide, nothing. You know. Blood Maiden, not... Transfer from other characters, yeah. So you won't be doing that in your first playthrough. It's for alternates when you've already got your mythics on another character. That's what I think that's what he means. I don't need to do this, I'm not going to. Hey, 100 stack, how's it going? Yeah, we're still going, dude. How's it going, man? I won't necessarily go quite as late tonight because I started quite early today. Get a bit more sleep before I go to London tomorrow. But we'll see how we get on. One GA on all stats, Savage. Oh, man. That sucks. That is sad. Ooh, Ancestral Sword, hello. Ooh, Shard of Rathiel, hello. That was a pretty bad one, unfortunately. Yeah, one away over here. Safe travels, another wedding? No, I'm in London for work tomorrow. I work in London on Tuesdays and Thursdays at the moment. But then I'm done for the week. Yeah. God, no, I could do without any more weddings. Blooming too many weddings in the last few years. All my friends and family get married all at the same time. Gets a bit much after a while. Are you still playing Space Marine 100? Oh, I literally played Throne of Liberty for like an hour last night. When I messaged on the Discord to say I wasn't coming on stream because I got home quite late from the charity meeting I had, I was like, well, I'll go give it a go. I think I got through basically like the tutorial. And then I was like, I'm really tired. This is exactly why I didn't come on stream. I kind of felt okay, but I was like, I really feel like I'm going to be tired by about midnight. I hit midnight and I was really tired. So I just went to bed. I might get a chance to play a bit more before... You know, before the release of Vessel of Hatred. It was okay. I'm not a huge MMO person anymore, I've got to be honest. I mean, the graphics are actually pretty amazing. They're pretty damn good. You can tell it's Unreal 5. You know, the graphics are great. And the game is pretty fun. I'm just not a huge MMO person anymore, I suppose. I'm sure I probably could get into it if I wanted to. But I know... I'm going to be playing Vessel Hatred on Monday night, and I'm going to be blasting that like a crazy man, so, you know. You lasted 40 minutes, yeah, so that's what I thought as well. The combat felt a bit clunky. Hey, Monstars, how's it going, dude? How's it going, man? Did you manage to catch the campfire, dude? It's looking pretty good, isn't it? I didn't play New World, actually, but I did hear someone say that New World's having a reboot or something. Sure did. It does look good, doesn't it, Monstars? Yeah, it does look good, yeah. Super hyped. Super hyped. Although the patch notes for Spiritborn expansion don't seem to be available yet. Unless I missed them, so that's a bit of a bummer. So we'll just have to wait for those to be available later. How's the hardcore life? Yeah, just blast. I'm just getting my glyphs to 21, so that won't take me too much longer. Blasting these. And then... might go do a horde or two, I don't know. I probably won't do super high ones. I haven't really masterworked much stuff, so should probably do that, I suppose. Yeah, too many games to play. Absolutely. I was gonna say, yeah, you still playing 40, and yeah, still killing for the Emperor. Nice. Yeah, I've got that to play a bit more as well, but just haven't gotten around to it. We should play. I just haven't been finding time to do it at the moment. It's been really tough, to be honest. But yeah, we'll try. Next week's going to be pretty much Vessel of Hatred, really. Yeah, so I've done some. I jumped in with someone else on their stream when I was off stream, like last week. And we did. They carried me. I was level 7 doing some tier 3 difficulty ones, and I held up pretty well. Mainly because I was playing sniper, so I was just playing more support, just focusing on heavy targets and trying to get them in a state where they could be executed. And then when people needed rezzing, the sniper's actually pretty useful for that because you can go invisible and then res them, and they go invisible as well. Hey, Sweetie's in the house. Drink City Streamer, yes sir. How's it going, dude? Cheers. How's it going, man? Oh, it's good to see you, dude. It's good to see you. Cheers for the drink. But yeah, I'm definitely down for playing a bit at some point. Just, yeah, it's just time at the moment. Time seems to fly far, far too quickly. Straight to the point, that's true. And I think that game will get significantly better over the next year, where it can actually have the extra races and content and a few extra maps added and stuff, you know? There's a lot of good games coming out between now and Christmas, like you say, is the issue, yeah. So we've obviously got the two big ones for me. Vessel Hatred will keep me busy for the majority of that time, but I will be playing Path of Exile 2 as well. And that's November for the beta anyway, I think. So we will definitely be getting into that a bit. And depending on how good it is, it might become part of the streaming schedule. Because I actually have played quite a lot of Path of Exile before, but that's not really where I've built my stream from at all. But I do like that game. I just haven't played it in a while. But Path of Exile 2 apparently is really good, as I've heard through the winds on people who've had a chance to get their hands on it. People bigger than me. So we shall see. But yeah, Vessel Hatred is going to be taking up a fair amount of my time initially, I think. Monstars, I don't know if you saw, but Lightning Spear is getting its legs chopped off, its arms chopped off, and its balls shoved down its throat. Well, kind of. Which doesn't surprise me, really. They obviously weren't going to do it mid-season because of how popular it's been. But, yeah. It doesn't surprise me that next season it's not like... But I don't think it's going to be the best build next season. Frankly. I'll gravitate to the next broken build. That's true. There will definitely be one, or two, or three. Probably Spirit Ball on Focus, frankly. But we'll see. There does look like there's going to be some other pretty good builds, like Druid Shout build looks like it's going to be pretty good. Just go around as a Druid and just screaming at the floor like a bard and blowing up the screen. I've seen that build. That looks pretty good. A Horde mode in Season 4. Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, like an infinite survival mode or something. A bit like Left 4 Dead was. That'd be pretty cool, yeah. Travel to the Shaman's Lair. Now I've got to work out where on earth that is. That may well be here, right? Yeah, there we go. Boom. The auto salvage of the blues and yellows will be super nice. That's a long time. That's been a long time wait coming. That has. Yeah, it's about time they've added that already. Spirit will have a couple by the looks of it. It'll probably have more than a couple, frankly. people have only had a few days to play the game. They haven't had a chance to work. And also, the people that have been playing the game are not actually the best build creators in the most cases. A lot of those are the bigger creators, so they get they get a build and they get noticed a lot more. But I do know that there's other people who aren't probably able to play it right now who are actually significantly better creators, like the Asian community and stuff, for example. Druid Shout got nerfed hard. That's true. Yeah, it's possible that the Shout build's got. So the Bold Chieftains aspect has been made, so it's going to be significantly buffed for long duration skills, but significantly nerfed for low duration skills. That's what's happened to it. So yeah, that build is broken. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, look, there will be broken builds still. Yeah, why leave things that are fun? I don't know. I mean, broken things are fun to start with, but the problem is, Gorsh, actually, I kind of disagree a little bit. If you leave a build in that you know is broken and you leave it there, and you then have this premise that you're like, we're not going to fix broken builds mid-season, you end up in a case that if there is a wildly broken build, and that is by far the best build, that is what most people are going to play. And then once they've played that and get bored of it after a few weeks or even a week, let's say a month, then they're like, well, there's no point in playing anything else because it's all weak compared to this. Most people will stop playing at that point. So it's actually not good for the health of the game, genuinely. As fun as they are to play, it's only fun for about a week for most people. A lot of people aren't me and you. Like, we'll blast the game, we'll play loads of builds, doesn't matter which one's the strongest, and we'll have a great time. A lot of people don't do that. That's what I was saying earlier. I've literally just told you. And that will happen, no matter what you think. A significant portion of the base will leave regardless, but a lot of people leave because they're like, well, I've done the best thing, I'm bored now, and there's nothing else to do. So if you've got a bit more of a level playing field, and there's a lot more builds that are really good and can do all the endgame content, and there's not one that's so cataclysmically better than everything else, like Lightning Spear was this season, and what, you know, Barb builds were the season before, and so on, then it means people will there will be at least a portion of the player base that might be swayed to play a few more builds, stick around for longer, which keeps the player base up, which keeps the game more interesting, gives more people to play with, and so on and so on. It's not going to keep everyone. Some people will just come in, play one build, and leave. In fact, a majority of your player base probably do that. But, you know. Yeah, the Milando, they haven't released the Spiritborn or the expansion stuff. Well, at least I couldn't find. I'll have to have a look again later. But it wasn't available when I went through it. But you've got all the patch notes for all the other classes and stuff. Yeah, it's a bit annoying, so I couldn't go through all the bits I actually was interested in, really, which is the Spiritborn stuff and expansion notes. But there's a few interesting things in there, for sure. How's work going, Milando? The mid-season patch used to keep people around more, but we didn't. Yeah, we'll get a mid-season patch in the upcoming thing, probably to nerf Spiritborns. Spiritborns looks like it's going to have some really crazy builds. They've definitely made some adjustments. Not being able to get 100% dodge chance, for example. I've seen a lot of people's planners and mobalytics all based around. Oh, you can get 100% dodge chance, by the way, guys. You won't be able to do that anymore. Physically impossible, apparently, according to the patch notes. Yeah, Storm Companion build looks cray-cray. Yeah, the Crone Staff looks great. And Companion builds got mega buffed. Yeah, there's definitely going to be Druid Companion builds coming up. Like, Druids will have good builds, and there will be some good Druid Companion builds for sure. Work's going meh at the moment. Oh, wow. How comes, man? Bored, or not a lot going on, or stressful, or what? Yeah, I just want to be on days off. Yeah, fair enough. I feel ya. The Crone Staff does look good, yeah. It does look like a pretty significant buff, so I think there may actually finally be a build with that staff that works well after all this time of it being in the game. It's a bit like this. I managed to do what I managed to do with the staff of Liam Neeson this season. You know, I took a weapon that had been in the game for ages. They buffed it, and I've actually managed to make a build out of it that was somewhat decent. You know, what the hell? Why can't I open my map? That's weird. Oh. Oh well. Why is M not opening my map? That's crazy. Tab. Why is it tab? Shouldn't that be M? We're reconnecting Diablo. That's not good. That's got a huge delay on it as well. Definitely something weird going on there. Yeah. I can't even open map. That looks weird to me. I agree. Yeah, that's not feeling good. Let's just do this. Yeah, game crashed when I tried to leave. That's good. I didn't even get a crash message. I just completely crashed. The game just closed. That's great. Liam Neeson. Well, he is. You fire the bolts out and they go and seek out their targets. I'm gonna find you. And I'm going to kill you. I've got a week off, so I'll be preparing all weekend, making builds so I can hit the ground running release. Same here, Milando. It's going to be giggity. It's going to be fun. It's going to be good. Trying to level second hardcore before the season ends. Hey, Laduga, nice. Back between work approvals. Very good, very good. Well, let's see if we can actually get back into the game. Yeah. Yeah, the original one's really good. Yeah. The original Taken, yeah. My daughter was taken. Get out of my way. I can't do his voice very well. Alright, let's try this again. Yep, I can open my map now. That's good. Suppose I might as well put these in here while I'm here. Stocking up some items. Ooh. Alright, let's get these glyphs to 21. Come on. If it would happen again, that would just be bad parenting. Amazing. Yeah. I took last night off gaming because I was gaming until 1 AM every night this week, but I had to make a push with my barb. Yeah. Yeah, I pretty much did the same last night, Orlando. I think I logged in Throne and Liberty for like an hour just to give it a quick nosy, but then I knew I was going to be tired last night. By about an hour in, I was like, I'm just tired and I went to bed. Basically. Which is the reason I didn't come on stream in the end. Try not to burn myself out before the Vessel of Hatred release. Tins Banky, I did see them. When you say Sorks are really bad now, are you referring specifically to the fact that the Winter Glass and Lightning Spear got nerfed, and then that means nothing else will be good? I mean, yeah. Lightning Spear got its balls rammed down its throat. But that was always going to happen. Winter Glass got nerfed. That was pretty much always going to happen. They're just too good. So I knew those. I knew it was quite likely that at least something was going to happen around there. Obviously, I didn't know how much or whatnot. It's quite funny. Some of my predictions and some of my recommendations in my PTR feedback actually came to be true. I mean, particularly the ancestral tempering and ancestral masterworking. That is the exact two things I said that should be done in a PTR feedback. Those exact two things. I said one or the other, not both, but they've done both, yeah. Yeah, but that's because Sorks were just that good, right? Sorks will be fine. They were just that much better in the PTR that they actually needed nerfing. And Lightning's, yeah, they were just that good, frankly. So yeah, I don't think Sorks are going to be bad. I think they're just not going to be ridiculously overpowered now. There's a difference, right? But yeah, I mean, we'll see. Maybe they will be maybe it will be less. But after a season of Sorks being crazy OP, it's not such a bad thing. You know, keeps the game fresh if other stuff can actually be good for a season. When I say good, the best for a season. You don't want the same thing being the best constantly, because the game will just be boring within a week for everyone. They'll be like, oh, I've done this already. I think Incinerate will absolutely be viable. The Flame Scar got buffed quite a bit. It got the Incinerate size changed to Incinerate double damage, which is huge. That would be massive. And then there's an aspect that makes it so Incinerate can critical strike. I can very well see there being an Incinerate build that will be pretty decent in the endgame, actually, because there was someone that made one work pretty well anyway. You can get Incinerate size elsewhere on another item, like Amulet or your offhand or something. So I think Incinerate will have a build, yeah, for sure. I didn't try it. There may also be a Meteorite build. Not Meteor, but Meteorite. I didn't get a chance to test it all in the PTR, but it could well be one of those. Yeah, I think there'll be a few builds, honestly. Just different ones, right? My Charge Bolts build, for the most part, looks relatively untouched. You know? I mean, I was using the Erepedition Helm. If that doesn't work anywhere near as well, you can just shift the stats around and put the Andes back on, or... But the Erepedition build worked reasonably well when I tested it on the PTR. So we'll see. Yeah, I'll be playing Spirit Ball first as well. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Milando, I agree. Exactly that. It was just a bit too much, wasn't it, really? Let's be real. People will whinge and moan about it, but no one can disagree that they were just a little bit overtuned. And the thing is, they're now taking a stance of not nerfing stuff unless it's a mid-season patch or the end of season. So, if they're going to do it, they kind of need to do it now, right? Yeah, exactly. Sort it out now, and yeah, people will be fine. There'll be plenty of other stuff to play. Plenty of other stuff to play. And I'm sure there will be some Sork builds that will still be very good. Yeah, Milando. This is actually what I said already. If you've got one build that's so majorly more powerful than everything else, the majority of your player base, they go to YouTube, they go, what's the best builds? And they go, cool, I'm going to give that one a go. And then they blast the game with it. And then once they've done that, that's it. Like, they're like, well, cool, everything just feels really weak now because this was the best build and it was that much more powerful. You're never going to get anything that comes close. The majority of people will play like that and they'll just leave the game. Now, some of those will leave anyway. But if you've got more choice of builds of what's actually good, you will see more variety in the game, which is good for the economy. It's good for, you know, good for the general balancing of the game. And it's also good for the longevity of the game because it means people have got more choice on what they can play. They might get to the end of one character and go, okay, cool, that character was really cool and fun. But there's this other one over here that's also meant to be really good, so maybe I'll give that a go. And they'll go give that one a go as well. And now that Paragon levels carry over as well per character, they can just go, okay, cool, I just need to get that to level 60 and then I'll get all my Paragon points and we're off. So I can very well see some people maybe putting more time into more characters. A lot of people probably just do the one and then they're just bored. So it lines up exactly what you just said, but I've said that for a while, to be honest. It's not good for the game to have just one or two builds that are that much better than everything, that everything else, to a lot of people, seems redundant. Cat, one sec, guys. What are you doing? Come on, out. Out. Stupid cat. I don't know what he's doing. I've locked him out again. I guess I'm being most petty about it. I just love... Yeah, I love Sork. It's one of my favourite classes, but I just also... I want to see the game be in a healthy state. I want to see the game with lots of people playing it. I want to see the game where people want to stay playing the game. Because the more people playing it, the healthier the game. You know, the economy will be better. That means there's more items to be bought and sold and traded, more gold floating around. You'll see more people in the wild. The new party finder will work better. The new raid, which requires people to play with. A lot of people won't have friends to play with, so they're going to be relying on the party finder. So it's just going to make the game be better. It's not really a mass multiplayer online game if you've got no people playing it. So, you know. Rain of Arrows looks like it's going to be good, yeah. I agree. Rain of Arrows is definitely going to be a build in this season coming up, I reckon. It was really hard for me to determine whether the Spin to Win rogue's still going to be good. Like, it's going to be good, but how good, I don't know. I'm not really a rogue player, but there was a lot of changes in and around the mechanics that it was using. The main one I know that's definitely a nerf is the Victimize, probably. But it's hard to tell like how well that's going to perform. We'll see. It's probably still going to be crazy good. It just might not be quite as ridiculous as it was before, where you could wear like half your gear and blast the top end stuff. I don't know, we'll see.
My savior.
Yeah, hitting up. Yeah. The Rain of Arrows build's only gotten better, I think. But the Spin to Win build's gotten a little bit of a nerf, I think. They said something about the Barb when Hota was crazy. Yeah, so the Overpower and has been given buffs for Hota. Yep. Like a 25% buff or something on the timer on the glyph, for example. So you're going to be able to guarantee Overpower a lot more often just from the glyph. That's the one thing I did notice when I had a very quick skim through those notes.
We raid for flesh.
Really don't want Rogue to be the broken character. I mean, I'm pretty sure Spiritborn's going to be the broken one. Honestly, it looks insane, honestly. But I guess we'll see. Why can't I get in there? Oh dear, the game's doing it to me again. I can't get in them. I can't actually open things. What's going on? I can open my map. I'm going to go back to town and come back again. Yeah, no worries, Milando. Cheers for jumping in, dude. Appreciate you. Hota didn't directly get a buff, but the Overpower glyph did for Barbs, yeah. So instead of it being a guaranteed overpower after 20 seconds, a guaranteed overpower after 15, that mixed with glyphs and other means of blasting. There's a few different ways you can get guaranteed overpowers, like through glyphs and runes and stuff. You're going to be able to overpower a lot more often, I think. Oh, he's coming this way here. Which obviously is good for the Hota build, because you want to be hitting when you're overpowered on that build. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really a Barb player. I don't really have any intentions on playing Barb much this season either. It's just not my general go-to. Yeah. I mean, the builds that were doing crazy before were based on that Thorns damage, wasn't it? I think on that new Thorns interaction. I'm going to take a guess that that's probably not going to be quite as broken as it was on PTR, doing infinite damage symbols. That definitely seemed like this, something that's probably going to have been nerfed. I didn't play Hotabarb, but you probably already know by now that I don't generally sway towards what everyone else is playing. It's not because I don't think they're good, because they obviously are. I really like to just play things that are interesting to me at the time, and I'll just go with that. I'm not one to be easily swayed, you know. Kind of always been that way, I guess. Right, we're nearly there. We've got 2.5 glyphs left to do here. Devkaz, you still looking for your mythics on softcore? After that crazy unlucky streak the other day when we last did some, did like 40 or 50 runs, you didn't get a single one or something, didn't you? And he said you got one the second you didn't play with me anymore or something. Got one the other day when you went off, which I totally sparked for the ring, my druid. Nice. Can't ever beat getting more though. Yeah, true. True. I mean, if we've got enough people in chat that are interested in doing it, then we can go do some once I've done my glyphs. It's only really worth doing if we've got at least 4 people in chat though. That's up for doing the bosses. Is there anyone else in chat that's wanting to or down for doing some softcore tormented bosses at some point tonight? For an hour or so? Yeah, Lord Carnage. Nice, alright, okay. It sounds like we got enough to make up by it. So yeah, let me finish up my glyphs here. It shouldn't take me too long. And then we can just go and do some bosses for a bit. I've got so much resources, it seems like a waste not to use them. At this point, there's only a few days left, isn't there? Guess we'll keep that. I mean, not likely to use it, but so yeah, I've got about just over 2 glyphs to do, so it's probably about 5 or 6 more of these dungeons, and then we'll be good. Yeah, I mean, this is all the stuff I've had for a while, / got donated a while back, and honestly, because I haven't actually. Do you know what? I was thinking about this the other day. Unlike last season, where I did 3 tormented boss runs all the way to the end of the season, and I did a lot of them. and I didn't do much else. This season, the last month or so, I haven't actually done that many. We did some the other day, but that was only for about an hour, maybe an hour and a half. And then I've been blasting hardcore, and then I was off, you know, I was off for a weekend because I was away. And then I'm trying to think. Yeah, there's a good 2 or 3 weeks. In the last 2 or 3 weeks, I haven't done any this week apart yeah, this is the first time I've actually played the game this week. And my last stream, which was Monday, that was fully, yes, that was fully theory crafting. Weekend, I was off on Sunday, so it would have been Saturday we did some boss runs, I think. And then all of last week was basically parkour. And then I did one variety stream on 40k, didn't I? That was the Monday before. So yeah, in the last 3 or so weeks, I've not actually done that many boss runs. So all this stuff I've had, I've not really gone through it all. Running raids with viewers next season with a class. Yeah, exactly, yeah. I mean, I've been quite welcome to the... I mean, I'm fully aware that if I'd done 3 boss runs for the last 3 weeks, I'd have probably have had more people come through my channel, but... You know, I'm happy to help with all that stuff, but it doesn't keep the game particularly interesting to me if that's all I'm doing. It's actually been quite fun playing a bit of hardcore and get my renown done and doing something a bit different for a bit. But yeah, I've still got all that resources and stuff, so we could probably go use some of those up. Whole bunch of gold as well, so I can just buy stuff if I need to. If there's even anyone selling anything at this point. Right, where's the vial chamber? It's got to be this way, probably. Yeah, raid should be super fun next season. Get something really cracked and then run people through it for sure. Yeah. Where on earth is the vial chamber? Oh, is it all the way down there, is it? Oh god, okay. Yeah, so hopefully this won't take too long, maybe like 10-15 minutes, and then we can I'll probably go off a little bit earlier tonight because I was on quite a bit earlier. That'll be good for me tomorrow when I'm in London. It means I won't be completely zombified at work for once on the Thursday. Make horses a bit quicker. I mean, they've made they've made them better now than they were originally. But yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, it's a fairly minor gripe though. I mean, they're not really slow. It's just you can get really quick builds, right? I think in the end game. But yeah, I mean, maybe that's something they'll address in future. Who knows? Alright, found it. Yeah, true that. Yeah, cooldown reduction, good. Oh, there's another thing that was very interesting that I'm waiting for the Spiritborn patch notes, but when they were showing the campfire, a lot of people have built their builds for Spiritborn around having insane cooldown reduction on the pair of boots for Saw. They do not have cooldown reduction on them as data mined. They have different stats on them. Yeah, there's a lot of people's builds I've seen in the planners that are going to be wildly broken compared to what they assumed. We just need the patch notes. I'm just going to double check now to make sure they haven't been posted. Doesn't look like they have been. No, not yet. Yeah, so it's going to be very interesting. I mean, I used them on one of my builds, but they could be easily replaced for something else for sure. Yeah, we're not not doing Drifting Shade one. Can't be bothered with Drifting Shade. Hey, Cowboy Mibop. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the community, dude. How you doing? How you doing? Did you catch the campfire today? Excited for the new season expansion? It's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. I'm a Sork too, and I can't remember what mine is. Definitely isn't 3 seconds, though. Torn between which editions to buy in Diablo 4. You've got the original game, right? Are you talking about the expansion only? You need to sort your masterworks out. What build, DevKez? What build? Yeah, do you need to get the original game as well, Cowboy, or just the expansion? $74.7. Blimey, that's a lot of cooldown. Lightning Spear now was 5 originally. Fair enough. Oh yeah, you said already Lightning Spear. Yeah, okay, makes sense. My bad. Like literally the game itself. Okay, so you haven't actually got the original game. Fine. Do they do a joint one for the expansion and the original, or do you have to buy them both separately? Because yeah, the expansion drops on well, depending on where you are in the world, it might be Monday or Tuesday, but it drops next week, and that it's not a cheap expansion. So I don't know if they do a joint thing. They do them together. Okay. I mean, if you haven't got the original, and you think you're going to play this game for any length of time, and you can afford to do so. Let me finish this dungeon. Let me see what deals they've got. If there's a deal on getting both the expansion and the original together, I'd probably at least consider doing that in some form. You don't necessarily need to get the super duper version where you get all the crazy mounts and that, because, I mean, I've got them, but honestly, you're going to be able to get some pretty good mounts and cosmetics in the game anyway, once the season drops. But the expansion does bring a lot of features with it that you cannot get with just the original. The original's good. You'll have a good time with it, but you'll have a better time with the expansion. You won't get access to the new class. You won't get access to the new area. You won't get access to rooms. You won't get access to mercenaries. And there's a whole bunch of other things as well that you just won't get access to unless you've got the expansion. You won't get access to the new endgame mechanics. There's 2 of them. One of them's a joint raid. That's expansion only. So, yeah, that would be £60. Okay, well, that's actually not terrible. I'll have a look 2 moments. Let me just... I'm on hardcore here, so I don't particularly want to get slapped while I'm looking. Let me just finish this up. There you go. I mean, that'll be a US-based one. I'm UK-based, but they'll be relative. But yeah, I mean, expansion bundle is $50 and $69. Okay. The deluxe edition might be nice if you're interested in getting some of the premium cosmetics and you're not too worried about the extra cost. But if not, get the cheaper version, get both of the games. Get them both together. It'll be cheaper to buy them as a bundle. If it's only the expansion you need, it really comes down to what you can justify spending or want to spend. But the just the basic version would be absolutely fine. That will give you access to everything in the game. You just won't come with any of the premium cosmetics that the deluxe and the ultimate come with. That's the main thing. I hope that helps. Where on earth are these things? I must have run past them. My friends recommended your stream. They said you were cool and chill, and they are pretty right. Oh, nice, dude. Well, thank you to your friends, I suppose. You don't have to name them, but I appreciate the word of mouth there. Yeah, I like to keep things quite chill here. I can get a bit energetic sometimes, but today's just a chill stream. We've been going for 6 hours. We're just chilling. We're trying not to burn out before the... We're going to be doing a 24-hour blast on... Oh, I can't pick up items. This is bad. Get back to town. Get back to town. Oh, no. I can't even get back to town. Quick game. Hope I don't die. That absolutely just... Internet blocked me or something on the game. Better hope I don't die there. That would suck, wouldn't it? It was actually Battle.net that broke. That's what happens. That's the second time that's happened to me tonight. I don't know. Luckily, there was 0 enemies around me there, so I should be okay. But yeah, we'll be blasting the expansion pretty hard on Monday night. It starts at midnight for me. Unfortunately, Europe gets screwed by it, but that doesn't really change things for me. I tend to stream quite late anyway, so just get a cheeky nap in before. But yeah, if you've got any questions about the game, Cowboy, just fire away, dude. You know, I'll try and be as unbiased as possible. Try and be as helpful as possible. Over on YouTube, Adam Martin here for the Necro Blasting, mate. Hope you're having a good day. Hey, man, how's it going? I'm having a great day. How are you doing, dude? Big love to you being here. Thanks for being here. I just had to quit the game because for the second time tonight, it wasn't allowing me to pick up items and such. So that yeah, but I should be okay because I didn't actually have any enemies around me. Yes, we're good. But it does mean I had to lose the dungeon. Am I working the week of release? No. I'm working Monday, and then I'm going to get a nap in, and then we're going to be blasting. I'm off until the following Monday afterwards. I thought ahead of this a long time ago. Second I knew the date's release, I booked it off. In the end, it doesn't even matter. You excited for the new expansion, Adam Martin? It's looking pretty good. Streams every day. Well, we'll start at midnight Monday. We'll go for at least 24 hours until I drop. Go to sleep. At some time in the early hours of Tuesday going into Wednesday, probably. So sometime in the early hours of Wednesday. Sleep through. Wake up on Wednesday. Probably come straight back on and blast some more. I'll probably do some updates to planners first. And if I've got a build going good enough, maybe I'll get a video guide up at that point. It all depends if I've got a build going good enough so I can get footage for it. And then we'll come back on. Yeah, we'll be blasting hard all week. Yeah. I mean, I normally strive for 5 or 6 streams a week. I've kind of gone down to 5 recently just because it's been a bit quieter and it means I've got a couple of rest days. I think I had 4 last week. But that's mostly because of the... I had the... I was away the weekend before for a stag do and then I had my sister's wedding on Sundays. It was just, you know, life getting in the way a bit. But that happens. But I strive for a minimum of 5 and sometimes I'll do 6. But during heavy releases, I'll definitely be doing as much as I can, yeah. And there'll be way longer streams as well. Yeah, my YouTube build guide should be good. I just need to be able to get the video footage for it, which means actually getting into the season and getting the builds to demonstrate them. So, but we'll get those up, but basically as soon as I can. I for the most part, can get the planners pre-loaded, and then I can just adjust them. You know, they may change according to actually playing the game and finding, oh, actually this is better, or actually this doesn't work as I thought, and I can just adjust them accordingly. Hey, Drink City Streamer, Zachary. Yes, sir. Cheers, guys. Cheers. I can't English. Cheers, guys. Appreciate you. Hey, Mercy. How's it going? What about them patch notes? Yeah, they're good, but they don't have the Spiritborn expansion stuff in it, which doesn't help me much in my Spiritborn planners. But yeah, I mean, they look alright. I mean, there was a few things in there that did not surprise me at all. I did find that the changes they're making to Ancestrals look funny because they're the exact things I recommended in my PTR feedback video, which I know did make it into the hands of the D4 team because I gave it to the Diablo partners and I know one of them did get it to them and they acknowledged it. So, I mean, I'm not sitting here saying that it's because of that they made those changes, but they are 2 things that I said, which is to either make Ancestrals so you can master work them to 8, or make them so that they can be tempered twice. They've actually gone and done both of those, so you can do both of those in the new game. Those are 2 things I said would help a lot with the Ancestral stuff. So mostly the differences of the additions of cosmetics and currencies. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, you only get... The only additional stuff you're getting... The Deluxe Edition comes with a free battle pass, I think. So if you're interested in that... So the battle pass, you get a free track, which is mostly a very select few cosmetics and yeah, all of like anything that's functional to the game. So you get like seasonal buffs which you can acquire by playing. You'll get those as well, but there'll be a whole load of cosmetics you don't and stuff you don't get for free, which comes with the paid battle pass. And I think the paid battle pass is normally about $9 or $10, £9 or £10, something like this, right? So I think the deluxe version comes with that. The ultimate edition mostly is these wings if you want those, but honestly, there will probably be wings you can attain without buying the Ultimate Edition at some point. Different ones to these. I doubt you'll ever be able to achieve these without buying that edition. But there will be other wings you will be able to get at some point, I imagine. I don't know when. Don't hold me to that, but I imagine at some point you will be able to. So it's not... And you get a few extra cosmetic buffs. The main thing with the Ultimate Edition is it gives you premium currency for their store as well. So it's just a way of them pre-selling you currency for their store. They're pre-selling you microtransactions that's then locked to spending in their store on their currency. So, yeah. So that's pretty much it, really. So, I mean, if you're not worried about that stuff, you could just get the basic version and it would work absolutely fine for you. You know, I bought the Ultimate Edition, but that's... I mean, I said this on stream the other day. I value, when I buy a game, I base value based on how much time I'm going to get out of it. And given that I've had thousands and thousands of hours out of this game already, and I'm likely to get the same out of Vessel Hatred, I can sort of justify buying the bigger packages, you know? But that's me. That's not necessarily anyone else. So I fully understand why that would be too much for some other people. Add a whiskey, cheers. Whiskey and soda over here. A cheeky whiskey and soda, nice. You're going in with the Mancer per usual, nice dude. Mid-tier comes with a pass as well. The basic is basically the core concept with no pass. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, so the deluxe is the battle pass, yeah. Yeah, the deluxe edition is probably the best bargain if you're interested in getting the battle pass as well as the main game. And you don't really care about the extra additional skins. Yeah, exactly. It's what one of the guys on YouTube's saying. That's pretty much what I would say as well. Just got to masterwork stuff in your druid and it's done, Zachary. Nice. But for the most part, the standard one is enough for the experience. Planning to buy the expansion too. Yeah, Cowboy. So let me look at this link a second. I mean, look, the expansion comes out on Monday night, my time, at midnight. It comes out on Monday during the day on the West Coast at 4 PM, on the East Coast at 7 PM. And, you know, in Asia, it'll be on the Tuesday. But, I mean, if you can afford to buy the joint bundle, honestly, that is your best bet. If you think you're going to get 50 hours out of this game and you buy it for $70, you're at pretty good value already. And you can get a lot more than 50 hours out of this game. And honestly, you get seasonal content every 3 months. And they do give some pretty significant upgrades and updates and stuff during that time. And that all comes free, except the Battle Pass. But you, like I say, you get the Battle Pass you can do for free. It's just you just don't get all the extra additional really cool skins unless you buy the Battle Pass. But you don't have to buy it. So my recommendation would be if you're interested enough and you can justify it, to buy the joint bundle, even if it's the basic one. If you can get the deluxe as well, so you can get a few skins and then the battle pass with it, then even better, I guess. But that's really, you know, that's up to you to whether you think that's worth the money or not, really. Is there a benefit to pre-ordering if I will buy the base edition anyway? I haven't budgeted in the expansion purchase yet. Have you not already got the game, Murty? I thought you did. So the base edition, probably not for pre-ordering it, because I don't think you get anything for pre-order. The base edition is not really on pre-order anymore, is it? If you pre-order the expansion right now, you get beneficial skin, you get extra skins and stuff, which they've already said is pretty much running out. Second the game releases, those will not be available anymore when you buy the game. You play on the standard edition. I bought the standard edition of the expansion. Zachary's close to 700 hours. I was nearly 1,000 hours on the... I've actually bought Diablo 4 twice. I bought it on PlayStation originally, and I got about 1,000 hours out of there. And then when I came to PC, I had to buy it again. But I was like, well, I got 1,000 hours on PC. And although I can't see my amount of time played on my Battle.net account, I've streamed this game for well over 1,000 hours. Easily. Probably 2 or 3 at this point. So I've definitely had my money's worth. You definitely can't pre-download unless you've purchased the expansion. That's true. Yeah, you get the cat pet and stuff. Yeah. So honestly, you can debate the non-deluxe edition, but get the expansion in a normal game, and that will sort you out for a year. There'll be another expansion about this time next year, and you'll have to buy that. But you won't have to worry about any purchases until then if you don't care about the cosmetics at all. And that will give you access to all content from the get-go. That would be my recommendation. But like I say, everyone's perception of value and maybe you're just not sure on the game, and then maybe just trying the base edition would be better. I don't know. What's the difference of the standard edition of the expansion and just the expansion itself that costs $21? Well, you need to have the original game and the expansion. You can't buy just the expansion. They've already stated that. You do need to have the original game to play Vessel of Hatred. Yeah. $21 to rub my nipples. How's it going, Endo? How's it going, man? 10k hours in one game. Yeah. I've got tens of thousands of hours in D2 and D3, I reckon. Multiples, I reckon, over the years. Crazy amounts of time. Melando, you still alive? I think he said he's gone back to work, so I don't know if he's actually hanging about right now. Yeah, I'm not really showing off, Endo. I mean, that's more like sucks to be me. How's it going, Endo? You good? Yes, I can make some of these. Lovely. That's what I want. Let's get another one of these going. We're nearly there. It's annoying. I've had to kill 2 dungeons just because of DCs and stuff. Played D2, then stopped. Yeah, I mean, I've got so much time in D2 and D2R, honestly. Loved the game. If you're new to games like Diablo, I'd 100% just buy the standard edition bundle. Yeah. But if you've played a lot of D2, like I say, I would just look at it like you're not going to get the full game experience as of Tuesday if you don't have the expansion. You're going to see all this extra stuff that people can do, and you're not going to be able to do it. So, me being me, I'll just look at it and go, I know I'm going to play this game low, so I'll just buy them both, get them $10, $15 cheaper, and just make sure I get my money's worth out of it, and then, and then if you don't enjoy it after that, then put it to sleep and maybe come back to it on a new season. But, if you enjoy these kind of games, you will probably enjoy Vessel of Hatred. It looks typically D2, Diablo games get better on their first expansion. Diablo 2 became the iconic game it is today on the expansion of Lord of Destruction. Diablo 3 became the great game it became when Reaper's Souls come out. It wasn't particularly amazing before that point. So, I mean, this game's been progressively increasing, improving, especially the last 2 seasons. So, and it looks like they're continuing to try and head in that direction. So I've got high hopes for the game, and I think the expansion is going to just improve it further, honestly. It's subjective. I think it's a good game. A lot of people think Diablo 3 is a good game. Not everyone does, because it is a very different kind of game. I mean, D2 is obviously more, more iconic and just a more renowned game. But Diablo 3 was a good game, to be honest. But it wasn't as good as it is now until Reaper Souls came out. It had its fundamental issues, but then what game doesn't? Yeah, so don't get me wrong. I mean, it had issues. But it isn't a bad game at all. And I have heard it got a lot better in the last 4 or 5 seasons before they stopped support for new content. And now they're just re-rolling previous seasons. Yeah, yeah. In the 12 years I've been playing video games, D4 I think I've already put in the most time. Yep, fair enough. D4 is definitely going in the right direction for sure as well. That's the thing. Absolutely going in the right direction. How's your Surge feeling? Yeah, it's feeling pretty good. I mean, this is top-end Nightmare Dungeons, and I'm just chilling, reading chat, blasting them, so it's not bad. I play with Doombringer, Lucian, Blood Moon, Crew. I've got all of the above except the Lucian on. I've got Harlequins on my helm, which in hardcore is probably a better shout, to be honest, because of the damage reduction, right? Yeah, I don't have a Starless yet either. I've only got a Doombringer and a Harlequins. I need my Tyrells or my I need my Starless really, so I can just perma blast with Surge. I've still got it pretty good though. I mean, I've got the Starlight on, and I'm blasting pretty good here. But yeah, it's just hardcore, so I'm definitely going on edging on the, the side of caution more than going for full damage. Yeah, the Shaco for hardcore is definitely the way forward, I think. Just that extra damage reduction, etc. Got to Paragon 700 and gave up. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, like I say, D3 had its issues, and the thing is, D4 has started to bring some things over from D3, but they are trying to do it in a way that's remedying some of the issues they found in D3. I can see it already, and learnings. So, Paragon points were capped at 800 in D3 after a while, so you couldn't just get to 3,000. I got to 3,000 Paragon level in D3 once before. It was insane. So yeah, they've done that straight off the bat and capped it at a way lower level. And if you're, bringing in greater rifts, but called pits. But I think they've done it in a way that's trying to benefit the game. It's no harm in reusing stuff they've done before that works to some degree. That cap was seasonal, was it? I swear D3 is still capped for Paragon points at 800, I think, per season, of course. I don't think you can get to 3,000 in, at least that's what I thought anyway. Right, just over one glyph left to go and then we're done. Oh, I see. I've got both bloodstones. I just can't pick them both up. Wop wop. Let's go around this way then. Not really excited of all these powerful items getting retrograded back to level 60. I can envision it will have its problems, but I'm optimistic and Torment 4 taking 1000 armor. Yeah, I mean, I played the PTR and it felt okay to me, Adam, to be honest. You know, the maximum item power will be 850, I think, but it's all relative. You could have the max item power at 100 if it all went up in numbers of 1. You know, it's all relative. So it should be okay. I mean, it felt okay when I was on the PTR, and they've made a few tweaks which should help smooth out that curve a little bit. It gives them a lot more longevity though in the game, which means when they do future expansions, they're going to be able to expand these features a lot easier without the numbers becoming so untenably high that you just cannot possibly scale them any further. So, you know, smooth transition, yeah. I mean, look, it's not going to be absolutely perfect, probably, but it should feel okay. The PTR should have certainly helped them work out what was working, what wasn't, and to improve it. But it didn't feel awful. There was a one stage where you got to like the end of Torment 3, and you just couldn't quite get the Ancestrals because we didn't have all the features available to us. But there's definitely a lot of systems that will help with that, and the ability to masterwork non-Ancestrals to 8 and temper them twice. Once you're in Torment, once you're in the higher levels, that will help a lot. Because you could only get to 4 Masterworks and 1 Temper before. So you were losing a lot of power there as well. You just couldn't quite break the barrier. But you should be able to do it a bit easier now. Should smooth that curve out a bit. Oh, for God's sake, bloody Animuses. Yeah, so I think it'll be okay. Make it so Ancestrals always drop at least 1 greater affix. Making it so Tormented bosses will drop Mythics rarer. Duriel and Andariel will have twice as good a chance of dropping Mythics than the others, so they'll be more attractive to do than the other bosses in general. But hopefully, because there's going to be a few other means of getting Mythics as well, hopefully you will actually find Mythics outside of Tormented bosses. You won't just end up farming Tormented bosses purely for Mythics, because that's the only place you're realistically seeing them. Because that would be a really nice change. Minions are getting a huge buff, not just a good buff, they're getting a massive buff. It's humongous across the board. So yeah, minions will definitely be viable. I mean, they probably weren't awful before, they just didn't blast quite like the other stuff, but yeah, it's getting ridiculous buff. It's so high, including the Ring of Man down, interactions, actual power buffs, etc. Right, we've got 5 more glyph levels and then we're there. Yeah, that's just one of many as well. Honestly, there was loads of minion buffs. That wasn't the only one. Like, there was Paragon nodes, there was aspects, the Ring of Men down, transferring damage onto the minions and scaling by minion damage. There was Paragon nodes to scale their defense, Paragon nodes to scale their attack speed and damage, Paragon nodes to scale, just everything really, in general. There was loads of it. There's a lot of poison in this one. Not fun. I find Cadaverous really helps this too, but at this point I just don't have room for it. Yeah, exactly. Choices, eh? Let's go destroy the eyes of the ward, yeah. That's one of them. Oh, my nice ward, where are you at? That's all I care about. This will be a nice change in the new version of the game. You're not going to be doing these dungeons with the pure intention of just getting to the end so that you can blast and get your glyphs up. You're going to be doing your glyph leveling in your pits where you're not worried about. In here, you'll just be like, oh, I just want to kill everything. You're just going to get Obdusite, which is your masterworking materials. I don't really need to kill this stuff, so I'm just going to leave it. Thoughts on Spirit Box? What, the bands? Yeah, Spirit Box is pretty good. Yeah, I quite like them. I'm not a mega fan. I've got friends who are like proper super fans. But I think they're good. Yeah, I definitely enjoyed them. What about you? What do you think of them? I mean, she's a very talented vocalist. Certainly helps. Oh, really? Okay, I'll have to check that out tomorrow. Yeah, I've not heard. I'm not listening to him for a bit. I'll see if I can remember to stick that on the train in tomorrow. Yeah, okay, cool. I'll check that out for sure. Alright, there we go. Should be it. Yep, nice. Right, where are we at? I think I might need to do 2 more. Yeah, I think I might need to do 2 more. And then we're done. Oh, well, I've got an XP one here. I'll be lucky if I get all 3 ranks out of it. We'll see. Just going to be Eldicite, and it's going to be dropping everywhere. Huge Metal fan here. Heard the Spirit Box mentioned. Yeah, man. Yeah, so on my Twitch channel, I've actually got music running. I can't do that on YouTube because of copyright issues and stuff. I mean, I'm not strictly, I suppose, meant to do it on Twitch, but I don't record it on Twitch. I can't stop it recording onto my YouTube channel. I can make it so it doesn't record onto the VODs on Twitch. But yeah, I'm a massive Metal fan as well. Actually, at the moment, I've just got a random mix of rock and old school rock and punk rock and metal and all that on at the moment, really. So it should give everyone that's in here like some stuff that they like. They had some Led Zeppelin on and Red Hot Chilies and a bit of Linkin Park, and you know, sometimes I stick new metal on as well. Yeah, only Obdusite. Yep. They're just. It doesn't really matter if it's 1 resource or 3, does it? Really? I mean, I suppose they can gate you from guessing certain at certain points of the game. But they can just do that by making it more expensive. If they just make it wildly expensive in Obdusite, it's the same as making it so that you have to get a new resource in a way. but it means you're not going to have to keep going backwards and forwards to the transmuter to transmute them down to smaller versions when you've run out of the smaller one. You're just going to have one resource, and that's what it's going to be. And, you know, you'll just run out of it when you run out of it. No, only object site, I think. Huge guitar, I used to be, yeah. I've got 3 guitars, which I'll get on my wall eventually. I've got 2 Dimebag Darrells, got a Razorback and a V, and I've got a Michelangelo Bascio replica. I've got a Mab 1, an authentic original. I used to play quite a lot when I was younger. I don't really tend to play much these days, unfortunately. Sort of, I don't know, I got out of the habit of it, and life happened, I suppose. I used to play like 4 or 5 hours a day when I was a teenager. I used to be pretty good. If you play 4 or 5 hours a day and you don't get good at the end of it after a year or two, you probably should stop playing. But I used to be able to give Through the Fire and Flames by Dragon Force a good go when I was a teenager, when I was first at uni. I never got to the point where I could 100% nail it, but I could get through it. Yeah, I wasn't too bad. I knew people better than me though, to be honest. I was sort of late to the party. I didn't start playing guitar until I was like 15 or something. No, I wouldn't even be able to remotely touch any of that now. I don't think I played guitar for a few years. Just, yeah, I don't know, just got out of the habit of it. Born Osiris is good, Between the Buried and Me. Animals as leaders, yeah, all good. Animals as leaders has got an outrageous guitarist. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. He's insanely good though, isn't he? Born of Osiris are good. I mean, I don't mind them, but they're a bit Marmite to me. Sometimes they've got some really good tracks, and sometimes they're just a bit meh, I find. But, Between the Buried and Me are pretty decent. They're pretty heavy, those bands. I tend to go more towards like metalcore or melodic death metal and stuff. Or new metal. Myself. In Flames, love a bit of In Flames. Yeah. Love all that stuff. You started at 45? Fair enough, Lord Carnage. I mean, it's never too late to start playing an instrument. Yeah, I keep thinking over all the years I really should go back and play again at some point. And then I just don't. I certainly don't have time right now to dedicate to it. While I'm doing all of this streaming stuff, so yeah. I don't know, it's just time, isn't it? Time gets away from you. You might be going to Linkin Park again in Dallas. I found that song in Guitar Hero within 30 seconds. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty difficult. Yeah. I've met Dragon Force multiple times, but once I was I went to a really intimate show with them, of theirs, in the Black Heart in Camden, London. And then afterwards, we were in the pub at the end and they all come down. My brother's like, oh my God, we got to do Jaeger Bomb with Herman Lee. And then we went over and I've got, my brother says we need to do Jaeger Bombs with Herman Lee. And then Herman Lee turned around to us and went, sounds like you're doing the Jaeger Bombs with Herman Lee then. And we did Jaeger Bombs with Herman Lee. So that was pretty fun. That's going back a few years. That was on the release of their album with their new singer that had blue album front. I can't remember the name of it, but it was a pretty good album actually. Yeah. Yeah, it was a good album, that one. Was I destined to be here? My left arm is sleeved in flames with just the head in the middle. Like, wow, nice man. Yeah, I've seen In Flames loads of times. I actually didn't go to their latest tour where they were touring with Arch Enemy and Soilwork. I love all the bands. I've done it. Yeah, cool, nice. I just couldn't justify going on the date. I think it's actually I think it was just this weekend gone, or maybe it's this weekend coming. It's soon anyway. I've seen In Flames so many times though. In Flames old stuff was, I don't know. I like In Flames old stuff, but it's very raw. They've been around a long time. My favourite album by In Flames is still Come Clarity, but I do like some of their older stuff as well, and I like their newer stuff as well. Yeah, I mean their track with Pendulum is banging as well. Also, Old Man Rivers, welcome in, dude. Appreciate you being here. How are you? Apart from not being a fan of In Flames old stuff, and it's totally fine if you don't like it. You know, good. Everyone's got like their own. You know, everyone's entitled to their own opinions, and I never take a crap on anyone As long as other people are willing to accept that other people are you got opinions, then you know I'll never judge. You're not a Floyd Rose fan. I have Floyd Roses in all mines, but I actually understand that because it's much harder to tune a guitar and keep it in tune. PRS, my problem is, right, my hands are tiny, legitimately. Like, you're just about, you're not really going to be able to see very well on the camera. Oh, for some reason my, what's it? Why has that stopped? Can't actually see what I'm showing you. Here we go. Let's try this again. There we go. So you'll see here, my hands actually got, you can't really see very well there, but my hands are tiny. Just take my word for it. So my problem is, oh, Reroute is a fantastic album as well. Yeah, Reroute to Remain is amazing. Love that album. My problem is that a lot of guitars have really bulky blocks at the high end of the fret, so I just cannot get my hands around them. Clayman is a masterpiece, yes. So all of my guitars have got really thin inlay necks, so I can actually get my hands around them. The Toro Gojira is nuts. Gojira are good. I've seen them a few times, yeah. Oh, the shit. Oh, my bad. I misread Old Man Rivers. There you go. Well, there you go. This noob streamer here can't read. I may be English, but I can't read it, apparently. Yes, the old stuff of In Flames definitely is. Like, I'm a massive fan of the old In Flames stuff. It's all good. Just testing. The Hanuk, how's it going, dude? Welcome in, man. Appreciate the follow, dude. Appreciate the follow. Yeah, sorry, I can't read, apparently. Thanks for correcting me, DevKez. Absolute scrub right here. What a noob. Take my jumper off. It's getting warm in here. It's getting warm. My noobness is making me warm. I was going to say, I mean, some of the old school... I mean, I don't mind New In Flames, but it's not... I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, New In Flames is just not the old stuff, right? I mean, Clayman was a masterpiece. Yeah, Jester. And you had Reroute. Come Clarity was a turning point for them because they sort of took themselves into a better production level. I've been watching you for like 2 minutes. The shit was so funny I had to press follow. The Hanuk. Appreciate that, dude. Thanks. I mean, you know, if I cock up and make a mistake, I don't mind calling myself a noob because that was frankly a noob moment. Is what it is. Has Diablo 4 gotten better? I played it for a few weeks when it came out. Oh, yes. Significantly better than release. Now, I'm biased, right? And I'm going to just throw that out there right now because I am. I'm a massive D4 streamer. And, like, as in, I stream it a lot. Not trying to say I'm a huge, you know, got thousands of followers. But I stream it a lot. I've played it a lot. I'm obviously biased and I clearly like the game. But it is. If you came back and played it now and you haven't played it since, like, near release, you probably won't recognise the game that much. Like... They've pretty much overhauled all the core systems. The expansion's out on Tuesday or Monday, depending on where you are in the world. Midnight where I am, going into Tuesday. That will be significantly improving the game further. You get a lot of stuff for free as well in the new season. The expansion is quite expensive, but yeah, I mean, I think it's worth the money, but other people might not. Yeah, Season 4 was a huge turning point. They overhauled the loot entirely, and they're overhauling it again in next week. They're stat squishing stuff, they're crunching things down. The whole progression system's changing to be more like D3. They're taking some inspiration from D3 and putting it into D4, but in a good way. Like the progression system, the Paragon levels. Once you've got that on one character, you can start a new level character, get that to level 60, which will be the top level, and then all your Paragon points you've earned already will apply to all characters, and you can just level up. You've got one realm-wide Paragon rank for you as you level it up, so you don't have to start from level 1 Paragon on every character, etc., etc. Like there's a whole load of quality of life they're bringing in as well. Can't decide if you're going to play Necromancer or Rogue. I've never played Rogue on this game, not because I don't think it's good, and it clearly is. And Rogues are probably going to be very good next season. Necromancers I prefer. They're both super fun. they both look like they're going to be. Necromancer's had some good builds on the PTR. They had a new ultimate coming called Soul Rift, and that was performing very well. And it doesn't look like they've done much to it, so it looks like that will mean Necromancer builds will be pretty good. Rogues are looking pretty good all round. Loads of builds. It'll probably be pretty decent. Oh, one sec, Old Man Rivers. Let's see what you tried to post there. I've got an anti-link thing just because... the anti-link thing's a bit strong. It picks up the dot between of build and it treats it like a link. I'll post it for you, one sec. No, it didn't get banned. I need to look into possibly getting a different one because this is a bit too... Yeah, they are. They pick up the dots in between two words and instantly check it as a link. It's a bit hardcore. I've actually had 7 people today try and post malicious content. That's why I need it. You guys won't have seen it because it's caught it. But I see it. Yeah. And any of the mods would have seen it. But yeah, I just reposted that stuff. That what I just posted there, that's what he tried to say, yeah. There was a dot between of and build, and that it makes it think it's a link. Yeah. Hanuk, if you're still here, like, have you been playing this season? You excited for expansion? I know I certainly am. Right, now we've done the glyphs here. Let's go on softcore for a bit. Let's go and do some bosses with you guys before we go off stream for the evening. Let's go do something community based for an hour or so. Just gonna chuck everything away. It doesn't even matter. I'm not likely to use any of these things, frankly. I'm just gonna keep it because it is hardcore at the end of the day. Right, let's get rid of these. Right, let's log out of this and get on my other character. That thing is strong, yeah, man. Trust me, though. Some of the stuff it does block, it is good. It is good at blocking the stuff you want it to block. It's just a bit too good at blocking. I've written a profanity filter. I'm a game engineer myself. I'm a full stack engineer. I've done client and server engineering from a programmatic point of view. And for our company, our current profanity filter, which filters all bad words, I wrote that. And I've had to make so many adjustments to it to try not to do what that thing's just done there. It's actually not as easy to do as you think. Diablo 2 is a fantastic game. Love it. Tens of thousands of hours in that over the years. Love it. So I had to insta-download it. Absolutely. Oh, you just started a few weeks ago? And it was in Game Pass. Yeah, that's the best way to play the original game. Get it on Game Pass. It's the cheapest way anyway. Three-Face Gaming. Do you need help beating bosses? I mean, I don't need help doing it. But, I mean, people can come join for sure. Let me just check what resources I've got. Oh, man, I've forgotten how good it is to run fast on characters. Holy moly. This is so much quicker than my hardcore character. Look how fast I run on this character. Oh, I forgot about that. That feels so quick. Right, let's see what bosses we're going to do today. I'm just going to sell all this stuff. I don't need this, all right. What we got? Let's go do... Let's have a look what materials I've got. A gazillion shackles, it seems. So many shackles. Let's dump the eggs down here. Is that all the eggs I got left now? Have I finally burnt through? Oh no, still got more over here. So many resources just floating around. I haven't really done... I was saying earlier, I haven't actually done that many bosses recently. So I'm just... Oh, wow, I do have a lot of Andariels, actually. Let's go do Andariel. I've got god-tier amounts of Andariel resources. Just go do these for a while. Why not? There we go. All of the materials. Right, I guess I'll open up a queue in case in case we have too many people to join. I bounce between Necro and Sork. Tormented Duriel seems to have the best mythic chances. Yeah, I mean, I've had pretty good chances across the bat, really, on all of them. I don't know who's trying to join me right now. I haven't made my queue yet. Right, I've opened the queue. On Twitch, you can join using !join. If anyone in YouTube wants to join, you'll have to let me know. This bot doesn't connect to YouTube just yet. We are working on this. I say we. The creator of the bot is working on this. So once we got that working, you'll be able to join through there as well. Yeah, oh, Ibanez Unix, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, small hands. You can't, as much as I love PRSs and Gibsons and stuff, they're too bulky for me to play. Yeah, I've had really good drop rates on all the bosses, but it's partly RNG, right? I mean, let's put it this way. And this is since we started tracking it. And bear in mind, I've barely done any boss runs in the last 3 weeks, really. This season, currently, we've done 1,019 tormented bosses and dropped 302 mythics. And that's since I started tracking. Yep. Yeah, literally, anyone in chat, even if you don't particularly need to do it, exclamation mark join the queue. And if you want to, and I can cycle. At the moment, I've only got 3 people, and that's fine. If I only get the 3 people join, we'll just keep that team and we'll keep blasting. But anyone can join. It's all free. No worries. I do like 6 runs a rotation or something because it's not going to be a huge queue. DevKez, Lord Carnage, Tin Spanky, if you all want to come join. We'll just go do Andariel because honestly, I've just got so much resources for it. That one seems like the most logical one to start with. I could go buy whatever I like, but it's much easier when I don't have to, frankly. This is a banger of a track. Love it. Bit of Linkin Park. Right, I'm just catching up with the chat here, actually. 1 second, guys. I've missed some things here. I think I'll buy the base game first and see if it will click with me and then buy expansion. Cowboy, that's totally fine. I mean, honestly, that makes sense. I only recommend it otherwise because that will be better value. But if you're not sure, then that's probably the best way to go. But yeah, I mean, you'll still be able to... Like, you know, if you jump in the channel, like when we're playing next week, you'll be able to see some of the new content maybe. And there'll be some people in the same boat as you who haven't got the expansion yet. So we'll be able to find you people to play with. And the party finders come into the game. And I think that's part of the normal game. So hopefully you'll be able to use that to find people to play with anyway. And that will only link you with people that can play the same content as you. Guys, a noob question. Are Paragon boards fun or entertaining for? I don't know how to say hardcore players. I don't mean hardcore as what. Yeah, I know what you mean. Paragon boards are getting better next season. You can only have 5, including the starter board, rather than like 8 of them. That makes it a little bit easier to like go, okay, I'm getting this board. I'm probably going to be taking the majority of the stuff on this board. So you're going to go, okay, I've got this build. Which boards are actually good for this build? You're not just going, how do I just get the most boards so I can get the most glyphs? You're then also choosing what are the best glyphs for that build. So, yeah. Paragon boards, I think Paragon boards are okay. They're not necessarily the most perfect system, but they're okay. They are overwhelming right now because you've got no limits. You can just have like 8 boards. You're not really sure where to go, where to put your points. I say it's going to be a bit more impactful. I'll TP on one of you guys. It's going to be more impactful when you choose a board. And they've actually today announced that they've buffed a lot of the boards, changing the stats to be more useful or less restrictive. So like rather than damage... with this kind of damage, it's just going to be, or like damage reduction from this kind of damage, it's just going to be flat damage reduction. It's just going to be more useful across the board. Right, let's just start a cycle. We'll do 6 runs. We've only got one other person in the queue, so we'll just rotate him in when we can. Right, let's do this. I don't even have to worry about dying now, which is fantastic. Alright, come on then. Let's blast a couple of Andariels back to health. But yeah, again, if you've ever got questions about Paragons or anything like this, Hannah, you're more than welcome to ask, dude. Alright, well, if I can't help you, someone else here will be able to, for sure. Oh, we had to do 2 stages. Rip. Rip to her. And yeah, to be honest, most people copy from guides, Haddock. You know, I'm one of the few that actually goes out my way. I don't use guides particularly. I make my own guides. Like, I am a guide creator. That's what I'm... And I've got some ready for Season 6 that I'm going to be amending over the weekend. Ready for Season 6. But most people do exactly what you're doing, and there's nothing wrong with that. You just want to enjoy the game. You know, you get your ideas from people that are really, really good at those classes and builds, and they've spent the time required to be able to get those builds there, and there's no, you know, nothing wrong with that, as I say. You feel frustrated when you see you've earned one? When you say you've earned one, what do you mean? Oh, Paragon points, you mean? Okay, right. Yeah, I mean, it'll be... So next season, once you've earned a Paragon point, it will apply to all characters. So if you start a new character, you'll have to level 60, and then when you hit that, all the Paragon points you've earned across your characters will be unlocked for that character. You won't have to start from 1 again, so that's quite nice. Let's just do a bit of looting here, guys, because... Yep, can't carry all this stuff. Too much items. Next season, these bosses are not going to drop this many items. They're only going to drop uniques and runes, and they're going to drop less of them, but they're going to be... Yeah, so you won't have to worry about all of the random crap on the floor and running out of inventory space every 2 boss runs. I mean, it means you can't farm items from them other than uniques, but you can go and get them from other places, so... You know... It'll all be fine. Right, let's just kill a couple of them. Yep. The D4 community is amazing. Honestly, can't fault it. They've been so kind and welcoming to me as well. As a, you know, I've been streaming D4 for a little bit now, but I'm certainly not an old school D4 streamer. And everyone's been really kind and welcoming to me as well, to be honest. Hey, Merlin Apostle's in the house. How's it going, dude? It's good to see you, man. How are you? TP to one of us when you're ready, mate. Yeah. I did that already. We're good. Pretty much caught up with chat now, finally. Yeah, just let me know if you drop any mythics and stuff, guys. I like to track it. It's nice to see the stats at the end. We'll do 6 here, and then we've only got one other person in the queue, so we'll just figure out how we can rotate him in. Unless anyone else wants to join as well. Yeah, guys, if there's anyone in chat that wants to get involved with the bosses, just type !join. As long as you're in World Tier 4, you can join, no problem. Have skill point renown unlocks in 3 zones now, and level 50 in hardcore. Hey, nice, that's what I like to hear. Sweet, man. I got to 100 on my Necro. I just finished leveling all my glyphs to 21, just before coming on here, actually. Thanks for the follow, old man Rivers. Appreciate you, dude. Appreciate you being here, man. They need to fix the altar on the controller. Oh, yeah, that's right, because the loot spawns underneath it, so you can't pick it up properly, can you? Yeah. Yes, they do. Probably just mean to make it so that the altar doesn't spawn underneath her feet, right? Honestly, I'm just going to go trash ice. We need... I can't wait so I don't run out of inventory space all the time. Yeah, the visuals are good, Cowboy, yeah. So I'm running this on pretty much max. I don't have my textures on ultra. I can run it on that with the RAM I've got, but it has a weird like lag issue sometimes. I change it. You'll see what I mean. Sometimes it takes a little while. It has a very, very short spike where it's loading in loads of resources. But other than that, I'm running it on complete max, native 4K with DLSS on. Hopefully it doesn't make my stream fall behind loads. It might do, because it just locked up everything, didn't it? I didn't think about that. Oh. Have I actually just busted my stream? No, it's okay. Thought I had them for a second. Let's see how much the delay is. Hopefully it's not too bad. No, it's not. It's fine. Yeah, changing the graphics settings in this game sometimes locks up your CPU, and I don't have a separate PC for the stream yet. So I have to be careful with that. Yeah, no, some reason my browser keeps locking up my... I like to watch it from your perspective. It seems to lock it up sometimes, which is weird. I don't know, there's something weird going on with my browser, but I'm not going to faff around with it tonight. I'll look at it another day. Right, let's do this next one. Oh yeah, I mean this is running... I can get a frame counter up. It's running at 90, 100 frames a second probably. I have got a pretty good rig, to be honest. But the game's pretty well optimized, actually. You know, if you... And the game, even if you're running it on lower settings, still looks good, honestly. So I can stick River Tuner on and stuff and MSI and I'll be able to see my frame rate.